Chapter 527. If this had happened in the future, Li Wangyu would have run as far away as he could. At most, he would have called the police. But now, he had no chance of backing down, nor did he dare to back down. Let this woman go, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Li Wangyu's words gave Niu Wu and the group of silk pants a fright. Perrin was in the hands of the Japanese. Shouldn't he say that he would let go of Perrin and let bygones be bygones? Provoking the Japanese like this, wasn't he afraid that the Japanese would stab Pei Lon to death? Li Wangyu's heart was even more nervous. This tough attitude was purely an act. If the other party was a Tang, he wouldn't say such words to provoke them. But this was a Japanese. Li Wangyu had read the famous book, Chrysanthemum and Sword in the future, so he knew a little about this weird race. Bushido was a part of the Japanese's moral system, and it had a deep meaning to the Japanese's thinking. Since the Japanese who had Perrin hostage thought that Li Wangyu and the others had humiliated them and the so-called samurai of the emperor, he wouldn't let it go. Because Li Wangyu said that he would let bygones be bygones, he definitely wouldn't let it go. To the Japanese, that would be a humiliation. In the book, Chrysanthemum and Sword, the Japanese's personality was categorized into two contradictory extremes. For example, they loved beauty and were aggressive, they respected etiquette and were aggressive, they liked the new and were stubborn, they obeyed and were unyielding. So when the Japanese placed the sword in front of Perrin's chest, Li Wangyu understood that this wasn't something that could be done with empty words. Baka, you bastard! I am the samurai of His Majesty, Emperor Xu Ming of the Sunrise Country. You actually dared to humiliate me. You must suffer my anger and revenge. The Japanese man roared, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Wangyu. Bah! Bullshasterisk T Emperor. How dare you call yourself an emperor? I'll count to 3. If you don't release this woman, I'll kill one of your companions. Li Wangyu said coldly as he stared at the Japanese. As he spoke, he drew a biscuit from Niu Wu's waist and held it in his hand. Baka! The Japanese was stunned by his words. He wanted to curse again, but Li Wangyu ignored him. He walked slowly to a Japanese who couldn't get up from the ground and stepped on his chest. Then, he raised his katana and pressed it against the Japanese's chest. No, I'm the envoy of Japan. You can't kill me. 1, 2, 3. Seeing that the Japanese holding Perrin had no reaction, Li Wangyu clenched his teeth and exerted strength in his hand. That incomparably sharp bicento directly stabbed into the body of the Japanese under his feet. Ah! Fresh blood spurted out. The Japanese who had his chest pierced by the sharp bicento screamed in agony. His eyes bulged out and his mouth was wide open. He was like a fish that was out of oxygen, desperately trying to breathe. His hands grabbed tightly onto the bicento that had pierced his chest. This unforeseen event stunned everyone present. No one had expected that Li Wangyu would actually make a move to kill someone. Even though he had pressed the bicento against the Japanese's chest, the rich kids didn't think that Li Wangyu would really stab someone. They only thought that he was threatening the Japanese. As for Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops, they naturally didn't think that Xiao Lang would really kill someone. As for the prison head, the jailers and the others, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. The jailer's face was pale with fright. These Japanese were the envoys. Even if they were thrown into the prison, they didn't dare to offend them. Now, one of them was killed by Count Hu. This matter was going to break the heavens. In the prison, the remaining 6 or 7 Japanese screamed in Japanese. As for the Japanese holding Perrin hostage, his eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Bah, Baka, you, how dare you kill someone? Galactic Whale, you killed the Galactic Whale. In his panic, he almost stabbed the bicento into Perrin's chest. Li Wangyu wiped the blood off his face and grinned. I said that if you don't let go of that woman, I'll kill all your companions. Now, let's start again. I'll count to 3. If you don't let her go, I'll kill the next one. 1. Zio this. After confirming that Li Wangyu was really going to kill someone, the rich kids came back to their senses. Cheng Chumo wanted to stop him. Although these Japanese deserved to die, they were the envoys after all. The rich kids could beat them up or even break their arms and legs, but killing them would cause trouble. However, the moment Cheng Chumo spoke, Li Wangyu turned his head and glared at him, forcing him to swallow his words. At this moment, Li Wangyu's appearance was terrifying. Not only were his eyes bloodshot, His face was ferocious, and there were spots of blood all over his body. He was like a ferocious beast that chose people to devour. Actually, no one could see that Li Wangyu's body was trembling under his loose robe. He was just pretending to be calm. He had killed fish and chickens before, but this was the first time he had killed someone. When would a good youth of the later generations ever think about personally plunging a sharp knife into someone else's body and being drenched in blood by the blood that spurted out? A strong feeling of nausea kept provoking Li Wangyu. He didn't even dare to lower his head to look at the dying Japanese, fearing that he would vomit the next moment. Li Wangyu didn't dare to vomit, nor did he dare to show any signs of weakness. Otherwise, Perrin would be in danger. He could only bet that he could intimidate the Japanese and make him surrender and let go of Perrin. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the first person Li Wangyu saw when he opened his eyes was the little girl Perrin. After half a year of interacting with her, he had long regarded this girl as his own little sister. If something bad happened to her because of him, Li Wangyu was afraid that he would really go crazy. Right now, he only hated that he wasn't ruthless enough and didn't break all the Japanese's arms and legs. 3. Seeing that the Japanese was still unmoved, Li Wangyu slowly walked to the other Japanese whose legs were broken and couldn't get up. When the Japanese saw Li Wangyu stab his companion in the chest, he was scared out of his wits. Ignoring the heart-wrenching pain in his injured leg, he tried to crawl out of the prison. Li Wangyu leisurely walked to his side and stepped on his back. Then, without any hesitation, the bicento in his hand stabbed into the Japanese's back again. Another scream rang out in the sealed prison. This scream, coupled with the thick smell of blood, caused the group of rich kids to turn pale. Although Chung Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others were born in a military family, they had never been on a battlefield and had never seen someone kill someone at such a close distance. As for Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, Du He, and Du Go, the sons of civil officials, they were in an even worse state. Du He directly covered her mouth with her hand, turned around, and ran back into the prison cell. She hugged the bucket and started vomiting. Li Wangyu slowly pulled out the bicento. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times, revealing an extremely ugly expression. He looked at the Japanese holding Perrin hostage and said, "Let go of that woman. I'll leave your corpse intact." Chapter 528. Li Wangyu had completely thrown caution to the wind. After killing 2 Japanese in a row, the smell of blood on his body was so strong that no one could look straight at him. The Japanese, whose head was still bleeding, finally felt a chill run down his spine. The Japanese warriors were ruthless enough, but when facing this young man from Great Tang who had effortlessly stabbed 2 of their comrades to death with his blade, he was truly a little afraid. You don't come over. If you come over, I'll stab this woman to death." Li Wangyu gave him a terrifying smile. "Okay, then kill me, but later I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. I don't know how long you've been in the Tang dynasty, but have you ever heard of a punishment?" Li Wangyu gestured with his hand. "I'll bury you in the ground, only exposing your head. Then I'll use a knife to cut a wound on your scalp, and slowly pour mercury into the wound. You'll start to feel extremely itchy, more and more uncomfortable, struggle with all your strength." Bang! Li Wangyu suddenly made an exaggerated gesture, scaring the Japanese so much that he almost dropped the knife in his hand. "Guess what the result will be? You'll jump out of the ground naked. Hee, but there'll be no skin on your body, only bright red flesh. Have you ever seen a sheep being skinned? It's like that, but you won't die immediately, you'll still be alive and kicking, and you'll be able to enjoy the sight of your own skin being skinned." Li Wangyu's voice became more and more sinister as he spoke, giving everyone goosebumps. Even Niu Wu and the group of veteran ruffians shuddered and had goosebumps all over their bodies when they thought of the scene Li Wangyu was describing. They knew that Li Wangyu was scaring the Japanese, but they also felt that the torture he described was too frightening and disgusting. In China, there's another kind of torture called human swine. This is even more interesting. You'll definitely like it. Li Wangyu continued, "I will chop off your limbs, dig out your eyes, inject copper into your ears, make you deaf, pour poison down your throat, cut out your tongue, and then stuff you into a jar. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll get people to take care of you. I'll let you live well and repent for your mistakes in hell." After he said that, he heard a clang. The knife in the Japanese's hand fell to the ground. Then his hand went limp and he let go of Perrin. Perrin, who had been strong and silent before, could no longer hold it in. She burst into tears and threw herself into Li Wangyu's arms. Lang Jun, I'm scared. Li Wangyu hugged Perrin tightly and stroked her hair. Perrin, it's okay now. With your Lang Jun here, no one can hurt you. I won't let go of anyone who dares to hurt you. After he said that, he patted Perrin's back gently and asked Niu Wu to take good care of Perrin. Then, he walked slowly to the Japanese with the blood-dripping katana. The Japanese was already terrified when Li Wangyu mercilessly killed 2 of his companions. After being frightened by Li Wangyu's extremely terrifying words, he let go of Perrin in a daze. Just like what was written in the book, Chrysanthemum and Katana, the Japanese, who had been fierce just now, bowed to Li Wangyu and showed a flattering smile. Obeying the strong was the habit of their people. In the future, the Japanese were beaten up by the Americans. They even dropped 2 nuclear bombs and killed countless people. However, they immediately submitted and behaved very obediently in the following decades. Your Excellency, it was a misunderstanding just now. We are all envoys from Japan. We represent Japan to the Tang dynasty to present a letter of credence. Please forgive my rude behavior just now. Seeing that the Japanese lowered his head and admitted his mistake, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. 2 Japanese envoys had died in a row. This matter was already big enough. If this Japanese did not admit defeat, Li Wangyu would probably continue to kill. No one doubted this point. At this moment, Wei Zhang, who had received the report from the jailer, led a group of officials from the censorate to the prison. Seeing the blood on the ground and the bodies of the 2 Japanese envoys lying on the ground, even Wei Zhang was shocked. No one had expected things to turn out like this. Just as Wei Zhang was about to speak, Li Wangyu suddenly raised the katana in his hand and directly stabbed it into the back of the Japanese who was still bowing. This stab was quite ruthless. It directly pierced his heart from the back. Blood spurted out again. The Japanese did not expect Li Wangyu to attack him at this time. With a miserable cry, he died and his body fell heavily to the ground. Count who? What are you doing? You're crazy. Seeing that Li Wangyu dared to kill people in front of him, Wei Zhang was so angry that he almost fainted. Li Wangyu finally regained his composure. He forced an ugly smile at Wei Zhang and said, Eunuch Wei, this person kidnapped my family's Xiaonyang. I said that I would leave him with an intact corpse. One cannot go back on one's word. You! Wei Zhang was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. He roared at the jailer and the jailer, lock him up. Without my orders, don't let him out. Humph! Count who? You have to take responsibility for this. Wait for the saint's anger. Li Wangyu did not resist. He obediently walked back to his cell and allowed the jailer to lock the cell door with iron chains. Excuse me, can you bring me some water later? This blood is sticky and really uncomfortable, Li Wangyu whispered to the jailer. The jailer squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and nodded silently. Perrin was so frightened that she was crying loudly. She threw herself against the cell door and refused to let go. Niu Wu, you guys send Perrin back. There's no need for you guys here, Li Wangyu ordered. Niu Wu nodded silently. Right now, it was indeed not suitable for them to continue staying in this prison. Not only Niu Wu and the others, but even the group of wastrels were all chased out by the furious Wei Zhang. He also ordered the Imperial Censorate to treat the Japanese and remove the 3 corpses to wash the bloodstains. Right now, this matter was no longer something that Wei Zhang could handle. He could only report the truth to Pai Lupi and ask him to make a decision. After hearing Wei Zhang's report, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be stunned. Duke Wei, are you joking? That brat Zio suddenly killed 3 Japanese envoys in the prison? How could he have such guts? Yes, Your Majesty. There was a reason for this matter. Previously, when the Japanese envoys humiliated the prison guards, Count who was indignant. Together with my son, Chung Chumo, Fong Jun, and the others, he beat up the Japanese envoys. Originally, the matter was over, but who would have thought that one of the Japanese envoys would use a knife to hold the Lai Hot hostage? This caused Count who to fly into a rage and kill the envoys. Although Wei Zhang was angry, he still explained the facts clearly, causing Pai Lupi to frown. This group of Japanese truly deserved to die. They even dared to hold a woman hostage in the prison. Humph, I feel that Zio did well. This group of barbarians who don't know etiquette should all die. Duke Wei, have you heard of Zio's Ode to Chivalry? Killing one in 10 steps. Humph. This brat really wasn't just talking about it. Between the Japanese and Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi chose to side with him without hesitation. Moreover, this matter was clearly instigated by the Japanese. From Pai Lupi's point of view, Li Wangyu's actions weren't wrong at all. Wei Zheng's expression was bitter. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. Chapter 529. In the prison of the censorate, Li Wangyu washed off the bloodstains on his body after the jailer brought him clean water. He then lay on the bed with his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling of the prison with his eyes wide open. Even now, Li Wangyu still hadn't calmed down. His fingers were still trembling and his eyes were bloodshot. He really didn't expect that he would kill people today, and 3 people at that. Even though they were only Japanese, Li Wangyu still didn't feel good. He closed his eyes and wanted to sleep, but the scene of blood splattering everywhere kept replaying in his mind, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Li Wangyu heard footsteps in the silent prison and stopped at the door of his cell. Li Wangyu opened his eyes and looked up. He saw Pai Lupi glaring at him angrily. He quickly got off the bed and bowed to Pai Lupi. Nephew greets uncle. Humph, Zio, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you would actually dare to raise your knife and kill people. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. Uncle, it's not that nephew is arrogant, it's just that the situation forced me to do so. If I didn't do it, that Japanese probably would have already stabbed the knife into my parents' body. I won't hide it from uncle, but nephew's hands are still trembling. This is also nephew's first time killing someone. Hearing him say that, Pai Lupi's expression eased up quite a bit. He signaled the jailer who didn't even dare to breathe loudly to open the cell door and walked in. You really know how to enjoy life. This cell is even more comfortable than my bedroom. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu in annoyance. Li Wangyu could only smile awkwardly and didn't explain further. What could he say? He shouldn't have been sent to this prison in the first place. He was sent to prison because he was wrongly accused. This was clearly Pai Lupi's responsibility. What's wrong with living comfortably? He's not a real criminal. Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down at the table and gestured to Li Wangyu to pour him some wine. Li Wangyu hurriedly changed the wineglass and poured Pai Lupi some good wine. As for the leftover dishes from the debauches, they naturally couldn't be used to entertain Pai Lupi. Fortunately, his beautiful boss was attentive. She even asked Perrin to send him a lot of jerky and peanuts to go with the wine. Li Wangyu asked the jailer and the head jailer to clean up the leftovers in the cell. Then, he took out the boiled spiced peanuts, fried peanuts, beef jerky, and other food. Most people think that peanuts originated from Peru and Brazil in South America. But in fact, peanuts have existed in China since ancient times. They are known as longevity fruits, falling peanuts, or ground beans. However, the Tang people naturally didn't know how to eat spiced peanuts or fried peanuts. Pai Lupi curiously took one and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. Zio, I really have to hand it to you for that mouth of yours. When it comes to cooking, you're number 1 in the entire Tang dynasty. I've never seen anyone who can compare with your family. Hee, if uncle likes it, eat more. This is perfect to go with wine. Pai Lupi ate a few peanuts and drank a mouthful of good wine. He was in a much better mood. He waved his hand to signal the guards and jailers to leave. Then, he put down the wine glass and spoke to Li Wangyu seriously. Zio, you almost messed up my big plan this time. I killed the Japanese. I can't refute that. I'll naturally be at uncle's disposal. Humph, it's just a few Japanese. What's wrong with killing them? Moreover, those Japanese also deserve to die. They actually kidnapped your wife. Death isn't worth regretting. But you shouldn't have killed them now. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu didn't understand. Uncle, what do you mean? These Japanese are here to submit a letter of credence to me. They hope that I will allow them to send envoys to pay tribute and learn the culture of the Tang dynasty. They're called envoys. This matter concerns the dignity of the Tang dynasty. Since the Japanese are willing to submit, I will naturally allow them to come to the Tang dynasty to learn. However, many people in the imperial court are criticizing this. Zio, aren't you making things difficult for me by killing 3 Japanese envoys? Humph, I'm afraid that Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, Cui Xian, and the others are overjoyed. Pai Lupi was very happy to be able to make the Japanese submit to him. As for the Japanese wanting to send a large number of envoys to learn from the Tang dynasty, he naturally wouldn't object. One must know that during the Sui dynasty, the Japanese sent envoys to meet Emperor Yang of Sui. In the letter of credence it was written, "The Son of Heaven is everywhere. The Son of Heaven is everywhere." The Emperor of Heaven called himself the Son of Heaven, and called Emperor Yang of Sui, "The Son of Heaven is everywhere." This naturally made Emperor Yang of Sui furious. And now, under Pai Lupi's wise and mighty leadership of the Tang dynasty, those barbarians from before had all bowed their heads and submitted to him. How could Pai Lupi not be happy? In fact, there were many officials in the imperial court who supported the Japanese sending envoys to the Tang dynasty. Whether it was Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, or even Wei Zheng, they all supported it. After all, from their point of view, to be able to attract a large number of students from the surrounding vassal states showed the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. It also showed that the Tang dynasties might shook the world. Actually, it wasn't just the Tang dynasty that was like this. Even in the future, in order to attract students, didn't a certain Chinese university come up with a student companion system that countless netizens ridiculed? And now, in the imperial court, the ones who opposed the matter of sending envoys were Li Wangyou's enemies, the aristocratic families. This was actually very easy to understand. The aristocratic families didn't want Pai Lupi to be in the limelight. They also didn't want Pai Lupi to show off his political and military skills and continue to consolidate Pai Lupi's imperial power. The aristocratic families found all sorts of excuses to go against Pai Lupi in the imperial court. They wanted to stop this matter. Now that Li Wangyou was angry and killed 3 Japanese envoys for a woman, this matter would probably be spread by the aristocratic families. For example, the Japanese were rude and unreasonable and couldn't be taught. They said that those who weren't of their race must have a different heart. They used this to stop the matter of sending envoys. It was precisely because of this that Wei Zheng was so worried. After understanding the whole story, Li Wangyou couldn't help but be speechless. What the F***ck was this? In Li Wangyou's heart, he couldn't wait for the matter of sending envoys to come to an end. Li Er and the rest didn't know, but Li Wangyou knew very well that the Japanese, who were looking at each other across the sea, had wild ambitions. During the Tang dynasty, the Japanese sent a total of 17 envoys to the Tang dynasty. There were at least 100 people, and at most 500 to 600 people. Other than the officials, the Japanese also included doctors, painters, musicians, shipbuilders, carpenters, blacksmiths, jade workers, and other craftsmen. It could be said that the envoys sent by the Japanese were from all walks of life. They studied the Tang dynasty in all aspects. After the Tang envoys returned, they also brought back the art, technology, culture, medicine, and other knowledge of the Tang dynasty to Japan. More importantly, the envy of Huaxia's culture also ignited the ambition of the Japanese to expand their territory. After the Japanese absorbed the essence of the Tang dynasty's culture, even though the Song dynasty became more prosperous, there were no more envoys. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Japanese were fully fledged. They even started to think about invading Huaxia. Therefore, Li Wangyou didn't think that sending envoys was a good idea. He also didn't think that there was any glory in it. Of course, what made his balls hurt even more was that the people who stood on the same side as him were his previous enemies, the aristocratic families. Chapter 530. Li Wangyou felt really embarrassed. If he made a mistake, he might end up like Zhu Beiji looking at himself in the mirror. Li Wangyou was really unwilling to go against his conscience and support Pai Lupi, allowing a large number of Dongying envoys to come to the Tang dynasty and unscrupulously learn the precious knowledge accumulated by their ancestors. If he stood together with the aristocratic families and openly opposed the Tang envoys, Pai Lupi might really throw him into jail in a fit of rage. Li Wangyou pondered for a while before slowly saying, "Uncle, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but I'm afraid the Neon envoys have some ulterior motives. I have some understanding of the Neon people. These dwarfs are all alone overseas. I'm worried that they will become a big problem in the future after learning all the good things of the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi naturally didn't believe his words. He just thought that the Neon people had kidnapped his wife today. After the conflict, he naturally wouldn't say anything good about them. Right now, the main enemy of the Tang dynasty was the Turks in the north. As for the Neon people, Even the aristocratic families who opposed the Tang envoys the most didn't feel that they were a threat to the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu thought for a long time but couldn't find any excuse to persuade Pai Lupi. This made him very distressed. Uncle, in short, it's better to be careful. We can't cultivate another problem for the Tang dynasty. I think that the Tang envoys sent to the Tang dynasty can learn the classics of the ancient sages and the doctrines of Taoism and Buddhism. They can even enter the court to observe politics. However, the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty can't be taught to them. It should be strictly kept secret. Pai Lupi didn't comment. Oh, why is that? Li Wangyu's eyes spun for a long time before he came up with a reason that wasn't really a reason. Uncle, Neon, Beach, and Scylla face each other across the sea. It's not far from Goguryeo. Goguryeo was built by the Wei dynasty in Korea. According to the Book of the Later Han, it said that Goguryeo is of the same race as the Neon people and their language is similar. Uncle, you have to be on your guard. If the One Nation learned how to build warships, sabers, and even military systems from our Tang dynasty and secretly imparted them to Goguryeo, wouldn't they be aiding the enemy? When Neon is alone overseas and has no enemies at all, why do we need to learn this? He bowed deeply to Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, the 3 expeditions of the Sui dynasty to Goguryeo failed. The corpses of hundreds of thousands of Chinese men were used by the Goguryans as a capital. How humiliating is that? If our Tang dynasty's military armaments manufacturing is learned by Goguryeo, it will be a disaster for our Tang dynasty. I don't know when we will be able to conquer Goguryeo and bring back the corpses of our Chinese heroes. Uncle, please reconsider. As the saying goes, if a ruler does not keep secrets, he will lose his country. If a minister does not keep secrets, he will lose his body. If a few things are not kept secret, it will be harmful. How can the craftsmen of our Tang dynasty be taught to these barbarian countries? Li Wangyu's words did not make any sense. He was just changing the concept and forcefully pulling Wen Neon and Goguryeo into a relationship. However, Goguryeo was also a thorn in Pai Lupi's heart. This was especially so for the capital built with the corpses of the former Sui dynasty soldiers. After the Tang dynasty was established, it worked hard to repair its relationship with Goguryeo, Beach, and Scylla. In the 5th year of Wuda, the 2 sides exchanged prisoners of war. In the 7th year of Wuda, Goguryeo's Prince Ronglio accepted the title of Tang dynasty. Li Yuan gave Prince Ronglio the titles of Prince Liaodong and Prince Goguryeo. Prince Wu of Beach was given the title of Prince Jiafeng, and Prince Zhenping of Silla was given the title of Prince Lelong. But regardless of whether it was Li Yuan or Li Er, when they asked Goguryeo to retrieve the remains of the fallen officers and soldiers of the Sui dynasty, they were both rejected. In order to guard against the Tang dynasty, Goguryeo even started to build the Great Wall of Goguryeo along the borders of the Tang dynasty. This naturally infuriated Pai Lupi, but he had no choice but to endure it. After all, the Tang dynasty needed to rest and recuperate, and its greatest enemy was the Turks in the north. However, Goguryeo was still a thorn in Pai Lupi's side. Li Wangyu's use of Goguryeo to persuade Pai Lupi made Pai Lupi hesitate. I will consider this matter. Pai Lupi stood up and said, You killed 3 Japanese envoys. You will be punished with 30 caddies of copper. Don't be so rash in the future. After saying that, Pai Lupi turned around and left, leaving Li Wangyu in a daze in the prison cell. That's it? 30 caddies of copper? It's that simple? So in Pai Lupi's eyes, the life of a Japanese envoy was only worth 10 caddies of copper? Damn it, he was forced to live in the prison of the censorate just because he wanted to use the nuns' toilet. But he was only punished with 30 caddies of copper for killing 3 Japanese envoys. That's it? Li Wangyu stared at the ceiling speechlessly for a long time. In the end, he simply lay back on the bed and fell asleep. The psychological pressure from killing someone was completely washed away by Pai Lupi's sentence of 30 caddies of copper. Sure enough, the next day, Wei Zheng's order of confinement was lifted. Not only was Li Wangyu's prison cell not locked, but he could also stroll into the prison's courtyard to bask in the sun at any time. The rich playboys and people from the Lai Hot could also enter the prison to visit him at any time. Zio, you don't know, but the news of you killing 3 Japanese envoys yesterday has spread throughout Chang'an. Fang Yai grabbed a steamed bun from Perrin and ate it while telling Li Wangyu about the gossip. Lai Hot steamed buns were the rich playboys' favorite, especially the steamed bun with fresh meat and chicken sauce. They could never get tired of eating it. Li Wangyu looked at the guy who ate without washing his hands in disgust and quietly avoided the steamed bun that he had just touched. I'm afraid the news was spread by those aristocratic families, right? Hee, most likely it was them. I'm dying of laughter. A few days ago, those aristocratic families were desperately promoting how absurd and unruly you were, and that building a nun's toilet was an attempt to reverse ethics. But in just one night, everything changed. Everyone in Chang and is talking about how you confronted those despicable and shameless Japanese and how you mercilessly killed them. In addition to degrading those Japanese envoys to be worthless and rude, they are also promoting how brave you, the county count of Hu County, are. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. The rich playboys naturally knew about the dispute between the aristocratic families and Li Wangyu. Seeing that the aristocratic families were pinching their noses and promoting Li Wangyu's bravery and fearlessness in Chang'an, they almost laughed their teeth out. In fact, how could Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, Cui Xin, and the others not feel uncomfortable? They felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a dead fly. But the aristocratic families were quite thick-skinned. Compared with suppressing Li Wangyu, making Pai Lupi feel uncomfortable was more important for them. The aristocratic families had the same attitude as Pai Lupi. They didn't care about the Japanese at all. But they didn't want to see the Japanese send a large number of envoys to the Tang Empire to raise Pai Lupi's imperial prestige. The aristocratic families had to choose the lesser of two evils. Naturally, they could only choose this. Li Wangyu didn't care about this. Sending envoys to the Tang Empire was something that Pai Lupi would fight with the aristocratic families. It wasn't his place to worry about it. What's more, Pai Lupi had Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji by his side to give advice. It wasn't something that a political newbie like him could participate in. In comparison, Li Wangyu was more worried about him wanting to build a toilet. Perrin, why didn't Chongqing come? Li Wangyu took a bite of the delicious bun and turned to ask Perrin. After a night of rest, Perrin was now lively again. She made a face at Li Wangyu and said, Sister Chongqing was worried about you all night, but she said that the sage wouldn't make things difficult for you because of the Japanese. She said that she wanted to take revenge for you. When the shop opened this morning, Sister Chongqing went out. I don't know where she went. Li Wangyu heard this and was a little stunned. Take revenge for me? What does my beautiful boss want to do? Chapter 531. Li Wangyu was deeply worried about his beautiful boss wanting to take revenge for him. He wasn't worried about his beautiful boss, but he was afraid that his beautiful boss would make things too big and it would be difficult to clean up. Although his beautiful boss was only in charge of the carriage business and underwear business in the Tang dynasty, she was not an ordinary person. In the future, his beautiful boss was able to become Li Wangyu's boss at the age of 24. She didn't rely on a degree from the University of Pennsylvania, but on her own ability. Although after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, because of her gender and her lack of familiarity with the Tang dynasty, the beautiful boss kept a low profile. However, Li Wangyu was sure that if his beautiful boss really wanted to stir up trouble, she would definitely cause a lot of trouble. However, Li Wangyu was looking forward to it. As a strong woman in the future, it would be quite interesting to fight with the natives of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu couldn't help but think of the other strong woman of the Tang dynasty, Wu Meinyang, Wu Zetian. He wondered what it would be like if his beautiful boss and the famous empress met. However, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh when he thought about it again. Wu Meinyang was born in the 7th year of Wu Da and was only 4 years old now. No matter how monstrous she was, she could only be trained by her beautiful boss. Recalling the history of the Tang dynasty in his mind, it seemed that Wu Zetian and her family were still living in Jingzhou. Wu Meinyang would only move back to Chang'an with her mother in the 9th year of Zhengguan when her father, Wu Shiqin, passed away. That year, Wu Meinyang should be 12 years old. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and wondered if he should do something at that time. If he could be the teacher of Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the future Li Ji, then be the empress's teacher, it would be a very interesting thing. However, it was still too early to talk about this. As for what his beautiful boss wanted to do, Li Wangyu couldn't stop her. In short, his beautiful boss shouldn't be at a disadvantage. After understanding this, he decided not to care about it anymore. He focused on the meat bun in his hand and ate his breakfast in peace. Just like that, Li Wangyu stayed in the prison of the censorate. Every day, he would play mahjong and fight the landlord with the other rich kids. He also had 3 meals a day delivered by Perrin. His life was very comfortable. Other than not being able to leave the prison of the censorate, everything else was no different from being in his own residence. Moreover, in the eyes of the prison head and the prison guards, Li Wangyu, the county count of Hu County, had taught the Neon people a lesson for them. Therefore they were very grateful. In addition, everyone was afraid of Li Wangyu. That day, Li Wangyu killed 3 Neon people without saying a word, which shocked the jailer greatly. And Li Wangyu was also very generous, throwing out a lot of copper coins. This group of prison heads and jailers wished they could worship Li Wangyu as if he was their ancestor. 2 on 2. Feng Yai threw out his cards and asked Wei Shuyu, "Shuyu, did your master say how long it will take for Zio to get out?" "It's been a few days. It's really boring to play mahjong in this prison every day." 4 on 3 bomb. Wei Shuyu threw down the bomb proudly. "My master doesn't have the final say in this matter. The saint has to say it. I think it will be soon. Hasn't the old man Tuoba's coffin been stopped for 5 days? In 2 days, it will be time to bury him. I think after he is buried, Zio should be able to get out." Li Wangyu looked helpless. "I can't afford it." Pass. This old man Tuoba really had nothing better to do. He killed himself for no reason, and now he's blaming me. How can you reason with him? Pass. Shuyu, do you know how to play mahjong? Zio is the landlord. Why did you bomb me? If you ask me, this old man Tuoba is very powerful. He can hang himself to death. He is very capable. When Li Wangyu heard his words, he stopped playing mahjong. "Brother Yai, what do you mean?" "Hee, I heard it from others. It is said that old man Tuoba has been ill since the beginning of spring. After he was sent to Hu County by the saint, his illness worsened. Think about it, this old man Tuoba was so sick that he was about to die. It would be normal for someone of his age to take poison or slit his wrist to commit suicide. However, old man Tuoba actually climbed up to the roof and hung himself to death. TSK. Impressive. Does this count as vigorous despite his age?" Feng Yai was originally making fun of Tuoba Vangyang. However, after he finished speaking, the 2 brothers, Du He and Du Go, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but slap him on the back of his head. F***CK. Why did the 2 of you hit me? Feng Yai was stunned by the beating and immediately became furious. Du He and Du Go were so angry that they used their hands to hit Feng Yai's head. "Are you stupid? Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Do you have a pig's brain? You didn't ask. Why should I tell you?" Feng Yai didn't react. Li Wangyu was speechless. Was this pig's brain really only filled with muscles? He even suspected that Feng Xianling was cuckolded when she gave birth to his son. Or did the midwife drop his head on the ground when she gave birth? No wonder Feng Yai in history would follow that woman Gao Yang to rebel. He was really stupid. "Brother Yai, since you have already guessed that old man Tuoba was seriously ill, how could he have the ability to commit suicide by hanging himself from the roof? Have you never doubted it?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "Doubted what?" Feng Yai didn't understand. Then, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the crowd in disbelief. "Do you mean that old man Tuoba didn't have the ability to commit suicide by hanging himself from the roof? However, that group of old men lied and said that he committed suicide by hanging himself?" Wei Shuyu came over and said coldly, "It is even possible that old man Tuoba was strangled to death by others." This is impossible, right? That's a 5th grade scholar of national studies. Who would be so bold? Who would dare to murder an official of the imperial court? Feng Yai muttered. "Humph, that might not be the case. Just look at how many people have benefited from old man Tuoba's death. That group of old men who were chased away by the sage to Hu County are now back. This group of people might be willing to do such a thing for their own positions. Zio was even wronged and was sent to prison because of this. Do you think it is possible?" Wei Shuyu said coldly. Feng Yai was speechless. He wasn't really stupid. He just didn't think in that direction before. "But this is just our suspicion. What use can it be? Can we go to old man Tuoba's residence and open his coffin for an autopsy? Old man Tuoba even left a bloodletter. This matter is already set in stone. What else can we do?" Feng Yai muttered. Li Wangyu thought for a long time. His eyes lit up. He reached out and waved at the rich kids. A few of them gathered together and whispered. Chapter 532. Every time the drum of Chang'an was beaten, the huge city would slowly fall into a deep sleep and become extremely silent. At 9 o'clock in the modern world, other than Ping Kong Square and Chongren Square, the other places in Chang'an had already fallen into silence. The censorate was already empty. Other than the night watchman, there was no other movement. As for the prison of the censorate, there were only a few dim lanterns swaying in the night wind, giving off a dim light. The tightly shut door of the prison opened with a creak. The sound was not loud, but it traveled far in the night sky. It seemed to be frightened by the opening of the door. After a long time, whispers could be heard from the dark prison. County Count Who, you must come back before 5 o'clock. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive. If others find out that you're released, you'll be dead. This was the voice of the prison head. Don't worry, it won't take too long. I guarantee that I'll be back before 5 o'clock. Just remember to open the door for me. Li Wangyou's voice came. Yes, yes. County Count Who, come this way. The prison can only send you to the vicinity of Jingfeng Gate. Can you really leave the Imperial City? The gates of the Imperial City will not be opened unless there are special circumstances. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about this. The two figures carefully avoided the light of the lanterns and sneaked out along the corner of the censorate. Carefully avoiding the patrolling soldiers, they arrived near Jingfeng Gate and Li Wangyou sent the prison head away. At this time, in a dark alley near Jingfeng Gate, there was already a carriage waiting there. The wind lantern hanging on the carriage had the word, Wei, written on it. This was not the carriage of Wei Zheng's residence, but that of Duke Wei Feng Xianling. Wei referred to his title. Li Wangyou hid in the darkness and picked up a small stone to throw on the carriage, making a soft sound. A few heads immediately popped out of the carriage. They were Feng Yai, Wei Shuyu, and Du He. Damn. Zio. Do you dare to dawdle a little more? By now, Feng Yai and the others had all learned Li Wangyou's catchphrase. Li Wangyou hurriedly got into the carriage. Bullshit. Do I have to wait until now to sneak out? Let's go, let's go. I have to be back before 3 in the morning. Otherwise, the jailer will be in trouble. I know. We still have plenty of time. What are you afraid of? You won't be discovered if you use your family's carriage, right? Li Wangyou asked. Feng Yai smiled proudly and said, Don't worry, my father is in charge of guarding the Imperial City today, he won't use a carriage. Moreover, I added sealwort to his tea. My father has already fallen asleep in the office. He won't wake up until dawn. In order to prevent sudden events, the big shots of the Palace Secretariat, Shangshu, and Menxia provinces would take turns to stay on duty in the Imperial City in case there were emergency matters that needed to be dealt with at night. After Feng Yai finished speaking, he personally ran to drive the carriage. Tonight, in order to keep it a secret, he didn't bring the carriage driver with him. The carriage slowly moved and soon arrived in front of the Jingfeng Gate. The colonel guarding the gate naturally recognized Feng Xuanling's carriage and hurriedly came forward to greet him. Greetings, Lord Feng. Are you out of the city for something? Shoo, lower your voice. My lord has finally fallen asleep. Don't wake him up. Today is the 7th day of Duke Tuoba's death. My lord is busy with work during the day and can only take time to pay his respects. Quickly open the door. Don't waste time. I have to come back later. Feng Yai lowered his voice and pretended to speak to the colonel. His words naturally didn't arouse any suspicion. The colonel bowed to the carriage and asked the soldiers to open the side door. Although the Imperial City and the gate couldn't be opened at night, it was obvious that people at Feng Xuanling's level were not included. Sometimes, when he dealt with work late, he would often leave the Imperial City and return home in the middle of the night. As for the Golden Guards patrolling the streets of Chang'an City, they wouldn't check the carriage of the Duke Wei mansion. Wouldn't that be looking for trouble? Feng Yai smoothly drove the carriage out of the Imperial City and toward the Taoist Square in the east of the city. Tuoba Zhengyang's mansion was in the Taoist Square. Tuoba Zhengyang was a 5th-rank scholar, and naturally didn't have the right to open the main gate of his mansion on the street. Feng Yai followed the same pattern and asked the gate of the Taoist Square to open. He smoothly stopped the carriage near the Tuoba mansion. Seeing the carriage arrive, several people walked out from the nearby dark corners. Naturally, it was Chung Chumo and the other foppish young masters. There was a good show to watch tonight. How could these foppish young masters miss the opportunity to watch a good show? Naturally, they all gathered here. Zio, we're here. What do we do next? Are you sure that all the officials in Tuoba Mansion are present today? Li Wangyu asked. Fong Eai nodded. Of course. Tomorrow morning, after the drum of dusk is sounded, the funeral will begin. Even if those fellows are just putting on a show, they still have to gather at Tuoba Mansion tonight to keep watch and send him off. That's good. Let's act according to our previous plan. You guys go in and pay respects to Tuoba Mansion. When the candles in the main hall are extinguished, you guys just have to act according to plan. The brothers Do He and Do Go looked at each other and were still a little confused. Zio, just like what you said, we can bring Tuoba Mansion back to life? This doesn't sound very reliable. You even know this kind of witchcraft? Hee, you don't have to worry about this. Anyway, it won't be wrong. Li Wangyu didn't explain and smiled mysteriously. Fong Yai, Wei Shuyu and the others looked at each other and could only shake their heads. They jumped off the carriage and tidied their clothes. After making sure that they had brought everything, the group of foppish young masters walked toward Tuoba Mansion. Because of the funeral, the main gate of Tuoba Mansion had been open day and night for the past few days so that the guests who came to pay respects could enter. Tuoba Zhangyang's morning hall was located in the central room of the mansion. In the morning hall, his filial son and grandson, dressed in white, were burning paper money. The dozen old officials who carried Tuoba Zhangyang's coffin back to Chang'an City were also in the main hall. They were chatting softly to pass the time. Other than these old officials, some of Tuoba Zhangyang's friends and students were also in the main hall. Even though it was already late at night, Tuoba Mansion was still very lively. Li Wangyu was hiding at the side. When he saw Fong Eai and the others enter Tuoba Mansion, he whistled softly. Two people walked out from an alley not far away. They were Niu Wu and Su Lu, a member of Tuoba Mansion's troupe. Both of them were dressed in black and carried a short bow on their backs. Niu Wu, Su Lu. Do you remember what I said before? When Fong Yai and the others are done paying respects, shoot stones with your bows and arrows to extinguish all the candles in the main hall. Is that okay? Niu Wu nodded. Don't worry, Lang Jun. It's a piece of cake. Su Lu didn't say anything. He just nodded. He and Niu Wu came to this political square before the drum was sounded and had been hiding until now. Be careful. Don't be discovered. After this, you don't have to worry about it. Go find a place to sleep. When the gate opens in the morning, go back to Kaihua Square. Got it. Niu Wu and Su Lu nodded. The two of them took a few steps back and ran up the wall of Tuoba Mansion. Then, they disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 533. Chung Chumo and the other prodigal sons came to pay their respects to Tuoba Vangyang in the middle of the night, which attracted the attention of everyone in the morning hall. Although Tuoba Zhangyang's family did not know why these prodigal sons came, they were guests from afar. Moreover, they were the sons of the first wife of the High Duke's public house, so they had no choice but to think too much about it. After greeting the family members of Tuoba Vangyang, the foppish lords lit incense for the old man one after another. After the ceremony was over, they stepped aside and comforted the family members of Tuoba Zhangyang perfunctorily. As they were talking, a few almost inaudible sounds of something breaking through the air were heard in the morning hall. Following that, the candles in the morning hall went out one after another. The originally brightly lit morning hall was immediately plunged into darkness. Only the fire in the brazier where the joss money was burned could still be seen. This sudden change caused an uproar among the people in the morning hall. Some called for the servants to bring in the candles, and some screamed in shock. The morning hall was in a mess. Without a doubt, it was Niu Wu and Su Lu who shot out stones with their short bows to extinguish the candles in the morning hall. No one noticed that the prodigal sons who were gathered together had scattered under the cover of the darkness when the candles went out. They even took out things from their sleeves and threw them in all directions. As the prodigal sons moved, Green Willow, the wisps suddenly appeared in the dark morning hall. They floated around the morning hall, making it look extremely eerie and terrifying. This strange scene shocked the panicking people in the morning hall into shutting their mouths. They were so frightened that they trembled and did not know what to do. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Someone was so frightened that he fell to the floor and shouted while pointing at the willow, the wisps in the air. In fact, not only were the prodigal sons in the morning hall frightened, But even the prodigal sons who followed Li Wangyou's plan were also frightened by this scene. Chung Chubi's back was covered in a layer of white sweat. He moved closer to his elder brother's ear and whispered, Big brother Zio, he can't really know witchcraft, right? Is he really going to summon Tuoba Zhengyang's soul back? Shut up. Chung Chumo glared at him. In fact, his palms were sweating. The wisps that appeared out of nowhere were beyond everyone's comprehension. Then, someone suddenly pointed at Tuoba Zhengyang's coffin, and he could not utter a complete sentence for a long time as if someone was grabbing his throat. Coffin, there's white fog. Everyone who had been scared out of their wits looked up. Under the illumination of the green will-o'-the-wisps, Tuoba Zhengyang's coffin was indeed emitting waves of white mist that drifted in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. There was even a fishy smell coming from the morning hall. It was obvious that someone was so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. Just as he was terrified, he heard a voice from Tuoba Zhengyang's coffin. I died a horrible death. The voice was old and seemed to be similar to Tuoba Zhengyang's voice, but it also sounded hollow and empty. When the voice came from the coffin, a few people in the morning hall rolled their eyes and fainted. The group of old officials who carried Tuoba Zhengyang's coffin were even worse. Among the dozen or so people, many of them had fainted from fright. Most of the others were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Tuoba Zhengyang's family members, on the other hand, were relatively calm. After all, he was their family. Even if he had turned into a ghost, they were not particularly afraid. Tuoba Zhengyang's son fell to his knees in front of the coffin and sobbed uncontrollably. Father, are you back? I'm so unfilial. Father, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Please tell me. Since the northern and southern dynasties, Huaxia had believed that the souls of the deceased would return home on the 7th day of their death. Although no one had seen it with their own eyes, it was the custom. Thus, Tuoba Zhengyang's family naturally thought that Tuoba Zhengyang's soul had returned to his home. The ethereal voice sounded again. Dalong, my son, I've died a terrible death. Someone killed me in Hu County. My son wants to avenge his father. Tuoba Zhengyang's son heard it clearly this time. The voice had indeed come from his father's coffin. Although the voice did not sound like his father's, he and his family members assumed that it was the voice of a person who had died. The words that came from the coffin made the group of old officials even more terrified. Lord Tuoba, a person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Let bygones be bygones. Lord Tuoba, don't spout nonsense. You hung yourself. It has nothing to do with us. The old officials were in a mess. Everyone in the morning hall was suspicious. Tuoba Zhengyang's son turned to look at them. He asked the coffin, Father, who killed you? I won't let him go. Dalong, the person who killed me is in this morning hall. The faintly discernible voice continued to be heard. When these words were spoken, the group of old officials became even more flustered. This has nothing to do with me. Lord Tuoba, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't get the wrong person. Lord Tuoba, it wasn't me who killed you. Lord Lu, this was all Lord Lu's idea. Nonsense. Lord Tuoba, I didn't grab your leg and stuff you into the white silk. Don't get the wrong person. Yes, it was you, you old thief. How dare you spout nonsense? It was clearly your idea. Tuoba Zhengyang's soul had returned, and he even claimed that he had died an unjust death in front of everyone. The murderer was right in the morning hall. Naturally, these old officials were scared out of their wits. In their panic, they blurted out everything they could think of. The old officials began to argue with each other in the morning hall. Their words, combined with what Tuoba Zhengyang's ghost had said earlier, made everyone realize what had happened. It turned out that the nonsense about hanging himself and using his death to prove his innocence was all fake. Tuoba Zhengyang had died an unnatural death, and the murderer was this bunch of pretentious old officials who had carried his coffin into Chang'an with righteous indignation. Tuoba Zhengyang's son roared angrily and pounced on Lord Lu. He sat on him and punched him. Old thief, how dare you kill my lord? I'll beat you to death today and have you pay for it with your life. The old official with the surname Lu did not have time to defend himself before he was knocked unconscious by the barrage of punches. Tuoba Zhengyang's friends and students were worried that they would not be able to explain themselves if they killed an official. They hurriedly pulled Tuoba Zhengyang's son away. Dalong, don't beat him to death. When the sun rises, carry your lord's coffin and bring these old thieves to Vermilion Bird Sect to complain. We must ask the saint to uphold justice for Princess Tuoba. That's right. Guards, keep an eye on these old thieves. Don't let any of them escape. When the gates open, take them to Vermilion Bird Sect. Bah! Bastards with a human face and a beast's heart. To think that I actually believed your nonsense. While the morning hall was in chaos, no one noticed that the popinjays had secretly taken something from beside the coffin and left Tuoba Zhengyang's residence. Chapter 534. Fong Eai drove the carriage and called for the gate to open again. Under the cover of the night, they quietly returned to the imperial city. This time, the carriage was unusually slow. There was no other reason, it was seriously overloaded. After witnessing the strange scene in the Tuoba residence, the foppish playboys all felt like their hearts were being scratched. The foppish playboys who were supposed to disperse now refused to leave. They all squeezed into the carriage, intending to follow them back to the prison. Tonight, if Li Wangyu didn't explain things clearly to them, they wouldn't be able to sleep. More than 10 people squeezed into the carriage that usually only had 2 or 3 people. Even Fong Yai was frightened, fearing that the axle of the carriage would break. Fortunately, it was the carriage of Fong Xianling, the head of the Minister of Secretaries, so it was quite sturdy. Although the wheels kept making squeaking sounds, at least the carriage smoothly entered the Jingfeng gate. After thanking the colonel guarding the gate, Fong Ai stopped the carriage in an alley near the censorate. The prison head had been waiting here anxiously. Seeing the carriage appear and Li Wangyu jump down from it, the jailer heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. One by one, the foppish sons jumped down from the carriage. From the seemingly small carriage, more than 10 foppish playboys jumped off one after another. The prison head was completely dumbfounded. He carefully looked at the carriage and felt that this carriage must be a divine object. It must be a divine object that the immortals used in the legends to create a mustard seed. Otherwise, how could it fit so many people? If Li Wangyu knew the prison head's thoughts, he would definitely snort. What was this? In the future, there were even more amazing things. There was once a traffic police officer who caught a van that was seriously overloaded. In a van that was supposed to carry 6 people, 35 people were stuffed into the Guinness Book of Records. That was magical. The crowd followed the prison head and quietly slipped into the prison like thieves. After the prison door was locked again, the crowd burst into unbridled laughter. Chung Chumo threw a gold ingot to the prison head. You did well today. This is your reward. Keep your mouth shut. Don't go out and talk nonsense. If I hear some rumors, be careful of your bones. Yes, yes. Young Duke, don't worry. I won't know anything after I leave. The jailer took the gold and smiled so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. Everybody returned to Li Wangyu's luxurious prison cell. They lit the candles, brought wine and food, and drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of wine, Fong Yai finally couldn't take it anymore. He put down his wine glass and asked, Zio, explain to your brothers what happened tonight. These words were naturally what all the silk pants wanted to know. They all looked at Li Wangyu, hoping for an explanation. In this regard, Li Wangyu chuckled. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to trick them. I didn't expect that group of old thieves to have such poor mental fortitude and confess without being pressed. After hearing Fong Yai's words 2 days ago, Li Wangyu took it to heart. He had Niu Wu go to Hu County and find Yang Quan, asking him to help investigate Tuoba Vangyang. Yang Quan naturally knew that Tuoba Vangyang had hanged himself. When the news spread that day, he was the one who led the Yamen runners to Tuoba Zhengyang's room and untied the old man from the white silk hanging from the ceiling. After hearing Niu Wu's words, Yang Quan couldn't help but have some doubts. He found the county magistrate, Fong Chun, and went to investigate again. When the group of old officials arrived in Hu County, they just happened to live in the Lai Hot. After Li Wangyu paid off the debt to the county Yamen, he didn't sell it and left it empty. After the group of old officials arrived in Hu County, Yang Quan arranged for them to live in the residence. He also arranged for a few servants to serve them and didn't bother with them anymore. Yang Quan and Fong Chun summoned the servants who served the old officials in the residence to the county Yamen's main hall and asked them about what happened that day. However, the servants didn't know anything. They only said that on the night Tuoba Zhangyang hanged himself, the old officials chased all of them to the front yard. As such, no one knew what happened. However, they confirmed that Tuoba Zhangyang was seriously ill a few days ago. The servants even invited the county's doctor to take a look at him. Yang Quan naturally ordered the yamen runners to summon the doctor for questioning. He learned that Tuoba Zhangyang was old and weak and had caught a cold. He also asked the doctor if Tuoba Zhangyang could get out of bed and if he had the ability to climb to higher places. In response, the doctor shook his head and said that Tuoba Zhangyang was bedridden and didn't have much time left. It was difficult for him to even walk on the ground, let alone climb to higher places. Yang Quan couldn't help but feel angry when he heard some of the servants' and doctors' testimonies. However, these testimonies weren't enough to refute the old official's claims. After all, they could say that Tuoba Zhangyang had a momentary recovery of consciousness before his death. It wasn't impossible for him to hang himself because he was indignant. After Niu Wu reported the results of Yang Quan's investigation to Li Wangyu, he naturally guessed the cause of the incident. He sighed in his heart. This group of old thieves was really ruthless. They didn't hesitate to kill their own colleagues for their own positions and even used it to smear their reputation. They were really shameless. However, Li Wangyu didn't have any evidence to accuse this group of old thieves. Therefore, he came up with the idea of pretending to be mysterious. He made use of the rumor that the souls of the dead returned on the 7th day of Tuoba Zhangyang's death to accuse him of being the murderer. However, he didn't expect the effect to be so good. After a series of operations, the group of old thieves was scared witless and revealed many flaws. Zio, tell me clearly. What was in those small porcelain bottles that you asked us to scatter in the morning hall? Did you create those terrifying will-o'-the-wisps? Cheng Chimo asked. Li Wangyu laughed. That's right, brothers. Those porcelain bottles contained phosphorus powder. When this powder was scattered, it would emit a green light in the dark. This is the so-called will-o'-the-wisps. Those who had some scientific knowledge in the later generations knew that the so-called the wisps were the spontaneous combustion of phosphine produced when human bodies or animal remains decomposed. In fact, the wisps were spontaneous combustion of phosphine. This had been known in Huaxia since ancient times. In the Jin dynasty's natural history, it was written, where a battle dies, its blood accumulates over the years and turns into phosphorus. When the phosphorus touches the ground and the plants are dew-like, it is slightly invisible. When pedestrians or people touch it, the human body will emit light. However, very few people knew about this. Most people still firmly believed that it was will-o'-the-wisps. As for the method Li Wangyu used to collect the phosphorus powder, it wasn't enough to mention. It was a really smelly process. In fact, it was very simple. It was to distill human urine. The white powder obtained in the end was sodium phosphate. In order to create this thing, Niu Wu, Niu Yong, and the others complained for a long time. It was really disgusting. Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu and the others to distill a few small bottles of phosphorus powder. He put them in small porcelain bottles and gave them to the debauches. After the candles in the morning hall were extinguished, they were to scatter the contents of the porcelain bottles. Naturally, the wisps were formed. To put it bluntly, it was not even worth mentioning. The debauches finally understood that what they scattered was actually extracted from human urine. Each and every one of them was extremely disgusting. F***CK. Zio, you're too disgusting. You actually let us scatter such a filthy thing in our hands. Deal with this bastard. Following Fang Yiai's shout, the debauches swarmed forward and ravaged Li Wangyu. Chapter 535. Under the threat of the silk pants, Li Wangyu had no choice but to confess everything. The smoke coming out of the coffin was naturally the result of dry ice meeting water. Making dry ice was introduced in the science textbook of the 4th grade. The reaction of vinegar and baking soda produced carbon dioxide. A bottle filled with carbon dioxide could be cooled in the refrigerator. There were no refrigerators in the Tang dynasty, but there were ice cubes made from saltpeter. Dry ice could also be obtained by cooling them. When dry ice met water, it would turn into gas and sublimate rapidly. The temperature of the surrounding air would drop, and the water vapor in the air would condense into countless water droplets, producing fog. This was actually very simple physical and chemical knowledge. As for the matter of Tuoba Zhangyang's resurrection, Li Wangyu refused to say anything. He only said that it was an ancestral technique that could not be taught to outsiders. The fops could only give up. The reason why Li Wangyu did not say anything was because he could not say anything. The method he used was the same as the one he used in front of the Taiji Palace. He used a phone and a Bluetooth speaker. Originally, because there was no electricity, the Bluetooth speaker had become useless. It had been hidden in the Tao ancestor statue and was consecrated by Li Er in the Taiji Palace. Later, Li Wangyu created a hand-cranked generator. Naturally, he did not want to leave the speaker in the Taiji Palace. He had already found an opportunity to secretly take the Bluetooth mini speaker from the statue in Taiji Palace. He brought it back to his residence and charged it. He used it often and listened to music with his beautiful boss in the room. In order to keep the secret, Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to make a small wooden box that could not be opened. He put the Bluetooth speaker in it and gave it to Cheng Chumo. He asked him to place it next to Tuoba Zhengyang's coffin during the chaos. On the other hand, he was outside the Tuoba residence, using his phone to create a good show. Of course, he could not tell these details to the fops. Not only could he not explain the phone and the Bluetooth speaker, but he also did not dare to let this matter spread. Otherwise, if Pai Lupi knew, he would skin him alive. The small wooden box containing the Bluetooth speaker was also secretly brought back by the rich kids and returned to Li Wangyu. Unbeknownst to anyone, the foppish lords cooperated with Li Wangyu and created a great show where Tuoba Vangyang came back to life. The Silk Pants drank and celebrated in the prison until dawn. The group of people were too lazy to return to their residences. They slept soundly in Li Wangyu's prison cell. At this time, the morning drum of Chang'an City had been beaten, and the gates of the city were opened. The city of Noda began to recover from the darkness. At Vermilion Bird Gate, the imperial army guarding the gate, as well as the officials preparing to attend court, couldn't help but widen their eyes. A few days ago, Tuoba Zhengyang's coffin was brought here, and it was already an eye-opener for everyone. Why was it happening again today? Because of Tuoba Zhengyang's death, Li Wangyu, the county count of Huxian, was ordered by the saint to take over the prison. Could it be that these people were still not satisfied? Why did they bring Tuoba Zhengyang's coffin to Vermilion Bird Gate? What surprised the imperial army and the officials even more was that the group of old officials who carried the coffin a few days ago looked as if they had lost their parents. Their clothes were disheveled, and their hair was messy. Some of the old officials even had nosebleeds and bruises on their faces. They were in a sorry state. "Everyone, may I ask where you are going?" The colonel guarding Vermilion Bird Gate didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly ordered the imperial army to stop the group of people. He didn't dare to let this group of people into the imperial city. "We are going to the censorate to complain." Tuoba Zhengyang's son was wearing mourning clothes. He knelt down while holding the coffin. "My lord was murdered by these old bastards. We are going to the censorate to report these old bastards. Colonel, please help us pass the message." Tuoba Zhengyang's son was also an official in the imperial court. Although his rank wasn't high, he was only a rank 8 East Market deputy. However, many of the officials outside Vermilion Bird Gate knew him. When they heard what he said, they were all shocked. An official who was familiar with him immediately asked, "Dalung, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't your lord commit suicide by hanging himself because that county count wanted to build a female toilet? He used his death to show his sincerity. How did it become Eunuch Lu and the others who murdered your lord? Dalung, why are you saying this?" Tuoba Zhengyang's son was waiting for someone to ask. He immediately stood up and pointed at the dozens of old officials. He raised his voice and said with righteous indignation, "I dare to tell everyone that last night was the 7th day of my lord's death." He came back to his senses and told everyone about this. Last night, there were dozens of people in the mansion who witnessed it. Moreover, these old bastards blamed each other in panic and admitted that they murdered my lord. His words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding officials. The group of people who had witnessed this in Tuoba's palace last night also spoke out to testify. The group of old officials lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They didn't defend themselves at all. It was obvious that they agreed with Tuoba Zhengyang's son's accusation. This caused the officials to discuss even more. What? Tuoba Vangyang came back to his senses? Last night was the 7th day of Tuoba Zhengyang's death. That's when he came back to his senses. So Tuoba Vangyang was killed by someone. No wonder he came back to his senses and pointed out the culprit. Eunuch Lu and the others killed Tuoba Zhengyang? How dare they? Isn't that county count very wrongly accused? He's still locked up in the prison by the saint. Isn't that right? Eunuch Lu and the others said that Tuoba Zhangyang used his death to show his sincerity and forced the saint to issue an edict to throw him into the prison. Now there's a show to watch. Just wait and see. The saint will definitely be furious because of this. Bah, these old bastards dare to distort the truth like this. They're not human. When the Vermilion Bird Sex Colonel saw this, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly ordered someone to report to the censorate. When Wei Zheng heard this, he was also shocked. This kind of thing was unheard of even in the Sui dynasty, let alone the dynasty that had been established for more than 10 years. It was already shocking that more than 10 old officials murdered their colleagues. Now, there was even a dead person who came back to his senses and pointed out the culprit. Wei Zheng really couldn't believe what he had heard. Wei Zheng hurriedly brought a group of censors from the censorate and officials to Vermilion Bird Sect. He asked Tuoba Zhengyang's son, Tuoba Exin, you said that your lord's soul came back last night. Is this true? Eunuch Wei, this is absolutely true. Dozens of people saw it last night. Right, Eunuch Wei, your eldest son also came to pay respects to my late father. He also saw it with his own eyes. If Eunuch Wei doesn't believe me, you can call your eldest son over and ask him. When Wei Zheng heard that his son, Wei Shuyu, was also present, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think that his son would be so kind as to pay respects to Tuoba Zhangyang. After all, Wei Shuyu and Li Wangyu were very close and were like brothers. In recent days, Wei Shuyu and a group of foppish sons had been staying in the prison with Li Wangyu. Why would this kid go to pay respects to Tuoba Zhangyang for no reason and cause Li Wangyu to go to prison? Wei Zheng subconsciously felt that this matter was fishy. However, when he looked at those silent and panicked old officials, he knew that the accusation made by Tuoba Zhangyang's son was most likely true. Tuoba Zhangyang's death was likely caused by those old officials. Men, take these people to the prison. Investigate carefully and find out the truth behind Duke Tuoba's death. Wei Zheng called out. Immediately, people from the censorate came forward and took the old officials to the prison. Chapter 536. The citizens of Chang and all felt that there was too much news worth gossiping about recently. It was too much for their eyes to take in. Just a moment ago, they were still talking about how County Earl who wanted to build a female toilet and forced an old official to commit suicide. The next moment, the topic changed to how County Earl who fought against the despicable Neon people and killed 3 Neon envoys to save his wife. The citizens of Chang and were dumbfounded. The situation had changed too quickly. Then, an even more shocking news came. Professor Tuoba Zhengyang's resurrection on the 7th day of his death and his identification of the murderer caused an uproar in Chang'an. Compared to County Earl Hu, the citizens were more interested in the resurrection of the dead. Many busybodies even went to the Taoist square to find out more about this. As soon as the servants of the Tuoba manor left the manor, they would be surrounded by people who wanted to know what had happened last night. Most of these servants had witnessed the resurrection of Tuoba Vangyang with their own eyes last night. When they were questioned, they all described the resurrection of Tuoba Vangyang vividly. Everyone who heard this was amazed. Naturally, the news quickly reached Pai Lupi's ears and made him furious. Today, in the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi scolded the group of old officials in front of hundreds of officials for more than 10 minutes. His anger was evident in his words. Minister Wei, Daozong, the censorate and the Ministry of Justice will investigate this case together. We must find out the cause of Tuoba Zhengyang's death. Yes. Wei Zhang and Li Daozong stood up at the same time. This time, no one stepped out to plead for mercy for the group of old officials. Even the old friends of the old officials felt a chill down their spines when they heard that they had murdered their colleagues. These old officials might not die. After all, there were so many of them. Pai Lupi couldn't order the execution of so many old officials at once. That would tarnish his reputation. In addition, in the laws of the Tang dynasty, there were provisions for reducing the punishment of officials. There were 8 kinds of punishments: pleading, reducing, redeeming, and pawning. Pawning meant that if an official committed a crime, he could use his official title as pawning. If nothing unexpected happened, this group of old officials should be fined copper coins to compensate the families of the deceased. Then, they would be stripped of their official positions, reduced to commoners, and chased out of the imperial court. After all, these old officials were too old. If they were convicted of the crime of being vagabonds, they would probably all die before they could even reach their destination. After Pai Lupi lost his temper, Wei Zheng stood up again. Your Majesty, County Count who is still being held captive in the Censorate's prison. Should we release him? Since he could basically confirm that the death of that old man, Tuoba Vangyang, had nothing to do with Li Wangyu, then as far as Wei Zheng was concerned, it was naturally time to release Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi nodded. Originally, he had imprisoned Li Wangyu in the Censorate as a last resort. Since Tuoba Zhengyang's death had nothing to do with him, it went without saying that he should be allowed to return home. But before Pai Lupi could say anything, dozens of officials came out from the hall and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Even if County Count who had nothing to do with Tuoba Zhengyang's death, it is a fact that he tried to build a women's washroom. Furthermore, we would like to impeach County Count who for colluding with the merchants of Chong and to humiliate us. That's right, Your Majesty. That County Count who is not only unrepentant, but even worse. Now, he is colluding with the merchants to humiliate us. This is truly lawless. We would like to ask Your Majesty to issue an imperial edict to severely punish those merchants and County Count who. Impeaching Li Wangyu again? Pai Lupi was confused by the officials' words. What did they mean by Li Wangyu colluding with the merchants to humiliate the officials? What was this all about? My lords, why do you say this? How could the merchants dare to humiliate you? The merchants of the Tang dynasty were all inferior. Even if they were wealthy, their status was lowly. How could the merchants dare to humiliate the officials? Pai Lupi didn't believe it himself. Not only did he not believe it, but the officials in the hall also didn't believe it. Your Majesty, what we have said is true. The merchants of the eastern and western markets, including those barbarian merchants, all refused to sell when they heard that we were going to buy goods from them. Your Majesty, isn't this deliberately humiliating us? Your Majesty, how could those lowly merchants dare to humiliate us like this? They are really disloyal. Your Majesty, please issue an imperial edict to arrest all these rebellious merchants and put them in prison as a warning to others. Those merchants even put up notices in front of their shops, refusing to trade with us. Your Majesty, this can't be allowed. What do these merchants want to do? He's threatening the imperial court. Your Majesty, they even dared to refuse us in a brothel like Peace Square. How dare they do this? Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. The complaints of these officials made Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others stunned, and then they couldn't help laughing. Those who came forward to severely punish the merchants of the eastern and western markets were all the officials and defenders who had fiercely attacked Li Wangyu during this period of time. In the eyes of Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others, this was Li Wangyu's revenge. After all, since they had scolded Li Wangyu so happily, it was normal for Li Wangyu to fight back. There was a regulation in the Tang dynasty law that if you bought fake or substandard goods, you could return them within 3 days. When returning the goods, a notary must inspect the goods and confirm that there were quality problems. If the merchants refused to return the goods, they could report it to the officials, who would come forward to mediate the return and punish the merchants with 40 lashes as punishment. This was much stricter than the protection of consumer rights in the future. However, Pai Lupi didn't think there was anything wrong with the merchants refusing to sell to the officials. The laws of the Tang dynasty didn't stipulate that merchants had to sell their goods to the officials. In fact, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others misunderstood Li Wangyu. For this matter, Li Wangyu didn't know anything at all. Many merchants of the eastern and western markets of Chong and City refused to sell to the officials. In fact, it started from the day when Li Wangyu was escorted into Chang'an by the Censorate's prisoner carriage. On that day, after shopkeeper Ren of the Ren saddle shop recognized Li Wangyu, he stopped in front of the prisoner carriage and kowtowed. He was just a small merchant, so naturally, he couldn't do anything about Li Wangyu's experience. However, shopkeeper Ren was also a person who valued friendship. He believed that Li Wangyu had done his family a favor, so he thought about what he should do for his benefactor. After pondering for a while, shopkeeper Ren simply put up a notice in front of his saddle shop. It said that the Ren saddle shop refused to trade with any customer who had insulted and humiliated the county magistrate. His notice naturally attracted the attention of countless people in the eastern and western markets, who had different opinions. In fact, shopkeeper Ren's action didn't have any effect. There were many saddle shops in Chang'an City. If he didn't do business with others, naturally, others would do it. However, His action reminded the beautiful boss. Soon, the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company posted the same announcement. SF Express was different from the Ren Saddle Shop. Nowadays, all the merchants in the eastern and western markets of Chang'an City needed to use SF Express four-wheeled carriages to transport goods. What was more, Pai Lupi had given all the freight business in Chang'an City to SF Express. In addition, with the support of Empress Zhang's son, SF Express had an absolute monopoly in Chang'an City and had great influence. Before those merchants could think clearly about whether they should do the same, the biggest grain merchant in Chang'an City, Cho family, also posted the same notice, advancing and retreating with SF Express. Then, in Chang'an City, all the barbarian merchants of Sut also posted the same notice. Even the barbarian wine shops refused to enter the officials who had insulted the county magistrate. Next it was Ping Kong Square. Those painting houses and brothels also posted the same notice. Chapter 537. While Li Wangyu was still thinking about how to play the devil, the eastern and western cities of Chang'an, as well as Ping Kong Square, quietly launched a silent protest. Needless to say, the Cho family, Cho Yuanliang, Cho Kuan, and Li Wangyu could be said to be on the same side. Many of the officials in Chang'an already saw the Cho family as Li Wangyu's direct line. Cho Kuan owned 10% of the carriage company, supplied all the raw materials for the brewery, and also managed the beverage vending machine business. No matter how one looked at it, the Cho family and the Huxian family were one and could not be separated. Advancing and retreating with the carriage company was the Cho family's inevitable choice. As for the Sogdian merchants, they stood up at this time because of the Zoroastrianism Sabeo and Milliman's intentions. Ever since Li Wangyu created the sacred sunfire in front of everyone, the Zoroastrianism of Chang'an became more and more prominent in the Zoroastrianism. Originally, Milliman wanted to see how Li Wangyu created the sacred sunfire, but due to the influence of the other rich people, he did not take action. However, before Milliman could think of anything, Li Wangyu had been promoted several times and became the famous founding county of the Tang dynasty. Naturally, Milliman completely extinguished that little thought. Since he could not make threats and promises, Milliman naturally chose to build a good relationship with Li Wangyu. Mobilizing the shops of the Sogdian people, following the carriage company and the Cho family to boycott the officials, and doing a favor to Li Wangyu was a good choice. If the Zoroastrianism needed to light up the sacred sunfire in the future and ask Li Wangyu for help, they would also have a relationship. As for the brothels in Ping Kong Square, it was even simpler. Firstly, those brothels were attracted to Li Wangyu's talent and were willing to cheer for him. Li Wangyu's poems were all classics. Which of the brothels in Ping Kong Square did not know how to sing? Lu Yong of the Northern Song dynasty was poor and dejected. With only a few good poems, he attracted countless prostitutes to offer themselves to him. Not to mention, Li Wangyu was a talented, rich, and good-looking young man. Xiao Lang was only 16 years old. Which girl didn't love him? As for those fat officials, who would like them? At most, they had no choice but to receive these guests for the sake of Kai Yuan Tong Bao and the gold ingots. Now that there was a conflict between the two, the prostitutes of Peace Lane did not even need to think to know who they would support. Furthermore, although these prostitutes had fallen into the secular world, they were still women. Li Wangyu was impeached and sent to prison by these old Taoist offenders for building a female toilet in Chang'an. Although these prostitutes could not do anything, they could express their attitude by refusing to receive customers. With the precedent set by Shunfeng Carriage Company, the Cho family, the Sut people, and Ping Kong Square, the other tens of thousands of merchants in the other two cities simply followed and posted notices, refusing to do business with those officials who slandered Li Wangyu. Even if there were merchants who did not want to offend those officials, or those who sneered at Li Wangyu's actions, in the face of such a situation, they had no choice but to go with the flow, lest they be treated as outliers by the tens of thousands of merchants in the other two cities. Therefore, those officials who opposed Li Wangyu the most were unlucky. Not only were they rejected when they went to Ping Kong Square, but they were also rejected when they wanted to buy some cloth, oil, salt, and vinegar from their own mansions. This forced the servants of these officials to go out to buy goods. They could only conceal their identities, for fear of letting others know the identity of their masters. This made these officials feel extremely humiliated, but they could not do anything about these merchants. Therefore they could only file a complaint today, accusing Li Wangyu of bullying and humiliating them. After understanding the whole story, Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head. This group of officials was really too disappointing. They actually had the nerve to bring this kind of thing to Taiji Palace to impeach Li Wangyu. They really did not know what they were talking about. Cheng Yaojin and the other big shots directly laughed out loud in the hall, feeling that this group of officials was really too funny. Originally, everyone could not hold back their laughter, but when they saw Cheng Yaojin and the others laugh out loud, they could not help but roar with laughter. They actually had the nerve to bring this kind of shameful thing to the main hall. It was really the shame of hundreds of officials. And the group of officials who had complained tearfully before were now all red in the face from the ridicule of their colleagues. They wished that a crack would open in Taiji Palace for them to hide in. Pai Lupi naturally would not punish Li Wangyu or those merchants because of this group of officials' impeachment. To be treated like this by the merchants, other than showing that this group of people was incompetent and did not have the support of the people, what else could be explained? All right, dear officials, think of a way to deal with this matter. Don't bring it up in court again. Official way, since Tuobagong's death has nothing to do with Li Wangyu, then let him go. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue arguing with this group of people and directly ordered Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang naturally accepted the order. Although he did not approve of Li Wangyu building the female toilet, he also did not think that Li Wangyu should be detained in the prison for this reason. It was really a bit absurd. The officials who had impeached Li Wangyu did not dare to say anything. They could only bow their heads and retreat among the hundreds of officials like ostriches. This matter was considered to be over. Just as Pai Lupi was about to discuss court politics with the officials, he saw Mitua hastily come in from the back of Taiji Palace and whisper in Pai Lupi's ear. Everyone, Her Highness the Empress and Consort Yang led all the concubines out of the palace. They said they were going to Dingzhou village in Hu County for a short stay. Hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but furrow his brow. His wives had all left the palace at this time without even notifying him. This made Pai Lupi very surprised. Do you know what this is about? Why do I not know about this? Everyone, this servant does not know either. When the morning drum sounded and the palace gates opened, Her Highness the Empress led all the concubines out of the palace in a carriage. This servant did not dare to ask. Pai Lupi was very unhappy about this, but he could not say anything at this time. However, he was willing to bet that it definitely had something to do with Li Wangyu. His wives had all gone to Dingzhou village. No matter what, he had to find Li Wangyu and ask him about this matter. He turned his head and ordered me to go to the censorate and take that bastard Li Wangyu to the legislative hall. I will deal with him after court. Mitua made a sound of agreement, but did not move. Pai Lupi asked curiously, Why are you still not going? Is there something else? Mitua looked awkwardly at the officials in the hall. After hesitating for a moment, he reported in a small voice. Everyone, the 100 Cavalry Department reported that the ones leaving the city for Dingzhou village in Hu County were not only Her Highness the Empress and the concubines, there were also... And... What else? Don't stutter. Tell me clearly. Yes, there were also the madams and young wives of the Duke's manors. Mitua quickly lowered his head and replied. His words made Pai Lupi stunned. What did he mean? Seeing that Pai Lupi did not understand, Mitua quickly explained. Everyone in Chang'an City, these 4th or 5th grade officials, as well as the madams and young wives of the noble manors, after the city gate opened today, they all boarded the carriages of their manors and joined Her Highness the Empress. They left the city together and went to Dingzhou village. Pai Lupi understood Mituo's words, and he was completely stunned. What was going on? A gathering of the noble women of Chang'an City? Or were the noble women collectively leaving home? Why was there no news at all before? His wife and the noble women of Chang'an City were collectively leaving the city. There must be something wrong. Pai Lupi did not care that he was in court. He suddenly slapped the armrest of the throne and stood up. He said angrily, Go, bring that bastard Li Wangyu to me. I want to know what he wants to do. Chapter 538. When Li Wangyu was brought into Taiji Palace from the prison of the censorate, all the officials in the main hall already knew what had happened. At this time, there was a lot of discussion. They couldn't understand why their wives and daughters had run off to Dingzhou village together without a word. Kid, why did you kidnap your aunt to Dingzhou village? You better explain it clearly to me. Cheng Yaojin had a fiery temper. When he saw Li Wangyu enter the main hall, he went forward to grab him and interrogate him. Li Wangyu was directly confused by his question. What and what? For the past few days, other than sneaking out of the prison last night to act mysterious, he had been obediently staying in the prison. What kind of nonsense was this old hooligan Chang Yaojin spouting? What did he mean by kidnap his wife? Uncle Cheng, what are you talking about? Your nephew has been locked up in the prison of the censorate for the past few days. Uncle Cheng, did you make a mistake? Li Wangyu had an innocent face. He really didn't know what this old hooligan was talking about. Chang Yaojin glared at him. Her Highness the Empress, Consort Yang led the imperial concubines in the palace, as well as the wives and young wives of the officials and officials. They all left Chang'an City early this morning and went to your Dingzhou village. You brat. You tell me you don't know? Do you believe that I won't punish you? What? Li Wangyu looked at the surrounding officials in confusion. He saw that everyone was nodding their heads, agreeing with Chang Yaojin's words. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Pai Lupi on the throne. However, he saw that Pai Lupi was also glaring at him with an angry face. It was actually Pai Lupi's wife who had led the wives of the officials and officials in the main hall to escape? But why the hell did they go to Dingzhou village? Li Wangyu suddenly quivered. Damn, he almost forgot that his beautiful superior had said that she would take revenge for him. This, probably, should be the revenge of his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu's back was covered in cold sweat. Sure enough, his beautiful boss didn't make a move, but once she did, she made a big move. He didn't know what method she had used, but she was able to make everyone, from Empress Zhang's son to the madams and young ladies of the officials, all run to Dingzhou village. Furthermore, the secrecy was done too well. Not only did the officials not know, even Pai Lupi did not know. In other words, even the 100 Horsemen division was kept in the dark. His beautiful boss was really good at keeping secrets. However, although Li Wangyu guessed that this matter was 99% caused by his beautiful boss, he didn't dare to admit it. Not only could he not admit it, but he also had to insist that this matter had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, wouldn't Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others tear him apart? I can't afford to offend this bunch of men whose wives left home. Li Wangyu hurriedly cleared his name. Your Majesty, gentlemen, I've been locked up in the prison these days. I really don't know what's going on in Chang'an. It's even more impossible for me to get Her Highness and the madams of the officials to Dingzhou village. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can ask Eunuch Wei. Pai Lupi looked at Wei Zhang inquisitively. Wei Zhang could only nod helplessly, indicating that Li Wangyu really didn't leave the prison. Wei Zhang naturally didn't know that Li Wangyu sneaked out last night. Although he was very suspicious about his son and the others running to Tuoba Zhengyang's mansion to pay respects last night, he didn't have time to care about this matter now. His wife also quietly followed Empress Zhang's son out of the city. How could this not make Wei Zhang, the goat-nosed eunuch, anxious? Pai Lupi received Wei Zhang's reply, but still looked at Li Wangyu with suspicion. After all, his wife and the others ran to Dingzhou village. If this matter had nothing to do with Li Wangyu, he wouldn't believe it. He wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. Chang Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others also didn't believe it. Seeing that Pai Lupi and the others still didn't believe it, Li Wangyu became anxious and swore, "If I, Li Wangyu, did this, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Pus will flow from the top of my head and ulcers on the soles of my feet." The Tangs were still quite respectful and humble towards oaths. Seeing that Li Wangyu dared to make such an oath, they had no choice but to believe it. Li Wangyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This matter really wasn't done by him. At most, he just guessed that it was done by his beautiful superior. He definitely didn't violate the oath. Ziyu, do you know why my Guanyin maidservant went to your Dingzhou village? Li Er spoke out and asked. Li Wangyu shook his head like a rattledrum. I don't know. Maybe she felt bored in Chang'an City and went to relax? He didn't lie. He guessed that his beautiful superior was avenging him, but he really didn't know why Empress Zhang's son and the others went to Dingzhou village. At this point, Pai Lupi naturally didn't have the mood to hold any court meetings. It was more important to figure out what his wife went to do. After hastily announcing the adjournment of the court, Pai Lupi prepared to personally go to Dingzhou village to see what Empress Zhang's son and the others were up to. In this hall, nearly half of the officials and nobles didn't leave. They planned to follow Pai Lupi to Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu naturally wanted to slip away. No matter what his beautiful superior wanted to do, it was best for him not to get involved. But he wanted to run, but Pai Lupi wouldn't let him go. Zio, lead the way. I and everyone else will follow you to Dingzhou village. In response, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose with an awkward smile and follow Pai Lupi and the others out of Taiji Palace. The large group of people rode out of Chang'an City and headed in the direction of Hu County. When they arrived at Dingzhou village, they found out that Empress Zhong's son and the other madams of the officials and nobles had indeed come here. Moreover, they had directly gone to Li Wangyu's manor. Bastard, you still dare to say this has nothing to do with you? Tell me, why did Her Highness and the others go to your manor? Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but scold Li Wangyu. Uncle Cheng, I really don't know. No matter what Her Highness and the others want to do, it has nothing to do with me. I died unjustly and was locked up in the Taiji prison. I really don't know anything about this. Pai Lupi waved his hand impatiently. That's enough. What's the point of saying all this now? Won't it be clear once we ask? Everyone urged their horses to pass through Dingzhou village and arrived in front of Li Wangyu's manor. However, at this time, the manor's door was tightly shut and there was no one in sight. Pai Lupi glanced at Li Wangyu, meaning to ask him to hurry up and open the gates. Li Wangyu helplessly urged his horse forward and shouted, "Open the gates, I'm back. Hurry and open the gates." He shouted a few times before the tightly shut door slowly opened. After the door was opened a crack, two heads popped out. They were none other than Aphrodite and Perrin. "Lang Jun, you're back?" "Lang Jun, did the sage let you go back?" As soon as the two girls finished speaking, they immediately noticed the large group of people behind Li Wangyu. When they saw Li Er riding on the horse, they couldn't help but playfully stick out their tongues. "Perrin, Aphrodite, it's broad daylight. Why are the gates closed? Hurry up and open the gates to welcome His Majesty in." Aphrodite and Perrin curtsied to Pai Lupi. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. However, it's inconvenient for His Majesty to enter the manor today." Chapter 539. Li Wangyu was stunned by the two girls' words. What do they mean? They actually refused to let Pai Lupi in? When did these two girls of his become so bold? Pai Lupi looked displeased, and the officials and nobles were also in an uproar. The ladies of Li Wangyu's residence were too bold. They actually dared to stop a saint outside. Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Li Wangyu coughed lightly and was about to speak, but Perrin and Aphrodite bowed to him again. "Lang Jun, you can't return to the residence today either." "What? They're rebelling against the heavens. I can't even return to my own home? What are these women trying to do?" Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. Chang Yaojin had an impatient personality. He walked up and glared at them. "You two girls, make it clear to me. Why can't His Majesty and I enter the residence today?" Perrin wasn't afraid of his ferocious appearance and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. "Greetings, Duke Lu. Today, all men are not allowed to enter the residence." "Why is that?" Pai Lupi finally couldn't help but ask. "In reply to Your Majesty, the residence is full of madams today. The lingerie store is releasing a new line of underwear today, so Her Majesty the Empress and all the other nobles were invited. Moreover, the residence is full of women now, and most of them are frolicking by the water. Their clothes are skimpy, so it's really inconvenient for men to enter." Perrin's answer left Pai Lupi and the other officials and nobles speechless. They couldn't bring themselves to say that they wanted to enter Li Wangyu's residence. No matter how beastly Pai Lupi was, he wouldn't openly run in to see the other madams of the officials and nobles. Her clothes were revealing, and she was playing with water. Clearly, Li Wangyu's mansion was full of scenes of spring. Naturally, no man could be allowed to enter. Not to mention other people, if any man dared to enter Li Wangyu's mansion now, Pai Lupi would directly order people to slap him and send him to the palace to be a palace eunuch. Chang Yaojin, Fang Xianling and the others looked at each other. No one dared to say that they wanted to enter the Lai Hot. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was thinking more. Releasing new underwear? Could it be a lingerie release? Victoria's Secret fashion show? His saliva was about to flow out, and he hated that he couldn't rush back to the manor right now. This was the man's dream show that he had only seen on TV and had never seen live in his previous life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, where did this model come from? Aphrodite clapped her hands excitedly. Langjun, you really know this word? Yes. Model. Sister Chongqing mentioned it a few times, but I didn't remember it. Hehe. Those models were all invited by elder sister Chongqing from the Peace Square and the Hu People's wine shops at a high price. Li Wangyu was speechless. As expected, his beautiful boss really knew how to have fun. But what was her purpose of bringing Empress Zhong's son, as well as all the madams and young ladies of the civil and military officials to his mansion? Li Wangyu was still confused and didn't understand. Pai Lupi coughed softly and turned to look at the officials. Gentlemen, since the madams are gathering in Li Wangyu's mansion today, why don't we have a small gathering in Dingzhou village today? After the madams' gathering, we will return to Chang'an together. What do you think? What he meant was that Empress Zhong's son and the others would have fun in Li Wangyu's mansion, while they would wait in Dingzhou village in case anything happened. Pai Lupi still felt that today's matter was full of strangeness. Even if they came to Li Wangyu's mansion to attend the underwear conference, they should have at least said hello. Not to mention that not only his wife and the concubines in the harem did so, but also the madams of the noble officials' mansions. This didn't make sense. Chang Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others naturally nodded at Pai Lupi's words. But Perrin bowed again. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that Her Highness and the madams won't return to Chang'an today. Ha! What do you mean? Why is that? Pai Lupi was stunned and quickly asked. Your Majesty, Her Highness and the madams think that Chang'an is too dirty, so they plan to stay in our mansion for a few days. When Chang'an becomes clean, they plan to go back. Perrin's words immediately silenced Pai Lupi and the other officials. What did she mean? She thought that Chang'an was dirty? Whether it was Empress Zhong's son, concubine Yang, or the madams of the other mansions, the places where they lived were spotless, if not shiny. Why did she think that Chang'an was dirty? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui suddenly understood and couldn't help but turn their heads and glare at Li Wangyu. The officials and nobles present were not fools, including Pai Lupi. After everyone figured out the meaning of her words, they all turned their heads and glared at Li Wangyu. If their eyes could kill, Li Wangyu's body would have been full of holes. Uncle, everyone, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't do anything. This has nothing to do with me. Li Wangyu felt his hair stand on end from the way everyone was looking at him. He quickly waved his hand, trying to clear his name. Chen Yaojin snorted and slapped him on the shoulder. Humph, it has nothing to do with you? Tell me, what did Her Highness and the others mean when they said that Chang'an was dirty? I don't know. Li Wangyu naturally knew, but he could only play dumb at this time. If it weren't for you, bastard, who wanted to build toilets, how could there be so many troubles? Humph, what do you mean by Chang'an is dirty? Aren't you talking about those yellow and white things? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Hey, Uncle Cheng, you can't blame me. I'm just being kind. Besides, in Chang'an, the streets are full of yellow and white things. It's really indecent. I'm willing to build toilets out of my own pocket. What's wrong with that? His words made Chang Yaojin speechless. It was true. Without public toilets in Chang'an, the sanitary situation was really bad. Those dark corners of the walls were full of filth. In summer, there were swarms of flies. Even the drainage ditches on both sides of the streets were not much better. The cities in this era all had such a smell. Okay, Jijia. Don't say any more. Zio, let me ask you, how long will it take to build those toilets? Pai Lupi waved his hand impatiently at Chang Yaojin and asked Li Wangyu. Uncle, as long as I give enough money, I can hire thousands of craftsmen to build 300 toilets at the same time with the mirage mud, bricks, and tiles provided by the Ministry of Works. It's very easy to build toilets. It can be completed in 3 days at most. Li Wangyu already had a plan in mind. He had consulted the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works and the General Works Bureau on how to build toilets. He knew what to do and immediately answered. Pai Lupi nodded helplessly. Okay, that's it. You can return to Chang'an now and start recruiting craftsmen to build toilets. The mirage mud, bricks, and tiles are easy to deal with. Duan Qing, is there a problem with this? The wife of Duan Luan, the Minister of Works, was also in Lai Hot. He naturally stepped forward without hesitation. No problem. Today, I will arrange for the Ministry of Works to prepare the mirage mud, bricks, and tiles needed by County Count Hu. That's good. The feng shui of Dingzhou village is good. It's quiet and elegant. Let the madams and my empress rest here for a few days. When the toilets are finished in 3 days, everyone can come with me to pick them up. The officials nodded in agreement at Pai Lupi's words. Since their madams were fine, staying in Li Wangyu's mansion for 2 or 3 days wasn't a big problem. As for Li Wangyu building toilets, they didn't object. Of course, this was a good thing. When everyone smiled and nodded, Perrin shook her head. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the Empress and the madams will not return to Chang'an in 3 days. Chapter 540. Perrin's words made Pai Lupi and the other officials dumbfounded again. What did she mean? She didn't want to go back to Chang'an after the toilet was fixed? Li Wangyu looked at the most honorable officials of the Tang dynasty looking at each other and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. In his mind, the lyrics of a song kept echoing. Falling in love with someone who doesn't come home, waiting for a door that doesn't open, fickle eyes, tightly shut lips. Why bother to force it? Why bother to ask for it? Your Majesty, I'm afraid that Her Highness and the other madams won't return to Chang'an in 3 days. They said that there are many inconveniences in Chang'an, so they don't plan to go back for the time being, Perrin continued. Inconveniences? Was this a joke? Not to mention Empress Zhang's son and the imperial concubines, who lived in luxury in Taiji Palace. Even the madams of the officials and officials had everything they needed. Where did the inconveniences come from? Pai Lupi and the other officials were puzzled, but Li Wangyu understood. Damn it! Did my beautiful boss fool Empress Zhang's son and the other madams into a women's rights movement, with the purpose of building a women's toilet in Chang'an? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more certain he was that it should be so. Otherwise, it couldn't explain the reaction of Empress Zhang's son and the others. After guessing the truth, Li Wangyu didn't dare to say anything for fear of getting into trouble. He wanted to build a women's toilet, but it was just a habit of his later life. He didn't think so much. If he knew that there would be so many troubles, Li Wangyu wouldn't ask for trouble. After all, he wasn't a staunch supporter of feminism. He even had the idea of having multiple wives. How could he offend so many people in order to build a women's toilet? But anyway, in the eyes of the officials and Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu was the first to propose to build a women's toilet. Once everyone figured out the true purpose of his wife, Li Wangyu would be in deep trouble. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu's footsteps quietly moved a few steps away from Cheng Yaojin, Li Er, and the others, so as not to get into trouble. If his beautiful boss could really persuade Empress Zhang's son and a group of officials and noble ladies in Chang'an to carry out the so-called toilet revolution, Li Wangyu would really give her a thumbs up. She was really awesome. This reminded him of the Bollywood movie Toilet Hero that he had seen in his previous life. The plot was exactly the same. To put it simply, the movie Toilet Hero was about a single man from an Indian village who fell in love with the well-educated female lead. On the night of their wedding, the female lead discovered that there was no toilet in her house. In order to build a toilet in her house, she divorced the male lead. Religious beliefs, backward ideas, old-fashioned customs, and sexism were all presented in the movie. Now, Li Wangyu wanted to build a women's toilet in the Tang dynasty, but the resistance he encountered was no less than that of the Indian village in the movie. If Pai Lupi didn't think highly of him, he probably wouldn't have just stayed in the prison for a few days. After Li Wangyu figured out his beautiful boss's thoughts, he obediently closed his mouth and didn't say a word. Little girl, make it clear. What do you mean by inconvenient life in Chang'an? Cheng Yaojin glared at her again. Perrin smiled sweetly and said, Hi Duke Lu, I don't know what it means. The nobles asked me to pass on the message like this. Pai Lupi couldn't help but glare at her and said, In that case, you go and ask the Empress to come out and talk to me. Your Majesty, the Empress has ordered that she won't see any men today. She wants to pray for all the women in the world. Now, everyone in the mansion, including the troops and servants, has been driven to the village to live temporarily. Except for the Empress and the other concubines, the nobles' palace maids, servant girls, and even the palace servants, the Empress didn't bring them. Your Majesty wants to see the Empress, but I can't do anything about it. Perrin's words almost made Pai Lupi's nose crooked out of anger. If it were anywhere else, who would dare to stop him? But now, the county magistrate's mansion had become a forbidden area. All the civil and military officials, including Pai Lupi, could only look at each other and sigh. If there was only his wife in the mansion, it wouldn't matter. But now, all the nobles in Chang'an had gathered here and even said that men couldn't enter. This left Li Er and the others with no place to show their prowess. You go and call the Empress' personal palace maid here. Pai Lupi said angrily. The Empress didn't want to see him, so Pai Lupi couldn't vent his anger. But if the palace maid dared to say no again, Pai Lupi really would raise his sword and cut her down. This time, Perrin didn't refuse. After curtsying to Pai Lupi, she lifted her skirt and ran back into the mansion. After the two of them entered, the door slammed shut with a bang. Pai Lupi couldn't help but angrily glare at Li Wangyu, scaring Li Wangyu so much that he quickly shrank back. A man who had been dissed by his wife had a very bad temper. Li Wangyu wasn't prepared to be Pai Lupi's punching bag. Not long after, the door to the county magistrate's mansion opened a crack, and a palace maid came out. When Li Wangyu saw her, he was happy. An acquaintance. The person who came was the palace maid that Li Wangyu had seen twice before. Your servant greets your majesty. Your majesty is holy. The palace maid obediently curtsied to Pai Lupi. Rise. Let me ask you, why is the Empress unwilling to return to the palace? Your majesty, the Empress and the nobles are merciful and can't bear to see the women of Chang'an suffer. They plan to stay at the county magistrate's mansion and pray for the blessings of all the women in the world, so they don't plan to return to Chang'an for now. The palace maid didn't dare to raise her head as she replied in a low voice. Pai Lupi didn't understand what she was saying. What did his wife and these nobles want to do? One moment they complained that Chang'an was dirty, the next they said that life was inconvenient, and now they wanted to pray for the blessings of all the women in the world. This completely confused Pai Lupi. On the side, Du Ruhue figured out the meaning. He hurriedly moved to Pai Lupi's ear and whispered, Your Majesty, the women's room. With this reminder, Li Ertsai came to a sudden realization. His wife had led a group of nobles away without saying goodbye and hid in Dingzhou village. So it was to hint to him that he should build a women's room in Chang'an. This was something that Pai Lupi hadn't thought of. After understanding the whole story, Pai Lupi couldn't help but turn his head to look for Li Wangyu. It was all this trouble caused by this bastard. Li Wangyu tried his best to shrink his body into the crowd and avoid Pai Lupi's gaze. He really admired his beautiful superior. To build a women's room, she was willing to spend so much money. He couldn't help but admire her. Men, have the imperial guards surround the county magistrate's mansion and protect the Empress's safety. Don't let a single male fly in. Pai Lupi shouted loudly. Then he didn't want to waste any more words and turned to leave. The group of officials and nobles could only helplessly shake their heads and follow Pai Lupi. His wife wanted to cause trouble with the Empress in order to force the Emperor and the officials to agree to build a women's room in Chang'an. This matter left the officials speechless. There were even some old officials who couldn't help but spit in Li Wangyu's direction before angrily leaving. Li Wangyu could only awkwardly rub his nose and pretend he didn't see these angry officials. After all, in order to build this women's room, he had even spent time in prison. Now, Empress Zhongsun was leading a group of nobles in an uprising. Let's see how Pai Lupi and the officials would deal with it. Chapter 541. Since he could not enter his own mansion, Li Wangyu could only follow Pai Lupi and the others back to Chang'an. Fortunately, he had bought the house in Kaihua Square before, so he would not be homeless. Otherwise, he would have to run back to the prison for a few more days. However, as soon as he returned to Chang'an, Li Wangyu was summoned to the palace by the eunuchs before he had time to bathe and change his clothes. As soon as Li Wangyu entered the legislative hall, he saw Pai Lupi staring at him with a sour face. In the hall, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhue, Zhongsun Wuji and a few other big shots were also present. Everyone looked at him with an unfriendly face. Li Wangyu naturally knew this and began to cry out for justice without hesitation. Uncle everyone, I am innocent. I really don't know why Her Highness the Empress and the madams of the other big shots wanted to go to my mansion. This is really a great injustice. I have been obediently staying in the prison of the censorate for the past few days, but I have not gone anywhere. If you don't believe me, you can find Cheng Chimo, Fang Jun, Do He and Do go to confront them and ask them if I know anything about this matter. Besides, whether I have gone to the palace to seek an audience with Her Highness the Empress these days, you can ask me too. Li Wangyu's words made the faces of Pai Lupi and the others soften a little. Pai Lupi naturally knew that Li Wangyu had not gone to see the Empress these days. He did not believe that Li Wangyu had the ability to abduct all the noble ladies in Chang'an. But no matter what, It was Li Wangyu who had proposed to build the women's toilet, so Pai Lupi naturally wanted to settle the score with him. Humph, don't talk nonsense. You were the one who started this, so how are you going to end this? You tell me. Pai Lupi threw the question to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu scratched his head and looked at Pai Lupi and the other big shots. He said carefully, Uncle, everyone, from what I see, why don't we fix the women's toilet? It's not a big deal. This nephew promises that within 3 days, no 2 days, all 300 toilets will be completed. Wouldn't that be a happy ending for everyone? Bullshit. Do I need you to tell me how simple it is? Pai Lupi's saliva almost sprayed onto Li Wangyu's face. Didn't you see what happened just now? You only brought up an idea, and what happened? If he were to really fix it, who knew how big of a disturbance it would cause? If you don't think of a way to invite my Guanyin maid back to the palace, do you believe that I will really let you live in the prison? This nephew can't do anything about it. How can I change the Empress's mind? Uncle, aren't you forcing me to death? Li Wangyu said with a sad face. He really had no other way. Now that Empress Zhong's son had led the noble women of Chang'an away, if Pai Lupi and the officials still didn't compromise, then there was nothing he could do. Seeing this, Feng Xianling could only stand up and mediate. Your Majesty, what Zio said is also reasonable. Since the Empress has already spoken, if the women's toilet still can't be fixed, where will she put her face? In my opinion, the women's toilet should be fixed. Since we want to fix the toilets, it's not right if we don't fix the toilets for women. I think the Empress and the others also have the same thought. Pai Lupi naturally listened to Feng Xuanling's persuasion, but he shook his head awkwardly. Feng Xianling, how can it be so simple? You also know that many old masters in the court impeached this bastard boy because of this matter, but I suppressed them all. If I don't care and agree to let this boy build the women's toilet, I'm afraid that someone will really kill himself. If that happens, it will be even more difficult to end. Li Wangyu also knew that Pai Lupi's words were true, but he had already thought about the beautiful boss's plan, so he naturally wasn't in a hurry. Hey, uncle, in fact, it's difficult to say it's difficult, but it's also simple to say it's simple. What do you want to do? What's your idea? Let's hear it. Uncle, in the ancient 3 kingdoms, Cao Cao used the emperor to order his vassals. Hey, we can also use the mischievous wife to order her vassals. Li Wangyu lowered his voice and told the plan he had thought of. Li Wangyu's words first stunned everyone, and then they couldn't help applauding. Haha, Zio, this plan is wonderful. Your Majesty, this plan is feasible. Pai Lupi slapped the back of Li Wangyu's head. Bastard boy, you still dare to say that you didn't instigate the Empress? This was clearly premeditated by you, right? Humph. When the Empress returns to the palace, I'll deal with you. Hurry up and scram. If I don't see the 300 toilets in 2 days, you can really go live in the prison. Li Wangyu really wanted to cry this time. F***ck, this black pot was really wronged. But he could not take it. Who told his beautiful boss to be his woman? Forget it, if he was the scapegoat, then so be it. No matter how miserable it was, he was still a cook. In any case, he wasn't cuckolded. After leaving the palace, Li Wangyu didn't dare to waste time. He rode back to the Kaihua Square, changed his clothes, and went straight to the Ministry of Works. Building 300 toilets in 2 days wasn't a small amount of work. However, Li Wangyu didn't plan to save money. He planned to hire 3,000 craftsmen. 10 craftsmen for 1 toilet. 2 days was enough. In order to build the toilets, he even suspended the business of Shun Phone Carriage Company for 2 days. All the carriages were used to carry soil. The public toilets in this era were actually quite simple. They didn't have automatic flushing facilities. They were just dry toilets in the north. A big hole was dug in the ground, and the soil dug out was transported to the polo field that was being built in carriages. It wasn't a waste at all. Bricks and cement were used to build a circle around the hole to prevent sewage from seeping into the ground. After that, 2 big tile-roofed houses were built. Wooden planks were laid, the walls were painted, and the toilets were repaired. The Minister of Works, Duan Luan, naturally agreed to all the requests. After all, the money was paid by Li Wangyu. Plus, his wife was still in the county of Dingzhou. Duan Luan naturally gave the green light and fully cooperated. The Ministry of Works mobilized craftsmen, mirage mud, bricks, and wood to build the toilets in Chang'an. The construction project started in the afternoon. The 10 craftsmen dug the holes and repaired the houses. Their efficiency was quite high. In 2 days, 300 brand new toilets appeared in the various squares and streets of Chang'an. However, the toilets were repaired, but trouble came with them. On the second day of the imperial court, dozens of old officials stood out in anger and knelt on the ground. Pai Lupi naturally knew what they wanted to do, but he pretended not to know. He asked, "Everyone, what is this matter?" "Your Majesty, we want to impeach County Count Hu. He is unscrupulous and has broken the rules of the ancestors. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes. If your Majesty doesn't stop County Count Hu's evil deeds, we would rather fight to the death than tolerate such an immoral act." Pai Lupi pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, there's such a thing? Li Wangyu, is there such a thing?" Li Wangyu was prepared to watch a good show today, so he naturally got up early to attend the court. When he heard Pai Lupi's question, he quickly stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I don't know what you are talking about. However, I admit that I have not done what you are talking about." Immediately, an old official stood up and angrily rebuked, "How dare you quibble? County Count Hu, let me ask you, did you build the toilets in Chang'an?" "That's right, I did." "Humph, it's good that you admit it. Did you also build the women's toilets? Isn't building toilets for women a violation of etiquette and ethics?" Seeing Li Wangyu admit it, the old official snorted contemptuously and raised his voice again. Li Wangyu quickly waved his hand. "Wait, who said I built the women's toilets? Still not admitting it? We aren't blind. You ordered people to build toilets on the left and right. Aren't they the men's and women's toilets?" Li Wangyu smiled even more brilliantly. "Everyone, I'm afraid you are mistaken. Those 2 toilets are the men's toilets." Chapter 542. Li Wangyu's words enraged the officials. They were so angry that their fingers trembled. A group of people jumped up and angrily rebuked, "Nonsense! You still dare to quibble at this point. It's written clearly on the blueprints you gave to Wanyan and Chang'an. The toilets are divided into left and right, with men on the left and women on the right. Is there anything wrong with that? Now, the 300 toilets in Chang'an are identical to your blueprints. Do you still dare to say that you didn't build the women's toilets?" Li Wangyu wasn't angry. He chuckled and spread his hands. "You are all scholars. Don't you know how to read? The 300 toilets in Chang'an all have the words men's toilets written on the walls. It's the same on both sides. Why do you ignore it?" His words, however, stunned the old officials who were impeaching him. Li Wangyu looked at Cui Zhua and Lu Deheng and smiled. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the Ming House in Chang'an and Wanyan. Cui Ming House, Lu Ming House, am I wrong?" Cui Zhua and Lu Deheng quickly stepped forward. "County Count Hu is right. Of the 300 toilets in Chang'an, the left and right are all men's toilets." They weren't the only ones who said this. Many of the officials present had also seen the toilets. They all said, "County Count Hu is right. I've also seen the newly built toilets. Although they haven't been officially opened, it's written clearly that the left and right are all men's toilets." This was beyond the expectations of this group of old scholars. They hadn't seen the toilets before. They had only heard the servants report that the toilets built by County Count Hu were all left and right. That was why they had come to impeach Li Wangyu. How is this possible? Since they're all men's toilets, why did you build the left and right toilets? Someone noticed something was wrong and questioned. Li Wangyu shrugged. "I was willing." His words made the faces of the officials turn red, but they didn't know how to refute him. After all, Li Wangyu was the one who paid for the toilets. As long as the toilets were not built, other people could do whatever they wanted. It was none of their business. In fact, all of the officials present could see that Li Wangyu's toilets were clearly the men's and women's toilets. But others just wouldn't admit it, and the words "men's room" were clearly written outside the toilet. In this Taiji palace, of all the civil and military officials, the only ones who were unwaveringly opposed to building a female toilet were actually a group of old teachers and defenders. Most of the officials were non-committal about this. It didn't matter whether he cultivated it or not. However, ever since 2 days ago, their wives and daughters had silently followed the Empress to the Count of Hu County's manor, and they had an attitude of not coming back until the women's toilets were repaired, the officials naturally began to favor Li Wangyu. However, no one was willing to come out and clarify this matter, so they all pretended to be confused. Pai Lupi saw that Li Wangyu had made the group of old teachers speechless, so he chuckled and said, "All right, since this is a misunderstanding, let's not talk about it anymore. Everyone, let's start discussing state affairs." He wanted to dismiss the old officials with a few words, and it made the old teachers even more depressed. The group of old teachers saw that no one in the hall supported them, so they decided to act shamelessly. They didn't argue with Li Wangyu, and they all once again knelt before Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, this is clearly Count Hu County's scheme. His Majesty can't be deceived by him. Your Majesty, we can't make an exception like this. Since ancient times, men have always been superior to women. This is the way of the heavens. How can women go out to use the toilet? Your Majesty, if Count Hu County insists on building the women's toilets, I can only use my death to show my sincerity and complain to the people of the world about this inversion of ethics." There were even some old teachers who pointed their spears at Empress Zhang's son. "I heard that Her Majesty and the other dukes' wives are staying at Count Hu County's manor because they were instigated by Count Hu County. They want to support Count Hu County in building the women's toilets. Your Majesty, Her Majesty should be the mother of the world. How can she support Count Hu County in doing such a thing? This isn't a hen taking charge of the morning sun. This is the downfall of ethics, and this is a disaster." Pai Lupi saw that these old teachers were becoming more and more unreasonable, and his brows furrowed. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to take the blame. He refuted, "Shut up. Is Her Majesty the Empress someone you can humiliate? Her Majesty the Empress and the other dukes are in my manor praying for the people of the world. Ruin dares to distort black and white like this and spout nonsense? Your Majesty, I want to impeach these people for harboring unfathomable motives. They even said something like a hen taking charge of the morning sun. This is comparing Her Majesty the Empress to Daji. Could Your Majesty be the tyrant King Zhou?" The earliest allusion to a hen taking charge of the morning sun came from Daji and King Zhou of Shang. It meant that once an old hen crowed, the family situation would decline. Hearing Li Wangyu say this, the old teachers immediately realized that they had misspoken and hurriedly kowtowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, this old subject didn't mean that. This old subject was saying..." Without waiting for him to explain himself, Pai Lupi slapped the armrest of the throne. "Enough! The Empress is in Count Hu County's manor with the other dukes' wives praying for the people of the world. This matter has nothing to do with the construction of the women's toilets. I said that since there are no women's toilets in the toilets built by Count Hu County, this matter will end here and do not mention it again." Seeing that Pai Lupi was angry, the group of old teachers reluctantly closed their mouths. After bowing, they retreated among the officials. However, it was clear that this group of old teachers didn't intend to let the matter rest. After the Chang court, Li Wangyu acted as if he had nothing to do with himself. Every day, he would play with the rich playboys. His days were quite leisurely. However, the nobles and officials of Chang gradually became restless. The officials and nobles didn't feel anything when their wives and daughters didn't return for a day or two. On the contrary, the business of the Peace Square and the Hu people's wine shops in Chang had become unusually good these days. Without the restrictions of their wives, many of the officials and nobles were happy to be at ease. Every day, after the court was closed, they would call their friends to drink wine. Their days were very comfortable. However, like the middle-aged men in the future, when their wives went on a business trip or returned to their parents' home, they would definitely feel very comfortable at first. They would play as much as they wanted every day. They would stay up all night drinking and playing online games. Just like the song "The Wife Is Not at Home" sang, "Tonight my wife is not at home, I can wahaha." However, after a few days, there was no one to wash the dirty clothes at home. When sleeping at night was lonely and cold, and there was no one to talk to at home, they would anxiously call their wives to ask when they would be back. Today, the officials and nobles of Chang were the same. After 2 or 3 days of fun, they found that the Empress and their wives still had no intention of returning to Chang'an. They couldn't help but feel a little flustered. These officials and nobles naturally didn't lack people to warm their beds in their mansions. However, how could they understand the various internal affairs of this big family? How many things needed to be purchased, how much the businesses in their mansions had lost, which mansions needed gifts for their weddings and funerals, what mistakes the maids in their mansions had made. When the housekeepers of the mansions reported these matters to their Langjuns, they finally began to have headaches. Compared to their own troubles, whether or not to repair the women's toilets was still a problem. Chapter 543. Li Wangyou's guess was right. Inviting Empress Zhong's son and the noblewomen in Chang'an to Dingzhou village was the revenge planned by the beautiful boss. For Li Wangyou, it didn't matter whether he could repair the women's toilet or not. But for the beautiful boss, it was absolutely intolerable. Although she was not a feminist, as a white-bone fairy of later generations, she naturally couldn't tolerate this obvious gender discrimination. For the beautiful boss, she just wanted fairness. But even this request, which seemed very common in later generations, was as difficult as climbing to the sky in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyou, a nobleman with a title, was forced to go to prison because he wanted to build a women's toilet. What could the beautiful boss, a weak woman with no power and influence, do? But the beautiful boss didn't intend to give up. She was going to take the route of a noble lady. Whether it was Empress Zhong's son or the noblewomen, they were all women. Naturally, they should speak up for the women of the Tang dynasty. It was very easy for the beautiful boss to go in and out of Lizhen Palace. Now she often went to the palace to teach Empress Zhong's son and concubine Yang yoga. In addition, she cooperated with Empress Zhong's son in several industries, so they got along very well. When the beautiful boss came to see her, Empress Zhong's son, who was still teasing her youngest son Li Ji, immediately asked the palace maids to bring tea and snacks. Chongqing, how come you have time to see me today? Greetings, Your Highness. My Lang Jun is in prison. Do you know about this? The beautiful boss directly asked. Empress Zhong's son nodded. I know about this. Chongqing, don't worry. Erlang won't let Zio suffer. It's also good for him to stay in prison for a few days to avoid trouble. Besides, Erlang doesn't forbid you to send things to the mansion. If necessary, the maids can also go in to serve Zio. Your Highness, I'm not worried about Wangyou suffering, but I feel unreconciled. What did Wangyou do wrong? Didn't he just want to build the women's toilet? What's wrong with this? Don't we women need to go to the toilet? Those old masters are really ignorant. The beautiful boss complained. Empress Zhong's son nodded and then sighed. How could I not know this? We women are inherently weak in this world. I've heard that when commoner women go out, they have to hide and avoid people when they need to relieve themselves. It's so embarrassing. Even so, she was still reprimanded by those people for not maintaining proper etiquette. Your Highness, since you know this and sympathize with all the women in the world, why don't you support Wangyou in building a women's toilet? The beautiful boss immediately asked. How can it be that simple? Even though I'm the Empress, my every move is watched by countless pairs of eyes in the imperial court. Now that even Erlang is unable to support Zio, how can this consort stand up and go against the court officials? The beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. She lowered her voice and said, Your Highness, you don't have to speak directly. I have an idea. Do you think it'll work? Hearing her beautiful superior's words, Empress Zhong's son repeatedly nodded her head and immediately ordered a palace maid to invite Yang Fei over. Yang Fei naturally didn't oppose this plan. After the three of them discussed it, they each went to make their own preparations. Empress Zhong's son and Yang Fei would persuade the imperial concubines in the palace. One of them was the head of the imperial harem, and the other was Pai Lupi's favorite concubine. In addition to their special identities, the imperial concubines in the imperial harem naturally followed Empress Zhong's son and Yang Fei's lead. As for the madams of the officials and nobles, their beautiful superiors would persuade them. Nowadays, the underwear produced by the underwear shop could be considered luxury goods. Almost all the customers were the madams and young ladies of the officials and nobles. Underwear was popular among the noble women of the Tang dynasty as soon as it appeared. If anyone didn't wear underwear produced by the underwear shop, they would be too embarrassed to go out and greet others. The beautiful superior was familiar with the madams and young ladies of each mansion. She often went in and out of each mansion and participated in various gatherings of the noble women. With the support of Empress Zhong's son and the persuasion of the beautiful superior, she easily obtained the agreement of the madams. They didn't necessarily value the well-being of the women of the common family. With their status, it was even more impossible for them to use those toilets. But to be able to do such a big thing with Her Highness the Empress made these bored noblewomen very excited. So they hit it off and kept it a secret from their Lang Jun. They didn't reveal anything at all. And these secret plans all happened in the boudoirs of each mansion. No matter how powerful the 100 Horsemen department was, they didn't know anything about it. This group of top noblewomen and young ladies of the Tang dynasty were as excited as if they were going on an outing when they left Chang'an City. And the beautiful superior was worried that they would be bored in the mansion, so she specially arranged all kinds of entertainment. From mahjong competitions to board games, singing and dancing, cruising boats and rocking bridges, singing and dancing girls invited from Chang'an City with a lot of money, and performing tricks and acrobatics. There was no shortage of anything in the mansion of County Count Hu, and it was full of women. There was no need to worry. All the concubines and noblewomen in the harem had so much fun that they forgot about home. The hot springs and saunas in the mansion were loved by Empress Zhang's son and the others to the bone. And the washroom in Li Wangyou's mansion was an eye-opener for Empress Zhang's son and the other noblewomen. The washroom was covered with shiny tiles, and the ceramic toilet could flush automatically. Not only did it not have any smell, but it even smelled of incense. It should be known that even the top noblewomen of the Tang dynasty were not very high-end when it came to going to the washroom. There was an anecdote in history that the princess of Xiongqing in the West Jin dynasty married Wang Dun, her husband. After they got married, Wang Dun had to go to the washroom of the princess's mansion to go to the washroom. He saw a box in the washroom and opened it curiously. There were many dried dates in it. Wang Dun thought that they were snacks for going to the washroom, so he ate them all. At that time, Wang Dun knew that he had made a big joke. Those dried dates were used to block the nostrils when going to the washroom to isolate the smell. It was like that in the West Jin dynasty and in the Tang dynasty. So it was conceivable that the quasi-modern washrooms in Li Wangyou's mansion had shocked Empress Zhang's son and the other noblewomen. All the noblewomen of the Tang dynasty, including Empress Zhang's son, were secretly thinking about how to renovate the washrooms when they returned to Chang'an. In this way, from the concubines of Pai Lupi to the madams and young ladies of the other mansions, none of them clamored to return to Chang'an. They all relaxed and lived in Li Wangyou's mansion as if they were on vacation. Empress Zhang's son and the others were happy, but the officials and nobles were depressed. In the past few days, those old masters were surprised to find that their colleagues, who were usually respectful to them, looked at them with resentment in their eyes. Not to mention talking to them and greeting them, everyone avoided them as if they were the plague. This group of old masters, whether it was their age, their official qualifications, or their influence in the scholarly circles, were the reasons why they were usually respected. Even the officials and nobles who were higher than them were polite and respectfully called them Lord Lu, Lord Du, and Lord Shenyuan after meeting them. And they were used to it. They even flaunted their seniority and didn't take the other officials seriously. But in the past few days, when those officials saw them, they didn't even greet them, let alone greet them. What's more, some even glared at them and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground before turning away with disdain. What was even more unexpected was that they were impeached in the Chang dynasty today. Chapter 544. In the Taiji Palace, the first official could not take it anymore and stood up to impeach the group of old teachers. Like a signal gun, almost 100 court officials stood up to impeach the group of old teachers. They finally understood that if they did not overthrow the group of old teachers, the female toilets in Chang'an would not be able to be built. And if the female toilets were not built, their wives would not return to Chang'an. In this way the choice was simple. What about the difference between men and women, the reversal of ethics, disrespect of etiquette and etiquette? These were all nonsense. Was it considered etiquette to have yellow and white things all over the street? Could it be that it was ethical to make young ladies and young wives act like thieves and hide everywhere to relieve themselves? The court officials went all out in order to drive the group of old teachers out of the court. They came up with all sorts of reasons to impeach them. Speaking of which, the group of old teachers, although their official ranks were not low, most of them did not have any real power. They were all officials in noble positions. If one were to say that they had taken bribes and perverted the law, that was true. Even when Pai Lupi asked the 100 Horsemen department to investigate them, they did not find anything. But this was not a problem for the court officials. In order to bring back their wives, they racked their brains and began to find faults with the old teachers. There were typos in official documents, improper words and actions, and undamaged clothes. These were all child's play. Even the dogs of the old teachers who urinated and defecated on the road were grounds for impeachment. Pai Lupi was not surprised by this farce of impeachment. Instead, he sat on the throne and smiled as he watched the crowd perform. The group of old teachers was completely dumbfounded. Usually, they were the ones who impeached others from a moral high ground. When had they ever been treated like this? They were so angry that their faces turned pale. Their bodies trembled as if they had Parkinson's disease. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Are these people crazy? How dare they humiliate me like this? Your Majesty, I have been humiliated by the court officials like this. How can I still stand in the court? I beg to be buried. Your Majesty, since you don't need me, I will return. I beg to retire and return to my hometown. The group of old masters was too lazy to say anything more. They could clearly see Pai Lupi's attitude. Thus, they all knelt down and took off their official hats with trembling hands. Naturally, they were unwilling to resign. However, in this great hall, they were being pushed down by so many officials. Even if they were attached to their positions, what could they do? If he didn't know what was good for him, he might end up like those old officials who had been taken down from the prison. That would be a fate worse than death. Pai Lupi pretentiously stood up from the throne and walked down the steps to help the old masters up. You are all my trusted subordinates. How can you leave like this? Don't say such things again. However, even though he said that, he pretended not to see the official hats that were placed on the floor. He had no intention of picking it up and putting it back on for these old teachers. Pai Lupi's actions chilled the hearts of these old masters even more. Originally, they were just going through the motions of resigning. Now they could only follow this path to the end. Disheartened, the old masters once again asked to resign. Their attitudes and tones were much more resolute. Pai Lupi was still unwilling. The old masters asked to be buried again. With 3 requests and 3 requests to stay, both sides had completed the ritual process. Both sides were so polite that it seemed like the ruler and his subjects were harmonious. This was also the proper procedure. To put it bluntly, it was just a polite gesture. Don't take it seriously. If Pai Lupi urged them to stay, the old masters would take it seriously and continue to wear their official hats with a clear conscience. Then they would have lived their lives in vain. Pai Lupi pretended to be regretful and sighed. Since you have already made up your mind, I can't force you. Although I am distressed, I can only follow your wishes. Pai Lupi pretended to wipe away tears that did not exist. I will grant each of you 100,000 gold for your return home. I will give you a full salary to comfort you for your many years of hard work. The full salary that Pai Lupi was talking about was the retirement salary of these old masters after they retired. It was not reduced by half, but full salary. After an official of the Tang dynasty retired, the salary was only half of what it was when they were still in office. Bai Juyi once wrote a poem like this. 70 years of age, the full crown is hung up. Half salary and half carriage are hung up. The cook tells the court that he has run out of salt and rice. Wife and children are unhappy. Niece and nephew are bored. First, I will sell 10 mu of land in Nanfong. Next, I will sell 5 mu of land in Dongdu. It meant that after they retired, they would only have half of their salary. Their lives were bleak and they would have to sell their land to make a living. Pai Lupi's words made the group of old masters kneel down again. After repeatedly thanking him, they reluctantly left Taiji Palace with tears in their eyes. After the group of old masters left, all the civil and military officials could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. No one mentioned this matter again. Pai Lupi was even more satisfied. He sat back on the throne and pretended that the previous matter did not happen. He changed the topic and began to discuss state affairs. Pai Lupi had long disliked these dozens of old officials in the imperial court. Each of them was stubborn and conservative. They often had restrictions on the imperial court. They often brought up the ancestral etiquette to talk about things. This made Pai Lupi unhappy for a long time. However, these old officials had a great influence in the imperial court and the scholarly circles. Although Pai Lupi was unhappy with them, he could only endure it. He did not expect that because Li Wangyu wanted to build a toilet on a whim, it caused a lot of trouble in the imperial court. This group of old officials and old masters, because of a small female toilet, were sent to prison or resigned. This made the imperial court much quieter. After taking down this group of old masters, the officials eagerly waited for Li Wangyu to change the words on the toilet. Li Wangyu had built 2 toilets on the left and right. They were clearly the men's and women's toilets. This was not only seen by the old masters, but also by the officials. Now that there were no more restrictions, as long as Li Wangyu ordered people to write the words, women's toilets, everyone would be happy. However, no one expected that after an entire day, the 300 toilets in Chang'an City had not changed at all. As for Li Wangyu, County Count Huxian, he acted as if nothing had happened. He wandered around Chang'an City with his foppish friends. What was the meaning of this? The officials were confused. Why was County Count Huxian not making use of the time to build the women's toilets? Why was he wasting time? Did he not know that they were waiting to pick up their wives? An impatient official directly found Li Wangyu and asked him about this matter. County Count Huxian, may I ask County Count Huxian, when do you plan to open the women's toilets in Chang'an City? Everyone is looking forward to it. Li Wangyu showed a confused expression. What women's toilets? Where did the women's toilets come from? Those 300 toilets. I built all the men's toilets. There are no women's toilets. Don't talk nonsense. Because I wanted to build the women's toilets, I went to prison for a period of time. Now that I deeply realize my mistake, I will never build the women's toilets. His answer immediately stunned the official. Why was this County Count Huxian acting so arrogant? If you are so arrogant, can we still have fun together in the future? Li Wangyu naturally did this on purpose. Since he had wanted to build the women's toilets, he had been impeached by the officials. Now that the situation had reversed, if he did not properly torment the officials, he would be letting down the opportunity that his beautiful superior had created for him. Chapter 545. The news that County Count Li Wangyu did not intend to change the opening of the women's washroom immediately spread to the ears of the officials in Chang'an. The officials and nobles who originally thought that they would be happy after taking down the old officials were completely dumbfounded. Why did he not follow the script? Was there still any trust between people? Some people immediately understood that this was County Count whose revenge on them, who asked them to stand by and watch when others were impeached for building the women's washroom. Some even hit them when they were down. Now that the situation had reversed and the officials were asking Li Wangyu to change the women's washroom, they would naturally be criticized by County Count Hu. After the court was dismissed, Pai Lupi had nothing to do, so he invited Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji into the palace to play mahjong with him to pass the time. Currently, Empress Zhang Sun and a group of madams were living comfortably in County Count Hu's residence and had no intention of returning. Pai Lupi and the other old men had a lot of time to play mahjong. Ever since Li Wangyu created mahjong, it quickly became popular in Chang'an. Not only did Pai Lupi and the officials and nobles like it, but it also quickly became popular in the marketplace and in the various gambling houses. The sound of playing mahjong resounded throughout the land of China nearly 1,000 years in advance. 50,000, Your Majesty. Now that Ziyu is provoking the officials like this, I'm afraid he will cause a lot of trouble. Feng Xianling casually threw out a card. Pai Lupi hurriedly shouted, Bang! 9 of them. Feng Xianling. It's okay. This kid must have some complaints in his heart. Let him vent his anger. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Pai Lupi and reached out to take the 9 of them. Win. All of them. Your Majesty, you are very kind. In my opinion, it would be good to let County Count Huxian go and stir things up a bit. Although the Tang dynasty was established for less than 10 years, we inherited too many officials from the Sui dynasty and became depressed. Now that His Majesty was in the prime of his life, it was time for him to work hard. How could he allow these officials to hold His Majesty back? There was nothing wrong with Count Huxian building a toilet, but there were people in the court who stirred up trouble out of nothing and stirred up a lot of trouble. This is still a small matter. If Your Majesty wants to reform the old practices, I'm afraid it will be even more troublesome. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui both nodded their heads in agreement. Your Majesty, you really can't blame County Count Hu for this. Even though the old officials in the court who strongly opposed it are no longer here, there are still many people who have opinions about the women's washroom because of their instigation. This subject has heard that there are quite a few elderly people on the street with dove canes who are shouting that if a female toilet is to be built, they will go and destroy the toilet. Du Ruhui also laughed. Feng Xianling nodded. These people are even more troublesome than the old officials in the imperial court. They are all very old and can't be beaten or scolded. If they really ordered people to push down the toilets, Ziyu really wouldn't be able to do anything. I'm afraid even Wanyan and Chang'an counties would be at their wits' end. The elderly that the two of them were talking about were those above 60 years old who were highly respected among the people. The country would give them the king's staff, also known as the dove canes. The elderly who received the dove canes would not only receive a rank of 7, but they would also have the privilege of walking on the side roads of the emperor and entering and exiting the government offices. Even if they committed a crime, they would be given a lighter punishment. The 10 bamboo scrolls of the king's staff said, "When one is old and receives the king's staff, there is a dove on it. When the people see it, they will compare it to righteousness. If anyone dares to scold or beat them up, they will be considered traitors." This meant that the elderly who held the dove canes were like envoys. Anyone who dared to scold or beat them up would be heavily punished. These elderly were already very famous among the people, and with the dove canes given to them by the government, they were even more respected. These elderly also had the duty to help the government educate the people and promote filial piety. As for the construction of the women's washroom, apart from the old officials in the imperial court, the ones who opposed it the most were the elderly. Zhang Sun Wuji also smiled. "I think that County Earl who knows about this matter, which is why he didn't make a move. He wants to use the wolf to swallow the tiger strategy. Haha, I'm really curious what the situation will be like when the officials and generals of the imperial court face off against these elderly." Li Er clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He threw a few chips to Zhang Sun Wuji and said, "That makes sense. I want to see what Zio can do. Haha. Come. Let's continue. Since the madams of the various manors aren't here, we will light up the lanterns and fight. No one is allowed to leave." While the 4 of them were leisurely playing around in the governance hall, the officials couldn't sit still anymore. Many officials who were familiar with each other all invited them to discuss how to solve this matter. Some of the more impulsive officials complained, "In my opinion, we shouldn't wait for the county earl to make a move. We should find someone to change the toilet. Wouldn't that be the end of it? This county earl is obviously trying to make things difficult for us." Brother's words make sense. Anyways, the toilets have already been built. Rather than asking the county earl, why don't we change the toilets ourselves? I don't believe that the county earl will fall out with us. Okay. Then let's do that. We'll immediately find blacksmiths to do it. What's done can't be undone. Then the county earl won't be able to do anything to us. Great. Let's go together. Ha! Let's wait until the 300 toilets are changed. Let's see what the county earl can do. The officials all felt that this method was feasible. As they said, it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. Rather than sitting there and worrying, why not do it themselves? They just needed to find some blacksmiths to change the names of the toilets. It wasn't much of a problem. As soon as they said they would do it, they immediately ordered someone to find a craftsman. Carrying the paint bucket and brushes, they went to the nearest toilet. The toilets in Chang'an City were all of the same design. They were split into left and right, with a thick brick wall in the middle. The officials all knew that these were the men's left and women's right toilets. However, the toilets on both sides of the road were painted in red, with the words "men's room" written on them. Go, erase the words on the right side of the toilet and change them to "women's toilet." The officials ordered the blacksmiths to change the logo of the toilets. The blacksmiths agreed and began to work. However, they saw a group of people rush out from the inner building. The ones in the lead were a few elders holding a dove staff. "Stop! What are you doing?" The officials looked at each other, not understanding what these elders were shouting about. However, even these 4th or 5th rank officials were very polite to the elders holding dove staffs. "Greetings, elders. I'll have the blacksmiths change the words on the toilets and change the toilets on the right side to the women's toilet. What advice do you have for me?" Preposterous. Truly preposterous. You are all officials of the imperial court and hold high positions. How can you do such a preposterous thing? How can this woman use the toilets outside? Do you still have any morals? That's right. It was wrong of County Count who to build a women's toilet. Fortunately, County Count who repented under the teachings of the saint. The toilets built today are all men's toilets. This is in line with the principles of yin and yang. As the saying goes, men should be outside and women should be inside. How can this woman use the toilets outside her home? The words of the elders made the officials look at each other in dismay. Why were there so many elders among the commoners who had such an attitude after defeating a group of old masters in the imperial court? The officials suddenly had an epiphany. F***ck, it seems like we've been tricked. We've been used as a tool by County Count who. Chapter 546. In the face of the elders' criticism, The officials could only bite the bullet and try to persuade them. Esteemed elders, we are only doing this out of goodwill. You all have wives and daughters in your manors. Can you bear to see them embarrassed because they need to go to the toilet? As the saying goes, don't do unto others what you don't want done unto you. Why can't a woman go to the toilet? Speaking of which, these officials did not necessarily support women going to the toilet outside as they saw it as indecent. However, the situation was beyond their control and they had no choice. They could only stand on Li Wangyu's side and persuade the elders. However, their words had no effect at all. The elders opposite them looked at them with disdain. Tui, how can my wives and daughters be so unruly? If they dare to go to the toilet outside, I can't break their legs. No matter what, this toilet can't be changed to a female toilet. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting someone to push it down. One of the officials was unhappy and reprimanded. Nonsense! You are all elders with a dove's cane. How can you be so insensible? The construction of the female toilets is also a major matter of the country. How can we allow you all to pester us endlessly? If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll throw you all in jail. It would have been better if he had not said that. Once he said that, it was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. The group of elders immediately jumped up and down. All right. If you want to arrest me, then arrest me. I want to see which law I've broken. Yes. This Lang Jun has such great authority. Just take us away. I want to see who dares to change this toilet today. If you want to change it, then kill me first. After that you can do whatever you want. The elders' words put the officials in a difficult position. These elders with dove's cane were not to be trifled with. As long as they did not commit any crimes, even Pai Lupi would have to be polite to them to show his respect for the elders and respect for filial piety. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. For a moment, no one said anything. The craftsman at the side did not understand and asked softly, Lang Juns, do you still want to change the words? Change my ass. The official, who was already angry, became even angrier after being questioned by the craftsman. He kicked over the paint bucket and turned to leave. The others shook their heads helplessly. They were truly at a loss when encountering this group of venerable elders. Everyone turned around and left, leaving behind the blacksmiths who were at a loss. In fact, the reason why Li Wangyu refused to show himself, other than deliberately making things difficult for those officials, was also because of this group of elders. After he came out of the prison, he found out that the merchants of the east and west cities, in order to support him, actually held a strike against those officials who slandered him. This made him very moved. No matter what the other party's intentions were, Li Wangyu should express his gratitude. After visiting Cho Yuanliang, shopkeeper Ren, Millimon, and the others one by one, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that the biggest resistance to the construction of the female toilet was not only in the imperial court, but also among the people. Whether it was the Cho family or shopkeeper Ren, these merchants were the clearest about all kinds of things in Chang'an. After figuring out why this group of elders was difficult to deal with, Li Wangyu immediately dispelled the idea of going head-to-head with them. He knew how difficult it was to deal with these elders. They could not be beaten or scolded. They were stubborn and stubborn. In the future, there were many conflicts caused by the noise caused by the square dancing aunts and uncles. However, even if the police were called to persuade them, these aunts and uncles were not afraid and did their own thing. The Tang dynasty advocated filial piety and respect for the elders. These elders with dove sticks were even more difficult to deal with. If something went wrong and there was a mass uprising, he would be in serious trouble. Li Wangyu was unwilling to do such a stupid thing. Therefore, when the officials asked him about the female toilet, he deliberately pretended to be ignorant and wanted to use the officials as tools. After the officials were rebuffed in front of the elders, they thought about it and could not think of any other way, so they simply brought this matter to the imperial court. The officials reported to Pai Lupi, hoping to issue an imperial edict to renovate the toilets. Of course, Pai Lupi would not agree. How could he be willing to be the bad guy? Although these elders had no power or influence, they had a lot of influence in Chang'an. Even if he issued an imperial edict to separate the toilets into male and female toilets, he was afraid that these elders would really dare to push down the female toilets. In this way it would not be good. Seeing that Pai Lupi was not willing to give in and that the elders among the people were against it, this group of officials who were crazy about their wives had no choice but to act shamelessly. After discussing with each other, They all ran to Kaihua Square to block Li Wangyu's mansion. The old housekeeper, Li Hang, was scared out of his wits when he saw nearly 100 court officials wearing dark red and light red official robes blocking the entrance to his house. The old man had never seen such a scene. He could only invite the officials into the mansion and ask Niu Yong and Niu Wu to invite Li Wangyu out to meet the guests. The mansion Li Wangyu bought was only for temporary accommodation. The area was not big. After 20 to 30 officials squeezed into the main room of the front yard, there was no place to stay. The others simply stood in the front yard. At this time, Li Wangyu was drinking cold drinks with the rich playboys in the backyard, leisurely playing do di zhu and mahjong. After hearing Niu Wu's report, he could not help but laugh. Ziyu, how can you still laugh? This time, you have caused a lot of trouble for these officials. Be careful not to provoke public anger. It won't be easy to clean up the mess. Wei Shuyu advised. Chai Lingwu also nodded and said, Yes, now that the madams in each mansion are not here, I heard that many people's homes are in a mess. If you don't get the female toilets out, Her Highness the Empress will lose face and refuse to come back. Be careful that the officials and saints will settle the score with you. Chung Chumo and the others also nodded. They all felt that Li Wangyu had gone too far this time. Li Wangyu elegantly took out a folding fan from his waist and opened it with a swish. He shook his head and said, No matter, I have my own plans. Wahahaha, wait for me to go meet them. The rich playboys stopped playing mahjong and all clustered around Li Wangyu to the main room, wanting to see what he was up to. When Li Wangyu entered the main hall and saw so many people, he was shocked and quickly greeted the officials. County Count Hu, there is no need to be so polite. Quickly tell us, what are your plans now? Don't try to fool us with the nonsense from before. An impatient official did not wait for everyone to finish their greetings and impatiently asked. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was neither hurried nor slow. After bowing to everyone, he opened his mouth and said, Everyone, it's not that I'm trying to fool all of you. It's just that I didn't think that I would do something bad with good intentions. It is not that I, Li Wangyu, am looking for trouble. It is just that when I saw how dirty Chong'an was and found it intolerable, I became impulsive and wanted to use my own money to build toilets. But who would have thought that for the sake of building toilets, I would be locked up in the prison by the saints? Everyone, I am also wrongly accused. No one could refute his words. This was indeed the case. Originally, building toilets was something that would benefit everyone. No one wanted to see such a situation happen. County Count Hu, we also know that we were in the wrong. If you have any complaints, this old man will apologize to you today. But this matter must be resolved. Otherwise, Her Highness the Empress will lose face, won't it? Yes, County Count Hu, we will apologize to you, but you have to think of a way. You were the one who built the toilets, so you can't just ignore it, right? County Count Hu, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will not leave. Yes, I will not leave. The officials were truly anxious. Some tried to soften their tone, while others tried to threaten him. In short, they all had the same goal, to make Li Wangyu resolve the matter of the toilets. Li Wangyu was overjoyed at this. He revealed his pearly white teeth and smiled at the crowd. Gentlemen, I have a plan. I wonder if you're interested. Chapter 547. Chang'an's morning drum, regardless of wind or rain, would always sound on time, waking people up from their dreams. Old Lu, who lived in Qinren Lane, got up and changed his clothes with the help of his servants. He wasn't in a hurry to eat breakfast. Instead, he picked up his extremely precious dove staff and walked out of his house with the help of his servants. This dove staff, which was bestowed by the government, was old Lu's favorite. Even his eldest son couldn't touch it. As an elder of Qinren Lane, old Lu was used to walking around the lane every day after getting up. He greeted his neighbors and received everyone's compliments. The gate of the lane hadn't opened yet, but there were already some neighbors who had gotten up early and were busy. When they saw old Lu, they would politely greet him with their hands clasped. As the oldest elder in Qinren Lane, old Lu was used to this. He greeted everyone with a smile and then continued to walk around the lane. Old Lu walked to the toilet that was built by the county magistrate. He looked at the two toilets on the left and right. They both had the words, men's toilet, written on them. He nodded with satisfaction. Although the toilet on the left was still open, old Lu didn't care that much. If those officials wanted to change the toilet on the right into a women's toilet, he absolutely couldn't. If the government wanted to force a change, old Lou would rather tear down the women's toilet than compromise. In any case, as an elder, he wasn't worried that the government would do anything to him. Not to mention the fact that the county magistrate of Wanyan County was only at the 6th rank. Even those high-ranking officials in red robes would be polite when they saw him. With the help of his servants, old Lou went to the toilet to relieve himself. Old Lou had to admit that the toilet built by the county magistrate was a good thing. Ever since the toilet was built, the lane became much cleaner. The filth in the corners and alleyways of the past was gone. Originally, there were some people who were too lazy to walk to the toilet and wanted to relieve themselves as they did before. However, after these people were caught by the Marquis of the Lane or the bailiffs of Wanyan County, they were severely punished 60 times. After a few times, the situation of urinating and defecating in the lane stopped. Since there were toilets, many people in the district were no longer willing to use the toilets in their own houses. After all, he had to find someone to clean his own toilet after using it. It was really troublesome. It was far more convenient to walk 2 steps to the toilet. Old Man Lou walked out of the toilet in a relaxed manner, and prepared to return to his mansion with the help of a servant. He habitually cleared his throat and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Just as this spit landed on the ground, 2 martial marquises from the Chinran Square martial marquis shop appeared out of nowhere. "Stop! Elder Lou, why are you spitting this filthy thing everywhere?" Old Lou was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, I just spat a mouthful of phlegm. How did it become something filthy? 2 martial marquis, did you see wrongly? Old me only spat out some phlegm. The 2 martial marquis nodded their heads. Since you admit it, then that's good. The Tang dynasty law clearly states that those who pass through the walls with filth will be flogged 60 times. Was this phlegm not filthy? Elder Lou, you are an elder. According to the law, your punishment can be reduced by half, but you still need to be flogged 30 times. Your old arms and legs will definitely not be able to take it. Since it's like this, then fine me with copper. Fine me with 5 pounds of copper. Take out the money. The rule that the martial marquis was talking about was that if one threw trash on the street, the punishment would be 60 flogs. And the penalty of 5 pounds of copper was a copper coin. How could old man Lou bear this? Furthermore, he felt that he only spat a mouthful of phlegm. How could it become throwing trash? He immediately started arguing with the 2 martial marquis. Nonsense, old me only spat a mouthful of phlegm. How can it be filthy? The martial marquis grinned. How can it not be counted? This is naturally filthy. Elder Lou, we respect you as an elder, so we are being polite. If you are so stubborn, then we will go to Wanyan County to talk. Humph. Let's go. Old me does not believe that the Lu Ming house can sit by and watch you act so recklessly. Old man Lu said angrily. Their argument naturally attracted the attention of the neighbors in the square. Everyone was discussing, but they did not dare to say anything. After all, they were not as old as old man Lu. They were still in awe of the martial marquis. This argument did not end, and it really went to Wanyan County's yamen. And the neighbors who were watching immediately ran to old man Lu's house to report. This scared old man Lu's few sons. They quickly followed the neighbors and rushed to the yamen. Chinran Lane and Wanyan County's Shenyang Lane were only separated by a large street. By the time old Lu's several sons arrived, Wanyan County's county magistrate Lu Dehang had already begun the trial. As an elder, old man Lu did not need to bow when he saw an official. He just casually stood in the main hall and casually cupped his hands towards Lu Dehang. Lu Ming House. Old me wants to ask you to give me justice. These 2 martial marquis shops martial marquis, causing trouble out of nothing. They said that old me spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and that old me should be beaten 30 times or punished with 5 pounds of copper. I also ask Lu Ming House to give justice to old me and reprimand these 2 martial marquis who are causing trouble out of nothing. After he finished speaking, Lu Dehang, who was sitting behind the high table, laughed. Old man Lu, your words are wrong. Since you admit that you spat on the ground, that naturally belongs to the category of filth. What wrong did these 2 martial marquis do? If they turn a blind eye, they will not be able to do anything. They will be punished with the same punishment. What are you talking about? Old me has spat out phlegm all my life. When have I ever heard of this being considered filth? Looming house, you cannot be so biased towards Marshal Marquis. Old Man Lu heard this and became anxious. Lu Dehang sneered, if Old Man Lu feels that this county is biased towards Marshal Marquis, you can go to the Imperial Censorate to report this county. However, the punishment of copper or 30 beatings cannot be avoided. Old Man Lu, you can choose for yourself. You. Old Man Lu was so angry that he could not speak. Ever since he became an elder, when had he ever been so angry? Without waiting for him to continue to be angry, he heard someone in the hall shout, accept the punishment, we accept the punishment, we accept the punishment of 5 pounds of copper. The ones who spoke were Old Man Lu's sons. After they heard the news, they hurriedly rushed over. Once they heard Lu Dehang's words, they did not dare hesitate and immediately accepted the punishment. Old Man Lu was over 70 years old. 30 beatings could directly take his life. How could they not accept the punishment? Although it was painful to take out a copper coin, it was not to the extent of hurting his muscles and bones. Old Man Lu's sons immediately took out a copper coin from their money pouch and paid the punishment. Only then did this matter end. A few people carefully supported Old Man Lu out of the county government. Old Man Lu angrily glared at the county government's gate and habitually wanted to spit again. However, his son was so scared that he hurriedly stopped him. Father, you don't dare spit again. A copper coin. Old Man Lu finally reacted and quickly swallowed the spit back. He angrily stomped his foot. Return home. The sun had just risen and he had lost a copper coin for no reason. Old Man Lu felt that he did not look at the almanac when he went out today and bumped into a villain. But he did not expect that this unlucky matter was not over yet. Chapter 548. With the help of his sons, Old Lu walked out of Wanyan County and prepared to go back to Qinren Square angrily. He had just walked a few steps when he was stopped by the Yamen runner of Wanyan County. Stop! Who told you to walk on the left? Carriages, horses, and pedestrians should move to the right. Don't they know this simple rule? If you walk on the wrong side, you will be beaten 50 times. Old Lu, as an elder, how can you not follow the law? The Yamen runner's words made Old Lu's blood pressure rise. This is the street in the square, not the street outside. How can I walk on the right side? Every day in Chang'an City, caravans came and went. Walking on the right side was an iron law. If someone violated it, he would be beaten 50 times. But that was the rule set to avoid congestion on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Now the Yamen runner actually asked him to walk on the right side of the street in the square. How could Old Lu not be angry? How could he not feel that the Yamen runner was deliberately looking for trouble? Hee, Old Lu, we respect you as an elder, so we are trying to persuade you. Which law of the Tang dynasty says that in the square, we don't have to walk on the right side? You. Old Lu pointed at the pedestrians on the street with his dove cane. There are so many people who don't walk on the right side. Why don't you stop them? The Yamen runner rolled his eyes. They are not elders. Old Lu, you are an elder with a dove cane. Naturally, you have to set an example and educate the people. How can you be the same as these people? The Yamen runner's words made Old Lu lose his temper. The status of an elder and the dove cane in his hand were what he valued the most. An elder indeed had the obligation to help the government educate the people. He could only be silent. Supported by his sons, he walked to the right side of the street and slowly walked to his own mansion. When he arrived at the gate of his mansion, he found that a group of people had gathered. Seeing that Old Lu had returned, they hurriedly made way. What's the commotion now? Old Lu was already fuming with anger, and questioned in an unfriendly tone. Blocking his door were a few martial marquises from Qinren Square. After seeing Elder Lu, the few martial marquises did not lack etiquette. After bowing to him, they replied, Elder Lu, the horses and mules in your residence defecated on the street, producing filth. And the dog in your residence, peeing at the corner of the wall and spitting filth. Just now, when he spat out a mouthful of phlegm, he caused a ruckus in the county magistrate's office for 10,000 years. In the end, he was fined 1 copper coin, which made Old Lu extremely depressed. Now that he heard that even his own family's horses and dogs would be caught and punished by Wu Ho for peeing outside, he immediately exploded. What do you want? Weren't all the dogs and horses in Chang'an the same? Are you blind? Why are you pestering the old me? The Marshal Marquis were not angry and laughed. Elder Lu, how can others compare to you? You are an elder, holding the dove staff in your hand to educate the common people, to be a role model for the common people. Before he could finish, old Lou felt a little dizzy, and his body couldn't help but sway a little. If it weren't for the support of his sons, he would have fallen to the ground. Old Lou struggled to stand up straight. Old me accepts the punishment. Return to the residence. Today no one is allowed to take a step out of the residence. His sons were in a flurry, supporting their father back to the residence, and with a bang, they closed the door. This movement caused the surrounding neighbors to discuss spiritedly. No one knew what was wrong with the Marshal Marquis and the bailiffs of 10,000 Years County. Even a small matter like this was related to Old Lou. They didn't know that the same thing as Old Lou was happening all over Chong and City today. Those elders, as long as they left their own residences, their every move would be closely watched by the Marshal Marquis and bailiffs. As long as there was the slightest mistake, someone would come forward to stop them. If it wasn't a copper penalty, it would be a beating, causing these elders to be furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention spitting or the residence's dog peeing outside. Even if they walked on the road and saw a pit on the side of the road and ignored it, there would immediately be Marshal Marquis who would come forward and point at the pit, asking the elders to fill it up. Elder, the officials have already given strict orders. No one is allowed to go through the pits in the streets. The streets and markets were fixed and repaired. How can you turn a blind eye to these pits? What if someone falls? Hurry up and flatten these pits. Nonsense. How can this be done by old me? Why not? You are an elder, holding a dove staff. You should educate the people. Seeing these pits, why is it unfair? These words made the elders speechless, and they could only obediently lower their heads. In less than half a day, the elders who usually liked to walk around with their dove staffs, pointing and pointing, were all gone. They all retreated back to their residences, afraid that the Marshal Marquis and bailiffs would find trouble. This was actually the bad idea that Li Wangyu gave to the officials. Weren't those elders willing to stand on the moral high ground and criticize others? Then let's mold them into moral saints. Not only can they not make the slightest mistake, but they also have to immediately fix the road when they see injustice. They have to help the poor, comfort the crying children, and help the women when they are in trouble. In short, in Li Wangyu's words, he wanted these venerable elders to have the highest moral cultivation and perfect character. They should become people who know everything and do everything well. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, Chung Chumo couldn't help but click his tongue. My mother, if anyone can do this, I will cut off my head and let him kick it like a ball. This is a fucking saint in the world. Li Wangyu laughed and said, since these elders keep talking about rules, then let them become the most rule-abiding people in the Tang dynasty. Hee, this is also the virtue that they should have as elders. Li Wangyu didn't have the slightest sympathy for these moral saints. Just like Tolstoy, after he found an older and cheaper woman and ended his virginity, he cursed in his diary and cursed women. Who is the source of our licentiousness and indulgence? Isn't it women? Li Wangyu despised this method of attributing all the mistakes to others. These elders could go to the toilet themselves, but they couldn't bear to see women use it. Forcing some bullshit morality on people was also shameless. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, the officials were also a little stunned. This county count who was really too sinister. He didn't beat or scold people, but he could drive people crazy. The officials thought to themselves that if this matter were to fall on their heads, it would be a fate worse than death. Regarding this county count who, everyone was secretly vigilant. If there was no need in the future, they must not offend this person. He was too ruthless. This way of killing people with a soft knife was really sinister. However, the officials didn't object. Regarding this group of stubborn elders, they thought that perhaps this was the only way to deal with them. Therefore, with the cooperation of the officials, a vigorous God creation movement was carried out in every square in Chang'an City. Chapter 549. It wasn't hard for a person to do good deeds. What was hard was to do good deeds for the rest of their lives and never do bad deeds. They had always benefited the masses. Currently, all the marquises and bailiffs in Chang and were keeping an eye on the elders and supervising them to do good deeds. How could the elders stand being targeted by the government? As a result, they all closed their doors in fear of trouble. The elders could stay inside, but their children and grandchildren couldn't stay inside, right? Moreover, they had to go out to buy daily necessities like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. In short, if they couldn't find fault with the elders, then they would find fault with their families. It was said that the elders had to educate the people, and their families had to set an example. After a day, the elders in Chang and were all complaining incessantly. Naturally, there were smart people among the elders. Being targeted by the government like this, anyone with half a brain would know that it had something to do with the women's washroom. They didn't give the officials any face before, so this was probably their revenge. All of a sudden, the opinions of these elders were divided. Some people started to feel regret. Whether or not the women's washroom was built had nothing to do with them. Morals and ethics didn't seem important compared to their own troubles. The smart elders, such as Old Man Lu, immediately went to the county office. He reported to Lu Dehang seriously and requested that one of the toilets in their area be changed into a women's washroom. Old Me has something to report to Ming House. Count Huxian is kind-hearted and has built toilets all over Chang'an. This old man truly admires him. Old Me felt that it was inappropriate that there was only a men's washroom and no women's washroom. It was said that people had 3 urgent needs, regardless of gender. It was very inappropriate that there was no washroom for women. Old Me felt that the toilets built by County Count who all had 2. It would be a waste to only let men use them. Why not change the toilets in Qinren Square to the left for men and the right for women? What does Ming House think? Old Man Lu said these words against his will. His heart was bleeding. Lu Dehang calmly shook his head. That's not right. There are many people who object to this. Some people even said that if they built the women's washroom, they would destroy the toilets. If that's the case, wouldn't we be letting down County Count whose kind intentions? That's not right. Not right. Old Lu was almost choked to death by Lu Dehang's words. Among the elders, he was the first to say such words. But now, he had to swallow back the words that he had said. This caused him to blush uncontrollably. Don't worry, Ming House. When Old Me goes back, I won't let anyone destroy the toilet. Old Me doesn't dare to say anything about the other inner squares, but if anyone dares to touch the toilets in Qinren Square, Old Me will fight it out with him. Lu Dehang was quite satisfied with Old Lu's tactfulness. Haha, since Elder Lu has said so, then this county naturally has no reason to disagree. Thus, for the benefit of the county, I will let the craftsmen change the toilets. Today, the toilets of Qinren Lane will be opened. But let me warn you first. If anything happens to the toilets in Qinren Lane, I will look for Old Lu and hold him accountable. Yes, yes. Don't worry, Ming House. Old Me's words still have some effect in Qinren Lane. At this point, Old Lu had completely thrown caution to the wind. He really couldn't stand being watched by a group of officials at any time. If he made the slightest mistake, he would be severely punished. His children and grandchildren also complained about this, so naturally, he had no choice but to lower his head. Moreover, there was no way to reason with this matter. If Wanyan County's yamen or bailiffs deliberately bullied him, Old Lu would dare to take his dove cane to the censorate to complain. But others wanted him to set an example and do good deeds. How could he complain? Could he tell the censorate that he didn't want to do good deeds and didn't want to educate the people? Wouldn't that be asking for a snub? Therefore, Old Lu tactfully lowered his head and admitted defeat. Chang'an, the first toilets for women in the entire Tang dynasty, appeared in Qinren Lane after Old Lu lowered his head. Seeing the craftsman erase the words men's on the right side of the toilet and write the words women's in big letters, Old Lu felt very uncomfortable. But not only could he not show it, but he also had to rack his brains for the sake of the officials. Old Lu cupped his hands toward Lu Dehang, who came to watch, and said, In Lu Ming House, most of the people are illiterate. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to just write men's and women's. If they go the wrong way, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the women's reputation? Old Me thinks that it's better to let the craftsmen draw the portraits of men and women next to the doors of the men's and women's toilets to avoid mistakes. Lu Dehang nodded repeatedly. Old Lu's words are very good. This is the words of an old man. Come. Immediately let the craftsmen draw the portraits on both sides of the toilets according to Old Lu's words to show the difference. After he finished speaking, he thought for a moment and stretched out his hand to summon the Wu Ho of Qinren Lane. He instructed, Your Wu Ho shop. Pay attention to the toilets. You must not let those debauches disturb the women's toilets. But if there are any peepers, catch all of them and bring them to the county office. When the time comes, I will personally judge them and will not let them off easily. Yes. The Wu Ho naturally agreed. After the craftsmen on both sides of the toilets drew the large portraits of men and women, and then opened the closed door of the women's toilets, the first women's toilets in the Tang dynasty were officially opened. Outside the toilets, many neighbors of Chinren Lane had already gathered. Many young women and aunts were pointing at the toilets, but no one dared to be the first to eat crabs. Even if they had long wanted to go in and take a look, with so many people looking at them, naturally no one had the nerve to enter the women's toilets. What old Lu wanted to see was exactly this effect. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. So what if the women's toilets are open? I can let people keep an eye on them every day. I want to see which family's daughter-in-law and young lady can pull their skin to go to the toilet. Just as he was feeling proud in his heart, he saw a middle-aged woman with a big waist. She didn't care about the gazes of the people around her. She snorted coldly and swayed her fat waist as she walked into the women's toilets. Old Lu's eyelids twitched when he saw this, but he could only sigh silently in his heart. He couldn't help but clench the dove cane in his hand a little tighter. This woman was famous for her toughness in Chinren Lane. No one dared to quarrel with her. Even an old man like old Lu wouldn't provoke her for no reason. With this woman taking the lead, naturally, there would be others following. One after another, several women walked into the women's toilets, which made old Lu very melancholy. He kept saying in his heart that the etiquette was broken, the etiquette was broken, the etiquette was broken. No matter how sullen and depressed old Lu was, the first women's toilets in Chang'an City were finally opened. With his precedent, the other old men were not stupid. They all ran to the county government and asked to change the toilets in their shops into women's toilets. And those stubborn old men could only swallow their anger and pretend they didn't see it at this time. The appearance of the women's toilets was naturally unstoppable. Soon, all the toilets in the 106 shops in Chang'an City were divided into men's and women's toilets. When the first women's toilets in Chinren Lane were opened, Empress Zhang's son, who had lived in Li Wangyou's county government for 7 or 8 days, finally got tired of it. After getting the news, she immediately led a group of noblewomen back to Chang'an City. Chapter 550. Li Wangyou heaved a sigh of relief when the matter of the toilets was finally settled. He really didn't expect that such a trivial matter in the future could cause so much trouble in the Tang dynasty. If Li Wangyou had to choose again, he probably wouldn't consider building toilets even if he was beaten to death. So what if it was dirty? It had been like this for thousands of years. But since it had already been done, there was nothing to regret. After the toilets were opened, Li Wangyou had another very important thing to do, and that was to recruit people to clean excrement. Cleaning excrement didn't sound good because it was dirty, smelly, and tiring. But in the Tang dynasty, it was a job with a golden collar. When Cheng Chimo and the other playboys heard that Li Wangyou wanted to organize people to clean excrement and sell excrement, they were so surprised that their mouths were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. Zio, are you crazy? Is it not enough to just build toilets? You actually want to do business? Yes, Zio. Aren't you afraid that others will say that you are a count selling excrement? This name is too unpleasant to hear. Zio, don't worry about those toilets. In Chang'an, there will naturally be people to clean them up. You are a county count who founded the country. Why do you want to do such a bad thing? Are you crazy? Zio, do you still lack money? The four-wheeled carriage company, the brewery, which one of them doesn't make a lot of money every day? Do you really need to do this? The playboys all tried to persuade Li Wangyou, thinking that he was crazy. Li Wangyou already had a plan. When he first discussed this matter with his beautiful boss, he already had a plan. Hey, brothers, isn't it too easy for those people to clean excrement? Giving 300 toilets to them for free. This little brother will not do such a thing. Besides, I'm not going to clean excrement myself. I plan to recruit 300 people from Hu County to come to Chang and every day to clean excrement and sell it in the surrounding areas. As for the income from cleaning excrement, I don't plan to pocket it. I want to use it to help orphans, widows, and children in Chang'an and Hu County. Feng Yai, I didn't understand. Didn't the sage take out 20% of the lottery income to protect the people? Why would I need you to meddle in my business? Nowadays, Chang'an City issued a lottery every 10 days, and the profits were getting higher and higher. The Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou, was already grinning from ear to ear. According to the current trend, the income from this year's lottery would not be less than 250,000 strings of cash, and 20% of it would be 50,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyou only curled his lips and said, That amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. Brothers, do you know how much of an impact the locust plague has had on the people of Hu County? And how many people in Chang and were short of food and clothing? Not to mention the income from the lottery. Even the annual income from the toilets might not be enough to help the orphans and widows. Chung Chumo, Fong Yai and the others were speechless. Although they were dandy, they were not the kind of selfish second generation. He understood the hardships of the people. Caring for the young, providing for the elderly, helping the poor, supporting the poor, and providing relief for the sick, all of these required a huge amount of copper coins. And the annual revenue generated by these 300 toilets could save countless lives. Ziyu, you don't have to do this personally, do you? Why don't you let your enemy or someone else do it? Why dirty your own hands? Chung Chumo advised after thinking about it. Li Wangyu stared at Chung Chumo as if he was looking at an idiot. Brother Chumo, are you stupid? You want to push this kind of good reputation to someone else? This little brother is prepared to bring all my elder brothers to do this together. Think about it, if we set up a charity hall, we can take out hundreds of thousands of strings of cash to help the orphans and widows every year. How big of a reputation can we have? At that time, who would complain about the bad reputation of picking feces? If all of you are not interested, then I will find someone else. Chung Chumo was stunned by his words, and his mouth opened wide. Ziyu, what did you say? Hundreds of thousands of strings of cash? Just by picking feces? The group of dandies swallowed their saliva. Hundreds of thousands of strings of cash? Ziyu, are you kidding? Picking feces can make so much money? Li Wangyu laughed. Why else do you think I put in so much effort? Do I have nothing better to do? I have calculated that the profit will only be high, not low. Back then, the junior supervisor of the junior supervisor's office suggested to Pai Lupi that he hoped to sell the officials cow and horse feces. He estimated that the annual income would reach 200,000 strings of cash. Pai Lupi disliked the bad reputation and rejected this business, but the value was real. There were millions of people in Chang'an City, so the toilets naturally accumulated a lot of feces every day. Li Wangyu estimated that one toilet could make about 2 strings of cash by selling feces every day. 300 toilets would be 600 strings of cash, and this was just one day's income. In a year, it would be 200,000 strings of cash. Excluding the expenses of hiring people to pick feces, it would not be a problem to make more than 100,000 strings of cash by selling toilets. After Li Wangyu explained the benefits to the Silk Pants, the Silk Pants' eyes lit up. Zio, this is a great idea. We must do it. Feng Yai patted his chest shamelessly. Isn't it just picking feces to make money? I don't mind the stinky money. I am willing to do it for the people. The group of playboys gave Feng Yai a bunch of middle fingers in unison to show their praise for his shameless spirit. The dandy originally thought that it would be good if they could make tens of thousands of strings of cash by picking feces every year. They did not expect that there would be such a huge profit. Li Wangyu was even willing to take out all the profits to open a charity hall to do good deeds. It would be used to care for the young, support the old, relieve the poor, and relieve the sick in Chang'an City. This was a big deal, so how could they not be tempted? How much reputation and benefits could it bring to the people by taking out more than 100,000 strings of cash every year to do good deeds? The dandy did not care about money. As for official positions, as long as their fathers were still in the imperial court, it would not be their turn. At most, it would be a nominal position. But reputation was something that everyone loved. Previously, in order to overthrow the old officials in the imperial court, they had spent a lot of effort. Wasn't it because these old officials were reputable? But when the charity hall was opened, wouldn't the dandy be worshipped by the people of Chang'an City as living bodhisattvas? With more than 100,000 strings of cash, how could they not have any reputation? If they encountered such a situation again, they would not have to waste any effort. The people of Chang'an City could drown those old officials with their saliva. However, Chai Linggu poured cold water on them. Zio, everyone, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Taking out such a large sum of money to relieve the orphans and widows is naturally a good thing. I'm afraid that we will be impeached by people with ulterior motives, saying that we are trying to buy people's hearts. That would not be good. Li Wangyu glanced at him with an exasperated look on his face. Of course, we can't just rely on us. Since the land to build the toilets was provided by the saint, the charity hall naturally has to be led by the royal family. I will invite the Empress to be the manager of the charity hall. We will follow the Empress and be in the charity hall in name. In this way, who will have anything to say? Are we going to impeach the Empress for buying people's hearts? The Empress and the Saint will naturally be worshipped by the people, and we will also have a good reputation. It's killing many birds with one stone. The dandy was stunned. Then they clapped and laughed. Wonderful, really wonderful. Zio, you are indeed smart. Haha, this matter is settled. We must take part in it. Just as everyone was talking happily, the old housekeeper Li Hang came in and reported, Lang Jun, shopkeeper Ren of Ren's saddle shop requests to see you. Is there something he needs? Invite him to the central room. Lang Jun, shopkeeper Ren also brought a guest and requested to see you together. Chapter 551. Li Heng's words puzzled Li Wangyu. It was understandable that shopkeeper Ren wanted to see him, but bringing a guest with him seemed to be against the rules. Li Wangyu did not care about status, nor did he have any prejudice or discrimination against merchants. But in the eyes of the Tangs, it was already very generous of a merchant like shopkeeper Ran to be able to enter his residence and meet him, the county count of Hu County. It was overstepping his authority to bring in an unfamiliar guest without informing him first. Li Wangyu thought for a while and felt that shopkeeper Ran was not someone who did not know the severity of the situation, so he nodded. Bring them to the central room. I will be there in a moment. Cheng Chumo and the others laughed. Zio, you are too easy to talk to. For a merchant like him to be able to enter the residence of a county count like you, he must have burned incense in his past life. It is not a good thing that you are still indulging him like this. This is shopkeeper Ren. Last time when I entered the prison, he also helped me a lot, so we can be considered friends. Brothers, please take a seat. I will go and see what is going on. Li Wangyu smiled and walked to the central room in the front yard. Wait for me, I will go with you. The sooner we send them away, the sooner we can go to the palace to find the Empress and settle this matter, hee. The rest of our lives depend on this charity hall of yours. Cheng Chumo laughed and followed. In his eyes, nothing was more important than this charity hall. Let's go, let's go. The playboys all cheered and laughed as they clustered around Li Wangyu and walked to the main hall. Li Wangyu was still in Chang'an and had not returned to Zhou village because he wanted to settle the matter of the charity hall. He naturally understood the playboys' anxious thoughts. This group of playboys usually ate, drank, and played. It was not as interesting as running a charity hall. When they arrived at the main hall, the guests had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Li Wangyu and the group of playboys coming out, they quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. The stranger said, This one is here to see the county count of Hu County. Sorry for the intrusion. Greetings, County Count Huxian. This is a good friend of mine. Today, he would like to see County Count Huxian about something, and he asked me to introduce him. His surname is Luo and his given name is Hui. He is also a wealthy merchant in Chang'an. Although shopkeeper Ren said that, he bowed deeply with an ashamed expression on his face. This made Li Wangyu feel a little strange. Li Wangyu felt that the name Luo Hui sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. There's no need to be so courteous, please sit. Why do you want to see me today? Shopkeeper Ren knelt on the floor and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Luo Hui cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu and said, County Count Hu, I asked shopkeeper Ren to recommend me today because I have a business deal to discuss with you. What kind of business? Tell me about it. Luo Hui's attitude was respectful. After bowing to Li Wangyu, he said, County Count Hu has spent a large sum of money to build 300 toilets in Chang'an. I admire you very much. However, these toilets also need someone to take care of them. Otherwise, after a long time, the filth will overflow, making them unsightly. That would be a waste of County Count Hu's painstaking efforts. I have many people under my command who are skilled in this field and can endure hardships. Thus, I would like to take the liberty of asking County Count Hu to let me take care of the 300 toilets. Let him take care of the toilets? Li Wangyu was stunned. Then, he suddenly remembered who Luo Hui was. In Chang'an, this person called Luo Hui made a living by picking excrement and made a fortune from it. There were records of this person in the history books. Chang'an is rich, and Luo Hui makes a living by picking excrement. In the history books it is said that he made a lot of money by picking excrement. Luo Hui also makes a living, and his family is very rich. Not only did he make a lot of money by picking excrement, but he was also recorded by the Secretary of History. This Luo Hui could be considered a talent. After Li Wangyou's 300 toilets were put into use, the wealth they contained was something that others could not see. However, Luo Hui, who used to pick excrement, knew very well. Actually, Luo Hui had long wanted to build toilets in Chang'an, but he could not do it. Toilets were easy to build, but land was not. Every inch of land in Chang'an was worth an inch of gold. Li Wangyou could build it because Pai Lupi waved his hand and the government provided the land for free. How could Luo Hui have such ability? Although his family was rich, his status could not even compare to that of a merchant. Naturally, he could only dream about it. After the 300 toilets were built in Chang'an, Luo Hui was very envious. The benefits involved were too great. Luo Hui was able to accumulate a lot of wealth by picking excrement, so he naturally had his own unique skills. Noda's Chang'an had a population of 1 million. Among them, there were hundreds of people who picked excrement. Originally, in order to fight for territory, there were many fights. However, Luo Hui was very capable and his methods were very clever. Through various methods such as roping in, suppressing, bribing the yamen runners and marquis, he was able to gather all the excrement pickers in Chang'an under his command and formed a large force. Now, all the excrement pickers in Chang'an had to pay Luo Hui a varying amount of copper coins according to their assigned area. In this way, he only needed to sit in his mansion and he would have a large amount of copper coins every day. Moreover, he had gathered a team of hundreds of people. These excrement pickers were strong and listened to him. This made Luo Hui's ambition expand a lot. However, Chang'an was the heart of the Tang dynasty. There were nobles everywhere in Chang'an. Whether it was the princes and princesses, hundreds of officials and nobles, aristocratic families, eunuchs, imperial guards or playboys, they were not people that Luo Hui, who used to pick excrement, could provoke. However, the ordinary merchants in Chang'an became the target of his humiliation. He used excrement pickers as an excuse to collect high fees from them. Naturally, the merchants did not want to pay such a high price. As a result, Luo Hui did not allow anyone to pick excrement in the merchants' manors and shops. No one picked the excrement, and Luo Hui and the others did not allow excrement pickers to enter Chang'an. In the end, the merchants had no choice but to bow their heads and admit defeat. They obediently handed over large amounts of copper coins and begged Luo Hui and the others to pick excrement. As a result, the ordinary merchants in Chang'an were all polite to him and did not dare to offend him. Luo Hui was jealous of Li Wangyou's 300 toilets, but he did not have a way to get along with Li Wangyou, the county earl who founded the country. Later, he heard from somewhere that shopkeeper Ren of the Renji saddle shop had a relationship with county earl Hu. As a result, Luo Hui brought gifts to visit shopkeeper Ren and asked him to introduce him to county earl Hu. He had a business deal to discuss with county earl Hu. Shopkeeper Ren naturally did not agree. However, he was threatened by Luo Hui and had no choice but to give in. In shopkeeper Ren's opinion, no matter how unreasonable Luo Hui was, in front of Li Wangyou, he was nothing more than an appetizer and would not cause any trouble. He did not believe that a lowly person like Luo Hui could mess around in front of Li Wangyou, the county earl who founded the country. However, shopkeeper Ren still felt very guilty about bringing Luo Hui to county earl Hu without permission. Hearing Luo Hui's words, he could not help but stand up and bow to Li Wangyou. County earl Hu, I made a mistake. Actually, I am not familiar with this Luo Hui. Before he could finish, Li Wangyou smiled and waved his hand at him. No matter, shopkeeper Ren, I know your character very well. There is no need to say more. He turned his head to look at Luo Hui with a faint smile. How do you plan to cooperate with me? Tell me. Chapter 552. Li Wangyou's words stunned Luo Hui. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of Li Wangyou's words. After a while he replied, Naturally, I will ask the county count for permission to help you take care of the toilets. That's all. And then, Li Wangyou's face was about to turn black. You don't plan on taking away my 300 toilets just because of this, do you? Did this Luo Hui really think he was an idiot? He actually wanted to take away the 200,000 string of cash every year? In fact, it wasn't impossible to give these toilets to a professional like Luo Hui to take care of. In any case, The goal of Li Wangyu and the wastrels wasn't to remove excrement, but to make money from this business and use it to open a charity hall. As for whether to recruit people from Hu County or give them to Luo Hui, it didn't make much of a difference. If Luo Hui knew what was good for him, this person who delivered himself to his door could save him and the wastrels a lot of trouble. However, Luo Hui's words just now made Li Wangyu a bit angry. Did this Luo Hui think he was an idiot who didn't know anything? Even the wastrels on the side couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Cheng Chumo was rocking back and forth with laughter. Wahahaha, you scoundrel, you're quite good at scheming. Luo Hui originally had this idea. In his mind, how could a noble like Li Wangyu understand the benefits of removing excrement? Moreover, he shouldn't be interested in this stinky business. He thought that Li Wangyu was only building toilets on a whim and would dislike them for being filthy and too lazy to take care of them. With his silver tongue, it would be very easy for him to trick the young county count into giving him the right to take care of the 300 toilets. However, when he heard Li Wangyu and Cheng Chumo's conversation, he immediately understood that the county count knew the benefits involved. Haha, this humble one didn't explain clearly and caused the county count and the young dukes to misunderstand. What this humble one meant was that the county count and this humble one would each take half of the earnings from removing excrement. County count who didn't need to worry about anything. All the dirty and tiring work was taken care of. Every month, the profits would be sent to county count whose residence on time. What do you think, county count who? After Luo Hui finished speaking, before Li Wangyu could say anything, Cheng Chumo grabbed Luo Hui's collar and said, "You bastard, what a good plan! You actually want to take half of the profits? Do you have such a big appetite? Lousy can answer you on behalf of county count who. Those toilets can be handed over to you, the Tian Shi knew, to take care of, but I will give you 10% of the profits, and the remaining 90% will be sent to county count whose mansion. What do you think? Are you going to do it or not?" Cheng Chumo's words made Luo Hui's face turn ugly. How could 20,000 strings of cash a year be what he wanted? Even if he were to sit at home and do nothing, he would still earn tens of thousands of strings of cash a year. Naturally, he would not be interested in a mere 20,000 strings of cash. This young duke is making things difficult for me. Picking excrement was also money earned through labor. It was smelly and tiring. The young duke was kind-hearted. How could he bear to let those who worked hard suffer losses? This portion is really too little. Cheng Chumo spat at him. Bah, you bastard, you really have a big appetite. 20,000 strings of cash a year. What kind of person can't he invite to pick excrement? In short, are you going to do it or not? Luo Hui's face became uglier and uglier. Young duke, forgive me for not being able to comply. He wanted to continue complaining, but he heard Cheng Chumo directly ask Li Wangyu to leave. If you don't want to do it, then don't be long-winded. Get out. Niu Yong, Niu Wu. Help your Lang Jun throw this guy out the door. Regarding Cheng Chumo's decision, Li Wangyu did not even lift his eyelids, silently agreeing with his words. Niu Wu and Niu Yong naturally understood. They walked forward with a smile and patted Luo Hui's shoulder. Go, don't annoy the young duke. You won't have a good time. Luo Hui did not dare to say anything more. His face turned red, and he could only obediently stand up. He bowed to Li Wangyu and the others before turning to leave. However, before he left, he was still very unwilling. He turned to Li Wangyu and said, County Count Hu, I am leaving sincerely and sincerely. I want to help County Count Hu with your worries. Otherwise, those 300 toilets will not be cleaned and will be filthy. At that time, I'm afraid that County Count Hu's face will not look good. I ask County Count Hu to reconsider. Li Wangyu did not even raise his eyebrows, and he was too lazy to say anything more to Luo Hui. He could also see that Luo Hui's appetite was not small. He was surprised that he could not be satisfied with 20,000 strings of cash a year. Although he had read in the history books that Chang An was rich, Luo Hui, and his family was very rich, he did not expect that this guy only relied on picking excrement. He did not even care for 20,000 strings of cash a year. After Luo Hui was driven away, shopkeeper Ran was very embarrassed. He stood up and bowed to Li Wangyu. County Count Hu, I was rash today. I was forced by Luo Hui to the point that I had no choice but to bring him to my residence. I ask for County Count Hu's forgiveness. Oh, is this Luo Hui very overbearing? Isn't he just a person who picks excrement? Fong Eai asked curiously after hearing Shopkeeper Ren's words. Shopkeeper Ren smiled bitterly and told them everything about the Luo Association. Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants shook their heads repeatedly when they heard this. Damn it, if I had known, I would have beaten him up to vent my anger. A person who picks excrement actually dares to bully others like this. Does he really think that Chang'an City is his? Cheng Chumo was furious. He slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacups to clatter. Brother Chumo, he's just a local tyrant. What's there to be angry about? Li Wangyu smiled. I originally wanted to save some trouble and just let Luo Hui take care of the toilets. Since he's so ambitious, then forget it. We'll just recruit people from Hu County. Each person costs 200 copper coins a day. If we recruit 300 people, we'll only earn 20,000 coins a year. It's not much trouble. The wastrels all nodded. To them, this wasn't much. On the other hand, Shopkeeper Ren cautiously said, County Count Hu, everyone, I'm afraid that Luo Hui won't let this go. He's rebelling. What does a lowly person who picks excrement want to do? It's fine if he's honest, but if he has any other ideas, I'll send him to the Golden Guards to loosen his bones. Cheng Chumo glared. Shopkeeper Ren naturally didn't dare to say anything else. He apologized to Li Wangyu again and again before leaving. Li Wangyu and the others naturally didn't take Luo Hui to heart. They discussed how to operate the charity hall again. Li Wangyu rode out on his horse and went to the East Market to find his beautiful superior. They went together to Lijian Palace to meet Empress Zhang Sun. Empress Zhang Sun was full of praise for the matter they proposed and agreed without hesitation. Previously, she had cooperated with her beautiful superior to create a storm of Madam Abandoning Home. Originally, she just wanted to vent the anger of all the women in the world. She didn't expect that the toilets would contain such great benefits. With regards to Li Wangyu's willingness to take out all of the 200,000 a year income to set up a charity for the young, the elderly, the poor, and the sick, there was no reason for her to disagree. Empress Zhang Sun looked at Li Wangyu with doting eyes. Zio, you child, you're really... What should I say about you? Don't worry. You can boldly do the charity hall. If anyone has any complaints, I'll go and reason with them. Empress Zhang Sun naturally understood why Li Wangyu and her beautiful superior had pulled her in. Of course, they were worried about being impeached and wanted to buy people's hearts. With Empress Zhang Sun's support, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior were naturally at ease. The name of the charity hall was also decided by Empress Zhang Sun. It would be called Wangyu Charity Hall. First, it was to let the lonely and distressed forget their worries. Second, it was to affirm and reward Li Wangyu's good deed. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly at using his name to name the charity hall. However, he could only thank Empress Zhang Sun again and again for her good intentions. The wastrels began to recruit excrement pickers in Hu County. They rubbed their fists and prepared to do something big, but they didn't expect trouble to come again. Chapter 553. The wastrels were now fully invested in the charity hall. They even padded their chests and offered to hire manure pickers in Hu County. In the past few days, Li Wangyu had been leisurely running back to his own manor. On the other hand, the foppish young masters were busy with their hot-blooded work. They recruited people, built manure carts, bought horses, and contacted the various counties in Chang'an to sell jinkala. With the wastrels around, the surrounding counties naturally had to give them face. Not only were they in charge of purchasing the manure, but they also sold the manure to the various villages. Moreover, the price they offered was quite sincere. In fact, to be able to provide a steady supply of jinkala every day was something that the officials of these counties could not ask for more. In an era without fertilizers and pesticides, jinkala was an important resource that affected the yield of every moo. Jinkala could not be used as fertilizer immediately. It needed to be composted and fermented, otherwise it would burn the roots of the crops. Every state, county, and county had a site dedicated to composting. After fermenting, the jinkala would be sold to the various villages as fertilizer. After solving the problem of sales, the wastrels were even more motivated. It was even easier to recruit manure pickers in Hu County. Originally, Li Wangyu wanted to pay 200 copper coins a day, but he was stopped by the wastrels. It was not that they were unwilling to pay, but that the money was too much. The average monthly income of the people in Chang'an was only about the same. However, if they were to pay 200 copper coins a day, that would be 6 strings of copper coins a month. Even if manure pickers were hard work, that was too much. In the end, the salary for manure pickers was set at 100 copper coins a day. Even so, that was 3 strings of copper coins a month, which was comparable to the monthly salary of a 5th-rank court official. The wastrels asked Yang Quan to let the bailiffs go to the various villages to inform them. Hearing that they would be paid 100 copper coins a day and 3 strings of copper coins a month, even the bailiffs were tempted. They could not wait to take off their clothes and sign up themselves. This news shocked more than 100 villages in Hu County. On the day of registration, thousands of people rushed to the county office to sign up. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Zhuo was prepared for this and told the bailiffs to only recruit middle-aged men with strong bodies who knew how to drive carriages, and that those who were poor would be given priority, there would be even more people signing up. After being busy for a few days, the arrangements were finally almost done. The first batch of nearly 100 farmers to remove manure was also arranged and ready to drive the manure cart into Chang'an to remove manure. However, something happened to these farmers on their first day in Chang, and when they drove their dung carts into the city. On this day, Li Wangyu slept until he woke up naturally. Since he had nothing to do, he simply called Niu Wu over. The two of them rowed a small boat and leisurely fished in the lake of his mansion to pass the time. As soon as he caught a lively red carp, he heard someone shouting for him from the shore. "Zio, something's happened. Don't fish anymore. Come back quickly. You brat. We're worried sick, and you're still in the mood to fish? Come back quickly, something's happened." The ones jumping and shouting on the shore were precisely the group of silk pants. Li Wangyu was baffled. What had happened all of a sudden? Seeing how anxious the silk pants were, he didn't dare to delay. He threw the red carp back into the lake and called Niu Wu to quickly row the boat to the shore. As soon as the boat reached the shore, Cheng Chimo directly jumped on. "Zio, you're still in the mood to fish? Something's happened. Come with us to Chang'an." Li Wangyu hadn't steadied himself on the boat yet. The boat immediately swayed left and right as Cheng Chimo jumped on. If it weren't for Niu Wu's quick reflexes, he would have fallen into the lake. "Brother Chimo, why are you panicking? The sky won't fall. Tell me what's going on." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at Cheng Chimo. Cheng Chimo's face was full of anger, but before he could say anything, the group of dandy gathered around and began to explain to him what had happened that day. Li Wangyu's head started to swell as he finally understood what had happened to make the dandy so angry. Today was the first day the farmers from Hu County entered Chang'an to remove manure. More than 100 farmers drove 40 to 50 dung carts into Chang'an early in the morning. These dung carts were modified based on 4-wheeled carriages by the silk pants craftsmen. 2 farmers were assigned to each dung cart. Not only did they have to remove manure, but they also had to clean the toilets. Then they had to drive the dung carts to the counties around Chang'an and sell them to the farming officials. It wasn't complicated, so the farmers naturally didn't think it was a hard job. Compared to lying on the ground with one's back facing the sky and a drop of sweat falling into 8 pieces, it was a really easy job. Removing manure was smelly and tiring, but compared to their monthly salary, the farmers didn't dislike it at all. Instead, they enjoyed it. Being selected to remove manure in Chang'an, these farmers were envied by many people. There were even many who couldn't find a wife because of their poverty. After being selected to remove manure for Hu County, there were many who took the initiative to propose marriage. This made the simple farmers of Hu County so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Many farmers couldn't sleep last night because they had to drive into Chang'an to start work. Although Hu County was right next to Chang'an, many farmers were nervous because it was their first time entering Chang'an. 40 to 50 manure carts lined up for inspection and entered Chang'an through the illustrious Virtue Gate. Then they dispersed according to the areas assigned to them by the rich playboys, preparing to remove manure from the toilets in the alleys and streets. But before the farmers could drive the dung carts to the toilets, something happened. Lu Shi was the 11th child in his family. He had 10 elder brothers and sisters above him, so he was named Lu Shi. Most commoners in the Tang dynasty were illiterate, so they gave their names like this. They gave their names casually. They even thought that the more lowly the name, the easier it was to raise them. Lu Shi was the youngest child in his family. But after the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, only his crippled elder brother and his 4 married sisters survived. His parents had passed away, leaving Lu Shi and his crippled elder brother to rely on each other. They were very poor. Although the four sisters often subsidized their younger brother, their own family's living conditions were also tight, so they couldn't help much. This time, Li Wangyu had asked the Silk Pants to recruit manure pickers in Hu County. Lu Shi had signed up with a fluke mentality, but he hadn't expected to actually be selected. This made his family overjoyed, and they felt that there was finally hope for their good days. Today was his first time entering Chong, and to remove manure. Lu Shi was excited and nervous. He was so focused on driving the dung cart that he didn't even dare to talk to his companions for fear of an accident. But the more he was afraid of accidents, the more accidents happened. The dung cart had just turned a corner and was about to drive into the inner district when Lu Shi heard a scream coming from beside the cart. He was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. He quickly pulled the reins and stopped the cart. He and his companions looked in the direction of the sound. They saw an old woman lying beside the dung cart. Her head was covered in blood and she was holding onto the shaft of the cart tightly, as if she was afraid that they would run away. Lu Shi's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "We've hit someone." Chapter 554. In the Tang dynasty, there were clear laws and regulations regarding traffic accidents. In the Tang dynasty's law, it was clearly stated, "In the streets and alleys of the city, anyone who drives a carriage without a reason shall be whipped 50 times, and those who kill for a reason shall be reduced by 1 level. Killing for a reason was intentional murder, and the highest punishment was death. 1 level lower than that was banishment for 3,000 miles. This was the highest level of banishment, one of the 5 punishments in the Tang dynasty. Generally, there were additional punishments, such as 3 years of housework, which was 3 years of labor in shackles. In other words, if there was a traffic accident in the Tang dynasty, the driver of the carriage would be whipped 50 times. If someone was killed, then he would be banishment for 3,000 miles and work in shackles for 3 years. The punishment could be said to be quite severe. Lu Shi's whole body trembled when he saw that the carriage he was driving had actually hit someone and caused her head to bleed. He couldn't even speak. He didn't know how he bumped into this old woman. He had been very careful when he turned the corner of the dung cart. The other companion on the dung cart was also frightened to the point that his hands and feet were cold. However, he was still somewhat calm. He quickly jumped off the cart and supported the old woman. "Granny, how are you? Are you okay?" "Granny, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to. We really didn't see you." This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. It was not that they wanted to watch the fun, but in the Tang dynasty, it was also illegal for passers-by to turn a blind eye to what was happening around them. In the Tang dynasty's law, it was clearly stated, "Those who can help but don't do so will be whipped 80 times. There were many similar laws, such as, when people see a fire, they should report it but don't report it, they should save but don't save. When people in the neighborhood are robbed and killed, they should report it but don't help, they should be whipped 100 times. If they hear it but don't help, they should be reduced by 1 level. If they don't have the strength to help, they should report it to the nearby court. If they don't report it, they should also be considered as not helping." In the face of fire, crime, and other situations, passers-by had the obligation to help in time, otherwise it would be illegal. The laws of the Tang dynasty punished those indifferent people who could have helped but turned a blind eye to it in times of crisis. Therefore, when they saw the old woman knocked down by the dung truck, many passers-by immediately gathered around and asked if they needed help. The old woman's head was bleeding profusely, and she seemed to be severely injured. She pulled on the shaft of the carriage and shouted, "Someone, we've hit someone. That damned coachman had hit someone. Help!" Lu Shi and his companions were so scared that they didn't know what to do. On the other hand, some passers-by quickly found a nearby Wu Ho and escorted Lu Shi and his companions to the county office to await their punishment. The old woman was also sent to the nearby hospital for treatment. Lu Shi and his companions failed and were locked up in the prison of Chong'an County, awaiting Chuizhu's trial. However, when Lu Shi was thrown into the prison by the bailiffs with a long face, he was shocked to find that there were already several companions who had been recruited to scavenge excrement in the prison. After asking around, he learned that the farmers in Hu County had encountered the same thing as Lu Shi after entering Chong'an. If it wasn't the dung truck that had hit the old man, it would have hit the children and women. In short, it was as if they had seen a ghost. After receiving the news, the playboys hurried to Wanyan and Chong'an counties. When they heard the news, they couldn't help but be furious. Out of the 50 dung trucks, 25 pairs were broken. Not a single one escaped, And all of them were in trouble. After such a thing happened, no matter how stupid the playboys were, they knew that someone had done it on purpose. The playboys angrily went to Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang to reason with them. This was clearly a deliberate framing of the farmers who were scavenging excrement, and they should be sentenced to the crime of making false accusations. Regarding this, Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang were helpless. Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang didn't believe that the people who had been hit by the dung trucks hadn't done it on purpose. How could there be such a coincidence that all 50 dung trucks had gotten into a car accident and injured people? However, those injured people were real. It could only be said that the other party had really gone all out, and those people were willing to do it to themselves. For those who had been hit by the dung trucks, bleeding from their heads was already considered light. Those who were seriously injured even had their bones broken. It was very miserable. These injured people insisted that they had been hit by the dung trucks. Moreover, there were many witnesses at the time, and it was indeed so. As for distinguishing whether the dung trucks had hit these people or if these people had deliberately hit the dung trucks, in an era without traffic cameras, it was difficult for Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang. It was difficult for even the gods to determine this. As a result, even if Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang knew that someone had done it on purpose, they didn't dare to let those farmers go. Otherwise, if they were accused of negligence, it would be difficult to explain. After such a commotion, going into Chang'an to scavenge excrement naturally became an empty promise. Even the 50 dung trucks were temporarily detained by Chang'an and Wanyan counties, and could only be returned after the case was over. The playboys threw a tantrum, but it was useless. Only then did they ride to Dingzhou village to find Li Wangyu to make a decision. Now, among the group of playboys, Li Wangyu was the youngest, but he had secretly become the backbone of the group of playboys. After listening to the playboys, Li Wangyu immediately thought of a word. He couldn't help but blurt out, "This is a scam." Feng Yai was confused. "What scam? Zio, what are you talking about?" Li Wangyu scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it to the playboys. This scam was invented by the descendants of the 8 banners in the late Qing dynasty. These people lacked a source of income and had no skills, so they came up with this crooked idea. Usually, they would hold a precious piece of porcelain in their hands as they walked through the busy streets. Looking for an opportunity, they deliberately let the moving carriage accidentally bump into him, causing the porcelain in their hands to fall to the ground and shatter. Then they could righteously pester the owner of the carriage and ask for compensation based on the price of the precious porcelain. In fact, it was essentially extortion. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to explain what scam was to the playboys, so he asked, "Brothers, who do you think did this?" "Bastard, if I find out who's behind this, I'll crush his balls." Cheng Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others were furious, but they didn't know who would do this. Chai Linggu, Wei Shuyu, and the others looked at each other and blurted out, "Luo Hui." Li Wangyu also nodded. After hearing this, the first person he thought of was Luo Hui. Other than Luo Hui, doing this had no meaning to anyone else. However, Li Wang, you didn't think that a lowly person would have the guts to go against him and the other silk pants in such a blatant manner. This person must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Cheng Chumo roared, "It's him? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm going to beat this bastard to death right now." He turned to leave, but was stopped by Chai Linggu and the others. "Brother Chumo, we were afraid that you would be impulsive before, so we didn't tell you. Think about it. What's the use of beating up that Luo Hui? Do you have evidence that these things were ordered by him? It's easy to catch Luo Hui, but it's easy to give people a reason to talk about it." Li Wangyu also nodded. "That's right, this matter was most likely ordered by Luo Hui. Haha, I underestimated this Luo Hui. I didn't expect that for the sake of 200,000 strings of cash a year, this person would be so crazy. But Brother Chumo, if you want to beat up that Luo Hui, I'm afraid it won't be of any use. This kind of lowly person, when the time comes, will definitely bite you back, and the censorate will accuse you of malicious injury." "He dares. I'll kill him." Cheng Chumo cursed, but he was no longer in a hurry to leave. Cheng Chumo seemed to be reckless, but he wasn't stupid. He turned to Li Wangyu, "Zio, what do you think we should do about this?" Chapter 555. Li Wangyu had no experience in dealing with this kind of fraud. In later generations, there were all kinds of driving records and traffic cameras to prove innocence, but in the Tang dynasty, how to deal with it was a bit of a headache. If he directly used his and the foppish playboy's influence to suppress this matter, it was not impossible. But he was afraid that he would be targeted by people with ulterior motives and make a fuss about it, and then it would cause more trouble. Li Wangyu was well aware that those aristocratic families had been waiting to catch his weakness for a long time. How could he give his weakness to these people? Li Wangyu even thought that after this matter was spread out, the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zhang family of Xinjiang might have sent people to spy on the county governments of Chong'an and Wanyan counties. Although discerning people could see that the 50 injured people who were hit by the dung cart were deliberately hurt, Li Wangyu had no evidence. On the contrary, the injured people who were hit by the dung cart were real, and many passers-by left testimonies to prove that these people were really hit by the dung cart. Li Wangyu could only sigh. This Luo Hui was really king genius. He could actually do something like this and incite so many people to work for him willingly. If this matter was not solved, the 300 toilets could not generate any income. Even if he continued to build dung carts and recruit farmers to go to the city to remove dung, others could still do the same and continue to blackmail him. Li Wangyu thought for a long time and did not have a good idea, so he could only call the foppish playboys. Brothers, let's go back to Chong'an first and meet Luo Hui to see what he wants to do. They rode back to Chong'an again and went straight to Luo Hui's mansion. Since Luo Hui made a fortune by removing dung, he had already bought a house in Guangda Square near Shi City. The foppish playboys knew where his mansion was after a little inquiry. However, when Li Wangyu and the foppish playboys went to the door, there was no one there. Greetings, County Earl. Greetings, young dukes. You have come at the wrong time. My Lang Jun has left Chong'an City a few days ago to visit friends. I don't know when he will return home. Luo Hui's butler respectfully went out to greet everyone. When Feng Yai heard what he said, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Nonsense! You dare to deceive us? Are you tired of living? The steward jumped in fright and quickly knelt on the ground. What this lowly one said is absolutely true. Would the young duke please examine it clearly? I don't dare to speak the slightest falsehood. On the day my family's Lang Jun left Chong'an, the surrounding neighbors, as well as the Marshal Marquis in the square, all saw it. I did not deceive you all. Cheng Chumo was so angry that he whipped the horse in front of Luo Hui's mansion. Damn bastard, you sure run fast. I want to see where this Tian Xinu can run to. Li Wangyu was only 80% sure that it was Luo Hui who did it, but now he was completely sure that it was this dung picker behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Something happened here, and Luo Hui had already left Chong'an City to visit friends. This was obviously to avoid the wastrels finding trouble with him, and to continue hiding behind the scenes to do things. Brothers, let's go back to my mansion first. Li Wangyu could only tell the wastrels to leave. This Luo Hui really gave him a surprise. He did not expect that such a small character like Luo Hui could cause him so much trouble. He had underestimated this person. Li Wangyu did not expect that this dung picker would be so daring. Was he not afraid of him and the wastrel's revenge? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt that this matter was not so simple. There must be something fishy about it. As he pondered, he followed the debauches to his own residence in Kai Hua Square. The group of people entered Kai Hua Square. Before they reached Li Wangyu's mansion, they found that the road ahead was blocked. Several hundred commoners had blocked the street in front of Li Wangyu's mansion, making it impossible to pass through. Cheng Chumo was in a bad mood. He impatiently shouted from his horse, "Out of the way, out of the way! What are you all doing here? This is the Hu County Count's mansion. You think you can come here?" It would have been better if he had not shouted. Once he finished shouting, the crowd of commoners in front of Li Wangyu's mansion all began to crowd around them. "Hu County Count, your carriage hit my aunt. Is a noble person like you going to do nothing? We are looking for you, Hu County Count. Please, Hu County Count, give us commoners a way out. My eldest son's leg was broken, and he has no livelihood. How can our family live? Everyone come and see. My poor old mother was hit by Hu County Count's carriage. Her head is bleeding. How pitiful. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave. Hu County Count, you are a noble person, so we commoners naturally don't dare to act rashly. But you can't condone your subordinates and humiliate us commoners like this. My father is 63 years old this year, but he was hit by your carriage and broke his arm. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave. These several hundred commoners were carrying the door planks. Lying on top of the planks were people who had been injured in today's racketeering. Li Wangyu and the wastrels were all dumbfounded by this scene. What was going on? Were these people addicted to racketeering? They actually came all the way to his mansion to demand an explanation? But in the face of these several hundred agitated commoners, Li Wangyu was also a bit flustered. He had never imagined that Luo Hui would have such a backup plan waiting for him. Seeing that the commoners were getting more and more agitated, Niu Wu and his troops subconsciously drew out the shi blades at their waists. They looked at the crowd nervously, afraid that they would suddenly charge forward and threaten the safety of Li Wangyu and the silk pants. Let's go, don't fight with them. Let's go back to the mansion first. Li Wangyu shouted. At this time, he didn't dare to let Niu Wu and the others attack. If they accidentally killed a few more people, then it would really be a big joke. After hearing Li Wangyu's order, Niu Wu and his troops did their best to separate the angry crowd and escorted Li Wangyu and the wastrels into the mansion. After Li Wangyu and the others entered, the mansion's gate closed with a bang, leaving the crowd of commoners outside to continue their clamor. Chung Chumo was so angry that he kicked over a flower pot in the courtyard. Bastards! Are these people crazy? Fong Yai was so angry that he almost rushed out to beat them up, but he was stopped by the wastrels. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. His mansion being surrounded was really out of his expectations. But this matter confirmed one of his conjectures. Behind Luo Hui, there was definitely another faction causing mischief, a mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a lowly person like him dare to oppose him, the county count who founded the country, and a bunch of wastrels? Li Wangyu didn't believe that he had such guts. Not to mention that he had incited these commoners to cause trouble in his mansion. Moreover, he didn't see the marquises of Kaihua Square or the bailiffs of Wanyan County come to drive these people away. He didn't believe that Lu Dehang and the marquises of Kaihua Square didn't know that so many people had gathered here. It was clear that someone was exerting pressure on Lu Dehang and the colonel of the marquises to make them stand by and allow these commoners to surround his mansion. Li Wangyu thought to himself. The Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Zhang clan of Xingyang, the Duke of Luho Junji, and the Duke of Chongping Zhang Liang. In this half a year, the only people who had enmity with him were these few. Any one of them, or even several of them, could have instigated Luo Hui to do this. This was interesting. It seemed like these people had suffered a loss and were very unwilling to accept it. Chapter 556. The commotion in front of Li Wangyu's mansion lasted for more than 2 hours before a martial marquis finally came to disperse the crowd. After the crowd surrounding his mansion dispersed, Li Wangyu ordered people to open the mansion door. He walked out and looked at the mess on the ground, then looked at the group of martial marquis standing in front of the mansion door with their hands hanging down. He could not help but sneer. Everyone, I will remember today's matter and will definitely repay you in the future. Li Wangyu's words immediately scared the martial marquis into kneeling on the ground. County Count Hu, please calm down. It's not that we want to be negligent, we. The martial marquis commander couldn't speak clearly. He really felt sullen. Both sides were big shots, masters he couldn't afford to offend. Chung Chumo strode out and didn't try to reason with them. He arrogantly said in a loud voice, "What are you all doing? Speak. Who ordered you to do this? If you can't explain, this old man will put this on your heads." The martial marquis gloomily looked at each other. This was a fight between immortals, and mortals suffered. They hesitated for a moment, but before they could speak, they saw the two brothers Cheng Chubi and Cheng Chuliang standing on either side of their brother. "Big brother, it seems that our Duke Lu Mansion's reputation is not enough." They are not afraid at all. Yuchi Bao Lin and Yuchi Bao Chi also stood out. "If you think that the Duke Lu Mansion is not enough, then add my Duke Yi Mansion. And my Duke Chao Mansion. My Lai Mansion will advance and retreat with the County Count Hu Mansion. Duke Liang Mansion also has the same attitude. Duke Zhang Mansion also has the same attitude." Niu Zhangping dragged his lame leg out. "Hee, our Langya County Duke Mansion can't compare to these Duke Mansions, but if anyone wants to oppose the County Count Hu Mansion, then they can try the Langya County Duke Mansion's blade." The words of the wastrels finally made the martial marquis clearly remember the power behind these wastrels. They were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Their backs were soaked in cold sweat. They now felt that they were like pigs in a mirror, Completely inhuman. He wanted to say who was the instigator, but when he thought about that person's power, crushing them was not much harder than crushing ants. Thus, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. County Count who, young dukes, today is all our fault. Please punish us, County Count who and young dukes. The colonel of the Wu Marquee shop opened his mouth for a long time, but he didn't dare to say that name. He just kept kowtowing. The colonel's words made Chung Chumo and the others furious. They rushed over and wanted to beat him up, but were stopped by Li Wangyu. He walked in front of the colonel and squatted down to look into his eyes. Even if you don't say it, I can guess it. If I'm not mistaken, did Duke Lu instruct you to do this? Li Wangyu's words made the colonel's eyes widen as he looked at him in disbelief. You didn't say anything. The colonel was so scared that his teeth were chattering. With his reaction, how could Li Wangyu not know that he had guessed correctly? He chuckled and stood up. You don't have to say any more. I already know. The colonel didn't dare to say anything and just kept kowtowing. Li Wangyu stood up and sneered. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. But as Wu Marquises of the Tang dynasty, you are not the servants of a certain family. Don't make a mistake. After saying this, he turned and walked back into his residence. The wastrels coldly snorted and looked around at the kneeling Wu Marquises before following him back into their residences and slamming the gates shut. The Wu Marquises sighed and silently got up from the ground before leaving dejectedly. Inside the gates, Cheng Chumo was very confused. Zio, how did you know that Ho Junji was behind this? I guessed. Li Wangyu smiled. The Wu Marquee shops are controlled by the left and right imperial guards. The hands of the great clans shouldn't be able to stretch that far. And among the many generals, the only ones who have a grudge with me are Ho Junji and Zhang Liang. A few days ago, Zhang Liang was appointed as the chief steward of Huai Province by the sage and has already gone to Huai Province. Isn't that only Ho Junji left? His words enlightened the wastrels. That bastard. I was wondering why that Tian Shiwei, Luo Hui, was so bold to do such a thing. It turns out that he's hooked up with Ho Junji. Hee Zio, it seems like Duke Lu is very unhappy that the Nyo brothers killed 10 of Ho Junji's soldiers. He's come to take revenge. What's there to be afraid of? This Ho Junji only knows how to play dirty tricks behind the scenes. What a scoundrel. After pondering over today's matter, the wastrels began to curse Ho Junji. Li Wangyu lowered his voice and said, Brothers, have you thought of a problem? How could a lowly dung picker like Luo Hui have a relationship with a duke like Ho Junji? His words left the wastrels stunned. Yes, a lowly duke like Luo Hui and a duke like Ho Junji were like the difference between the clouds and mud. How could a proud person like Ho Junji collude with someone like Luo Hui? Confused, the wastrels turned to Li Wangyu and said, Zio, speak. Don't keep us in suspense. Li Wangyu chuckled. Brothers, have you forgotten what kind of shady business Luo Hui is in? Dung picker. What's wrong? It's nothing. Little brother, I just remembered something that Eunuch Dai told me. He said that the junior supervisor of the junior supervisor residence once suggested to the saint that the horse dung of the various government offices and imperial army camps should be collected and sold. Do you know about this? Li Wangyu changed the topic and spoke about what Dai Zhou had said to him in the Hall of Governance that day. The wastrels didn't understand what he meant. They looked at each other and nodded. I've heard of this matter. It seems that the saint didn't want his reputation to be good, so he gave up. What does this have to do with anything? Zio, why are you making me more and more confused? Zio, don't keep us in suspense. Speak clearly. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at them and said, The horse dung of the imperial army. Brother Chumo, Brother Baoqi, Brother Zhengping, how did you deal with the horse dung in your lord's camp? Cheng Chumo and the others were stunned. Naturally, it was collected and sold as military funds. Wait, Zio, you mean to say that Ho Junji's Huawei residents sold the horse dung to Luo Hui? Li Wangyu nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, how could the mighty Duke of Lu have anything to do with someone like Luo Hui? And even secretly order him to oppose us? He felt that the relationship between Ho Junji and Luo Hui wasn't as simple as selling horse dung. Li Wangyu recalled a case of the Song dynasty that he had read in a book in his later life. During the reign of Gaozong of the southern Song dynasty, Yang Tsuanzhong was the chief commander of the Southern Song Army. This person was later impeached by the imperial censor for embezzling more than 100,000 yuan of dung money. But Yang Tsuanzhong had planted spies in the imperial censor and learned of this news in advance. Thus, he rushed to submit a memorial to the emperor and said, "There is a certain amount of dung money in the army, but it is only for the use of the imperial court." When the imperial censor was impeached, the emperor naturally didn't believe him and said that the imperial censor was dismissed from his post, but his surviving relatives flourished day by day. When Li Wangyu had read the book, he had only sighed that even the ancients could play the role of spies, and he had even mocked a great general like Yang Tsuanzhong for embezzling dung money. He was truly too greedy. But now that he thought about the matter between Hou Junji and Luo Hui, Li Wangyu couldn't help but stroke his chin. There was an 80% chance that Hou Junji had embezzled the dung money of the Zuowei residents, right? This matter could be used as an excuse. Chapter 557. Even though they knew that Hou Junji was behind the scenes, they couldn't resolve the predicament that Li Wangyu and the wastrels were facing. The 50 manure carts had all been blackmailed, the 100 farmers of Hu County had been detained, and the injured had come to cause trouble for Li Wangyu. Yang Quan of Hu County had also sent someone to deliver the bad news. Upon learning that the 100 farmers had all been arrested by Chong'an and Wanyan counties, the families of these farmers panicked and ran to the county office to complain. Yang Quan was in a sorry state, but all he could do was try his best to appease them. Yang Quan hadn't expected that the 100 farmers who had entered the city to remove manure would all be arrested and imprisoned. He had spent a great deal of effort to coax and bluff those weeping farmers back. Fortunately, Lu Dehang and Cui Zhua could tell that this wasn't something they should be involved in, so they didn't do anything about it. Those farmers who had entered the city to remove manure had only been imprisoned. They hadn't been interrogated or tortured, so they hadn't suffered much. But this matter couldn't be dragged on, or else Luo Hui and Hou Junji's wishes would be fulfilled. The 300 toilets had been left unattended, and not only would they not be able to generate any income to operate the charity hall, no one would be able to clean the toilets. Moreover, with no one to remove manure, once the toilets were filled with filth, not only would they be unusable, Li Wangyu would also be scolded. But the 50 victims of the accident were very difficult to deal with. Li Wangyu and the wastrels racked their brains, but they couldn't think of a good way to resolve this matter. Bastard! This won't do! This old man will bring people to find those bastards. I don't believe that they've all been bewitched by Luo Hui and aren't afraid of death. I don't believe that they won't tell the truth under torture. Cheng Chumo couldn't think of a solution and was about to explode in anger. Feng Yai glared at him. Brother Chumo, you're even stupider than this little brother. Who knows how many eyes in Chong'an are watching us right now? If you go and torture those people, won't you really be fulfilling their wishes? Haha. I'm willing to bet that those great clans won't let Zio off. It would be strange if no one impeached Zio in the morning court tomorrow. How about it? Is there anyone who wants to bet with me? Chai Lingwu said with a smile. Wei Shuyu replied snappily, aren't you talking nonsense? If you want to bet, sure. I bet that someone will impeach Zio. You can set the odds. How about that? You guys, that's enough. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this? If we can't overturn these crimes, we'll really become a joke. Li Wangyu glared at these bastards. They actually wanted to use him to open a gambling house. Du He shrugged. What can we do? How can we prove that those people intentionally rammed into the carriage if there are too many witnesses? Unless we can prove that they are lying, it will be difficult to overturn this case. Wei Shuyu shook his head. Don't even think about it. It's impossible for them to retract their testimony. That group of people was really ruthless. In order to frame those farmers, they were willing to send their own hands and feet to the wheels of the car. I've sent people to the county government to ask around. The doctors have examined the injuries of those people. They weren't faking it. Their arms and legs were truly crushed and broken. TSK, the doctors said that there were a few people who couldn't be cured and would definitely become disabled. Yes, and it's even more impossible for them to retract their testimony. They would have to be flogged 80 times and pay a large sum of copper coins. That group of people, I think 80 flogs would be enough to kill half of them. Feng Yai added. Bah! It'll be a clean death. Cheng Chumo spat angrily. Li Wangyu was also very speechless. This group of scammers, were much more dedicated than those who pretended to lie on the ground in the future. They really dared to risk their own lives. Everyone was at a loss about this situation. Wei Shuyu, Du He, Du Go, and Feng Yai even made a trip back to their own houses to ask for their father's opinion. This bizarre carriage case had now been heard by all the civil and military officials in the imperial court. Wei Zheng, Du Ruhui, and Feng Xianling, these big shots, naturally also knew about it. But in the face of their son's inquiry, these top think tanks of the Tang dynasty could only smile bitterly and shake their heads. The other side was too willing to go all out. Even a discerning person could see that they were doing this on purpose, but there was no evidence. Unless they tortured these people to make them tell the truth, they didn't know what to do. But torture was even more impossible. In any case, there was no reason to torture the victims. Moreover, the vast majority of these 50 people were women, children, and the elderly. If they were interrogated by torture, they would probably be beaten to death. No one could bear the responsibility for that. In the view of Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others, the only thing they could do was to reconcile with Hou Junji. They were willing to be Li Wangyou's middleman. After Wei Shuyu and the others returned dejectedly, they relayed their father's words to them. Li Wangyou shook his head. I won't go. I won't reconcile with that bastard Hou Junji. And when the time comes, Hou Junji will definitely demand half of the profits. That money is going to be used for charity. We can't just let that bastard Hou Junji get away with it. The wastrels naturally understood the meaning of Li Wangyou's words. Hou Junji had clearly ordered Luo Hui to do this not just to disgust them, but also for the sake of profit. Not many people could be like Li Wangyou, who did not want a single cent of the 200,000 strings of cash a year and used it all for charity. This is neither right nor left. Then what should we do? Cheng Chumo was also anxious. This won't do. I'll go back and find my lord and have him argue with Hou Junji. Right. I'll go find my lord together. I don't believe that Hou Junji won't give face to so many high dukes. Yuchi Baolin also stood up. Li Wangyou hurriedly stopped them. Brothers, this little brother appreciates your good intentions. But there's no need for that. Why make things difficult for Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi? Besides, if Hou Junji refuses to admit his involvement in this matter and pushes all responsibility away, what can we do? We can guess that Luo Hui is related to him, but we don't have any proof. Much less proof that Hou Junji is behind this. Then what do we do? Are we just going to watch and do nothing? Let me think about it. There will be a way. Li Wangyou paced back and forth in the hole, his mind in turmoil. Cheng Chumo was furious. He waved at Niu Wu and said, Brother Niu, bring us some wine. Bastards! Why doesn't the heavens just send down lightning and strike these bastards to death? Li Wangyou suddenly stopped in his tracks. Brother Chumo, what did you say? Me. I'll have the Niu brothers send wine over. Cheng Chumo was confused. No, what did you say after that? I said, why doesn't the heavens just strike these bastards to death? After Cheng Chumo finished speaking, Li Wangyou slammed his fist against his palm. Wahahaha. This daddy has an idea. Zio, what idea? Quickly tell me. Hurry up and say it. What good idea do you have? Li Wangyou smiled mysteriously. Haha, brothers, there's no need to be anxious. This little brother can't explain it clearly in a few words. When I'm ready, I'll show you. Niu Wu, hurry. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip back to Dingzhou village and retrieve something from Chongqing for me. Come back quickly. I'll wait for you. His secretive look made the other rich kids even more curious. Chapter 558. The next day, Li Wangyou woke up early, changed into the robes of a county count, and went to line up in the imperial city. Cheng Yaojin was delighted to see him. Wahahaha, kid, you're quite self-aware today. What? You know that you're going to be impeached, so you came to be scolded? Li Wangyou chuckled and whispered, Uncle Cheng, I'll treat you to a good show today. Humph. This old man knew that you wouldn't suffer a loss. It seems like you have a card up your sleeve? But this old man is very curious. How are you going to quibble? Those farmers that you and those scoundrels got to pick dung really did injure several dozen people. This old man had the estate subordinates investigate, and quite a few of them had their arms and legs broken. Kid, you should be careful. There are quite a few imperial censors who are prepared to impeach you today. Li Wangyu only chuckled in response to Chang Yaojin's words of concern. But Li Wangyu's heart was rather warm. This old hoodlum was rather concerned about him. He would just waive the money he owed him for mahjong. It wasn't just Chang Yaojin who was concerned about Li Wangyu attending the court. Yu Shernan, Dai Zhou, and Kong Yingda had naturally come to inquire about him. His two disciples, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, were even more worried about their teacher. But Li Wangyu only smiled in response to their questions, saying that he would prove his innocence today and telling them not to worry. As everyone was chatting and waiting for the court session to begin, Ho Junji strode over. When he saw Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but smile. County Count Huxian, long time no see. I hear that you recruited quite a few farmers to pick dung in Chang'an, but all of them came in carriages? TSK, how careless. Li Wangyu didn't even bat an eye at Ho Junji's jeering words. Many thanks for Duke Lu's concern. Those farmers truly are ignorant and don't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. One can know a person's face but not his heart. Isn't that right, Duke Lu? Humph, Count Huxian truly has a sharp tongue. I hope you can do the same later. Li Wangyu's sarcastic words caused Li Wangyu's face to go stiff. With a cold snort he left, not intending to waste any more words with Li Wangyu. Within his wide sleeves, Li Wangyu raised two middle fingers at Ho Junji's back. This hypocrite, I despise him. When it was time for court, the officials lined up and went up to the palace to pay their respects. Pai Lupi walked up the steps and sat on the throne. When he saw Li Wangyu among the officials, he couldn't help but frown. Pai Lupi naturally knew about the bizarre traveling horse case that happened in Chang'an yesterday. Of course, he wouldn't believe that all of this was just a coincidence. Only a fool would believe that there could be such a coincidence. 50 dung carts had entered the city, and within an hour, all of them had run over and injured people. This was a naked humiliation to the intelligence of the officials. But this laughable trick had become an unsolvable problem because of the infighting between the officials. Those imperial censors from the noble clans had even used this as a weapon to impeach Li Wangyu, not caring if this matter was absurd or not. Pai Lupi could only sigh in helplessness. Pai Lupi had also been racking his brains over Li Wangyu for a long time, but he still hadn't been able to find a way out of this situation. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, after today's court session, Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang, the two county magistrates of Chang'an and Wanyan, could only follow the laws of the Great Tang and sentence the drivers to 80 strokes of the cane and compensate the injured with copper coins. And now that Li Wangyu had been impeached by the imperial censors, Pai Lupi couldn't protect him in front of the officials. He could only reprimand him and add copper coins to the punishment. Li Wangyu had lost face and was fined some copper coins, but this wasn't important. What was important was that Li Wangyu's proposal of the charity hall to Empress Zhang's son might be aborted. Pai Lupi was actually very angry. According to the report from the 100 Cavalry Department, this matter was most likely done by a rich man in Chang, and who cleaned dung for a living, a man named Luo Hui. Hearing this news, Pai Lupi almost thought that the 100 Cavalry Department was spouting nonsense. How could a lowly person who cleaned dung for a living dare to do such a thing? He naturally thought that there must be someone behind Luo Hui. Li Er was so angry that he ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to arrest Luo Hui and throw him into the 100 Cavalry Department's prison. He wanted to interrogate him and find out who was colluding with him to do such a ridiculous thing. But the 100 Cavalry Department, like Li Wangyu, was a step too late. Now in Chang'an, they couldn't find any trace of Luo Hui. Pai Lupi even reprimanded me off for half a day, but in the end, he could only helplessly give up. The court session had just begun when a few imperial censors stepped out and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, we would like to impeach County Count Li Wangyu. Oh, what is it? Pai Lupi had to pretend to cooperate, but he was very tired of it. Yesterday, County Count who allowed his subordinates to drive carriages and horses in Chang'an for no reason, injuring more than 50 people in a row. This caused the people of Chang'an to feel insecure. We ask your Majesty to severely punish County Count, who and order him to compensate the injured people. Pai Lupi naturally had nothing to say to the imperial censors. He could only look at Li Wangyu. Zio, do you have anything to refute the words of these imperial censors? Li Wangyu stood up and stepped out. Your Majesty, I have been wrongly accused. This matter has nothing to do with me. These imperial censors have wrongly accused me. Seeing Li Wangyu push the matter away, the imperial censors couldn't help but become anxious. They no longer cared about seniority and pointed at Li Wangyu angrily. County Count Hu, don't speak nonsense. There are witnesses and evidence in this matter, and you dare to deny it in front of His Majesty? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at them as if he was looking at a group of idiots. What exactly are you accusing me of? You are accused of allowing your subordinates to drive carriages and horses without reason. Li Wangyu spread his hands and looked at Pai Lupi. Isn't this not a problem? Your Majesty, please investigate. Nothing happened to the carriages in my residence yesterday. The words of these imperial censors have really confused this subject. You dare to speak such nonsense in front of His Majesty? Do you dare to say that the carriages that injured 50 people in Chang'an City yesterday didn't belong to you, County Count Hu? A young imperial censor also became anxious and pointed at Li Wangyu angrily. Li Wangyu shrugged. They really didn't belong to me. Everyone, I'm afraid you found the wrong person. You. County Count Hu, do you dare to say that those manure carriages weren't going to your toilets to remove manure? That's true. Humph, it's good that you admit it. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. Wait, are you all mistaken? It's true that those manure carriages were going to my toilets to remove manure, but those manure carriages and drivers weren't recruited by me, nor were they my subordinates. Everyone, please don't speak nonsense. His words stunned the imperial censors. They opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. They simply turned their heads and knelt before Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, those carriages that injured people belong to County Count Hu. Everyone in Chang'an City knows about this. Now, County Count Hu is actually trying to shirk responsibility. It's truly despicable. Your Majesty, please make a judgment. Pai Lupi also felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu. Zio, what's going on? Explain it clearly to us. Yes, Your Majesty. Those manure carriages were indeed going to this official's toilets to remove manure. But the manure carriages and drivers have absolutely nothing to do with this official. Li Wangyu smiled very easily. Then these imperial censors have misunderstood you? Who did those carriages belong to? Li Wangyu smiled even more happily. He had been waiting for these words. Pai Lupi really was a good supporting actor. Reporting to Your Majesty, those carriages and coachmen were all created and recruited by Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang, Cheng Chubi, Yuchi Baolin, Yuchi Baoqi, Du He, Du Go, Feng Jun, Wei Shuyu, Chai Lingwu, and Niu Zhengping. Li Wangyu's words instantly silenced the hall. Ho Junji, the clan officials, and the imperial censors who had impeached Li Wangyu all began to curse in their minds. Shameless, truly too shameless. Since he could push the blame onto these debauches, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others glanced at each other, wondering what Li Wangyu was up to. Chapter 559. Li Wangyu's words left even Pai Lupi speechless. This brat was actually able to throw the blame away so cleanly. It was truly difficult for him. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Zio, are you sure? Those carriages and farmers belong to Cheng Chumo and the others? Yes, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty and the other officials do not believe me, you can summon Cheng Chumo and the others into the hall and ask them. Li Wangyu said casually. They are in my residence in Kaihua Square today. Your Majesty can summon them into Taiji Palace for questioning. Pai Lupi nodded. Mi Tua immediately gestured to the eunuch beside him, and the eunuch immediately ran out of the hall. Cheng Yaojin could not help but laugh out loud, causing the officials in the hall to raise their eyebrows. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Jijia, don't cause trouble in the court. Yes, Your Majesty. This subject just could not hold back for a moment. Please forgive me. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand at Pai Lupi without the slightest hint of apology, causing Pai Lupi to roll his eyes. Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots also reacted and could not help but laugh. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, Ho Junji, and the others all felt like they had been F***ed. Today, the aristocratic families wanted to use yesterday's case of moving carriages for no reason to slap Li Wangyu's face. Although they could not do anything to him, it was still good for them to vent their anger. However, Li Wangyu's nonchalant words left him out of the matter. This was a pain in the ass. If the imperial censors continued to impeach him, they would offend Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, Chai Shao, and the other big shots. But it was even more impossible to not impeach him. They could not possibly go to Pai Lupi and say, "Sorry, we impeached the wrong person. We won't impeach him, right?" Chang Yaojin thought of this and could not help but laugh, mocking the aristocratic families for being humiliated today. None of the imperial censors had expected Li Wangyu to be so shameless. Everyone in Chang knew that the horse carriage that entered the city to remove Deng yesterday belonged to his mansion. But he refused to admit it. What could he do? Not long after, the group of hedonistic sons were led into the Taiji Palace by the servants and had an audience with Pai Lupi. The censors who impeached Li Wangyu were extremely disgusted at this moment, but they could only pinch their noses and ask the foppish lords, "General Cheng, may I ask if the carriage that killed someone in Chang and yesterday belongs to you?" Cheng Chumo nodded his head casually. "That's right, that's exactly the case." The faces of the imperial censors became more and more ugly. Director Cheng had tacitly agreed to this matter, making their impeachment today a complete farce. "Your Majesty, the carriages of General Cheng and the others are traveling in Chang'an City. We feel that Your Majesty should reprimand them to not disturb the people." The censors could only be careful with their words and tried their best to speak to Li Erqi in a tactful manner. Pai Lupi naturally knew why they changed their minds, but he was too lazy to say more. Just as he was about to reprimand the foppish lords, Li Wangyu suddenly opened his mouth. "Your Majesty, the imperial censors had impeached me for the same crime, but they had asked Your Majesty to severely punish me and order me to compensate the injured people. Why is it that when it comes to Cheng Chumo and the others, you only reprimand them? What kind of logic is this? I ask Your Majesty to severely punish Cheng Chumo and the others as a warning to others." Li Wangyu said these words righteously, as if he was the upright and plain-spoken imperial censor, who was absolutely irreconcilable with Cheng Chumo and the others. His words made the faces of the imperial censors who had impeached him turn even darker, but they could not refute. They could only shut their mouths and pretend to be ostriches, allowing Li Wangyu to slap their faces. Cheng Chumo and the others looked very wronged and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, if we were not strict enough and the carriage in Chang and injured dozens of people, we are willing to accept Your Majesty's punishment. However, we are not satisfied with this matter. The so-called injured people who hit the carriage were deliberately injured. If we are punished because of this, we are not satisfied. We ask Your Majesty to issue an edict to order Chang, An and Wanyan counties to interrogate the injured people and give us justice." The imperial censors did not know how to respond to the foppish lord's complaints. If these words were said by Li Wangyu, they would naturally jump out and righteously reprimand Li Wangyu for talking nonsense. They would also take out a large number of witnesses and evidence to prove that Li Wangyu's carriage hit and injured the people. But these words were said by the foppish lords, so the imperial censors did not know what to do. They secretly turned their heads to look at Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou, but saw them slowly shaking their heads. They knew that this matter could only be dropped. Pai Lupi did not expect that Li Wangyu could shift the blame to such an effect. Previously, he was like Feng Xianling and the others. They were all thinking that Li Wangyu would be impeached and it would be difficult for them to get away. But he did not expect that Li Wangyu and the foppish lords would change the target of the imperial censor's impeachment to a group of foppish lords. The great clans were naturally unwilling to offend so many imperial court bigwigs over such a small matter. This gave Li Wangyu and the others a chance to reverse the situation. As long as the officials did not obstruct them, Pai Lupi would naturally agree to the demands of the foppish lords. As long as they were willing to investigate this matter, they would definitely find the truth. Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou glanced at each other and decided not to intervene. Today, Li Wangyu had gotten off lightly. While the great clans were unwilling to participate in this matter, Ho Junji's complexion turned unsightly. At this point, he could no longer continue to watch from the sidelines. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Ho Junji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject believes that Cheng Chumo's words are incorrect. Those 50 injured people were all hit by carriages. This matter is absolutely true, and there are several dozen passers-by as witnesses. How pitiful and innocent are these injured people. It's one thing for the authorities not to compensate the injured, but how can they be interrogated? This is truly detrimental to Your Majesty's reputation of loving the people as your own children. This subject believes that this matter cannot be allowed." Li Wangyu and the foppish lords were not at all surprised by Ho Junji's words. On the contrary, they looked at each other and smiled. Li Wangyu had naturally predicted that Ho Junji would make such a choice. If he didn't step forward, then all his previous efforts would have been for naught. As long as he interrogated those injured people, the matter would naturally become clear. At that time, those injured people would be falsely accused and the peasants would be released. How could he, Ho Junji, stop Li Wangyu and the foppish lords from organizing people to enter the city to remove excrement? That was a profit of 200,000 strings a year. Li Wangyu did not believe that Ho Junji, famed for his greed in history, would be able to hold himself back. Reality was just as he had predicted. The great clans had retreated because of the factions backing the foppish lords, but Ho Junji had charged in. Cheng Chumo chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, since Duke Lu has said so, I would like to ask Your Majesty to make a trip to Chong'an County and have the injured confront the farmers. Ask them about the case and clear our names." "Nonsense. Your Majesty must not." Ho Junji was just about to stop him when Pai Lupi waved his hand at him. Pai Lupi stood up from his throne and said, "Junji's words are reasonable. There are many injured people in this matter and cannot be underestimated. However, since Cheng Chumo and the others feel that they have been wronged, there is a need to clarify the case. Since that's the case, why don't we do as Cheng Chumo suggested and confront these peasants? Let's see if they drove the carriage for no reason, or if they were framed. Someone, send a carriage to Chong'an. We will personally interrogate them today." "Yes. Send a carriage to Chong'an." Before Ho Junji could dissuade him, Mituo had already shouted in a shrill voice. Chapter 560. Pai Lupi had personally arranged for Chong'an County. In order to not disturb the common people, he and his officials had changed into civilian clothes. Even so, when Pai Lupi led his officials into the Chong'an County Hall, Cui Zhua was still given a fright. Upon learning that Pai Lupi was going to personally interrogate yesterday's carriage case, Cui Zhua immediately ordered the bailiffs to summon the peasants to the hall. Lu Dehang, the county magistrate of Wanyan County, was also summoned to Chong'an County. The peasants imprisoned in Wanyan County were also escorted to the Chong'an County Hall so that they could be interrogated together. As for the injured people who had been hit by the carriages, the bailiffs naturally went to inform them so that they could be brought to Chong'an County for a face-to-face confrontation with the peasants. Many of the injured had to be carried to the main hall of the county yamen. Their bodies were wrapped in bandages and blood was seeping out of them. They looked very miserable. Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but frown. This group of people was willing to do such a thing to him. He was afraid that it wouldn't be easy for Li Wangyu and the others to confront them and force them to change their words. Those who could harm themselves to such an extent were clearly people of firm will. How could they so easily change their statements? As long as they insisted that it was the peasants who had hit them with their carriages, the case would be impossible to overturn. Ho Junji scornfully chuckled. He had only wanted to dissuade Pai Lupi from coming to Chong'an County Hall because he didn't want to complicate matters. But he didn't think that Li Wangyu and his group of wastrels had any chance of overturning the case. Li Wangyu and his group of wastrels had guessed correctly. It was naturally Ho Junji who had ordered Luo Hui to injure the peasants of the 50 dung carts that had entered the city to scrape dung. This brazen blackmail was to send a clear signal to Li Wangyu. Don't even think about scavenging for money in Chong'an. Ever since Ho Junji had lost his gambling house to his subordinates, he had hated Li Wangyu to the bone. For a greedy person like him, losing his money tree, the gambling house, was as painful as losing his life. And when he learned from Luo Hui that the 300 toilets Li Wangyu had built in Chong and were bringing in more than 200,000 strings of cash each year, Ho Junji's eyes had gone red. Luo Hui didn't dare to oppose Li Wangyu, the county count who founded the country, but Ho Junji did. Stimulated by this enormous profit, Ho Junji had ordered Luo Hui to stop Li Wangyu's men from entering the city to scavenge the excrement. He had to seize this fat piece of meat. The two of them planned this absurd car and horse case in order to embarrass Li Wangyu. Ho Junji had even calculated the reaction of the great clans, and he was certain that they would not let go of this opportunity to impeach Li Wangyu. As long as the great clans sent men to impeach Li Wangyu, they would be able to turn this absurd car and horse case into an ironclad case. If Li Wangyu could not send men into the city to scavenge for excrement, Luo Hui would be able to openly claim the 300 toilets as his own. He wouldn't even need to share half of the profits with Li Wangyu. Ho Junji did not believe that Li Wangyu would be so shameless as to argue with Luo Hui over those filthy things and fight over Jinkala. Moreover, if the toilets were left unattended, excrement would spill everywhere and pollute the environment. And Ho Junji might even find someone to impeach Li Wangyu. Luo Hui had gone to scavenge for excrement, but he had done a good deed without leaving his name behind. How could he be blamed? This was Ho Junji's wishful thinking. He had never imagined that Li Wangyu would shift the responsibility of scavenging for excrement onto the wastrels. Ho Junji was filled with regret that the Great Clan's impeachment plan had been abandoned halfway. But Ho Junji didn't care. If he couldn't scam Li Wangyu, then so be it. The most important thing right now was to stop those farmers from scavenging for excrement. As long as he could pin down the crime of car and horse case, Ho Junji didn't believe that anyone would dare to scavenge for excrement in Chang'an. Luo Hui had carefully selected these self-inflicted wounds from his own subordinates, and these elderly, women, and children were the family members of Luo Hui's excrement pickers. Luo Hui had promised them a large sum of money, and once the matter was settled, these excrement pickers would no longer have to pay him. All the money they earned from scavenging for excrement in Chang'an would belong to them. As the saying went, birds die for food and men die for wealth. These excrement pickers were already their family members, so how could they not be tempted by these conditions? They had always been looked down upon by others, and they cared even less about their bodies. Thus these people, whether old or young, did not give themselves any leeway when extorting money. If they could break a leg, they would not break a hand, and they made themselves miserable. Now that they were in the main hall of the county yamen, these people were crying and making a fuss, all of them begging the Ming house to uphold justice for them. They had to severely punish those farmers who had injured them and give them justice. As for the farmers, they were all kneeling on the ground, glaring angrily at these people, their eyes almost spitting fire. At the time, Lu Shi had believed that he had accidentally run into that old woman while driving the carriage. But after he was imprisoned in the Chang'an County prison, he understood everything. How could he have been careless? Someone was clearly trying to frame them. Even if Lu Shi was a fool, he would never believe that he and his companions had accidentally run into someone. The chances of this happening were even lower than winning 200 taels of gold in the lottery. Ming house, we've been wrongly accused. These people clearly ran into our carriage on purpose. Ming house, please uphold justice for us. Ming house, we're all honest farmers in the county. We came to Chang'an to pick up manure, but we encountered such an undeserved disaster. How could 50 manure wagons all run into people? We've been wrongly accused. Lu Shi knocked his head on the ground loudly. Ming house, please uphold justice for us. While the farmers were crying for justice, the injured naturally started to make a fuss again. Nonsense. How many people in Chang'an have seen you run into us with your carriages and horses? You farmers are not allowed to quibble. Ming house, my leg is broken. The doctor said that it can't be cured. These farmers still dare to slander us. Ming house, please uphold justice for us. God damn it. I'm already so old, and you still dare to accuse me? Aren't you farmers afraid of being struck by lightning? The Chang'an County Yamen was as noisy as a market. Both sides were crying for justice. Cui Zhua was so angry that he picked up his gavel and slammed it loudly. Only then did everyone shut up. If anyone dares to cause trouble in court again, I'll give them 20 strokes of the cane. After Cui Zhua's anger, neither the farmers nor the injured dared to say another word. Lu Dehang looked at Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the side and watching the trial. Your Majesty. Oh, Eunuch Li, how do you think this case should be handled? Do you want to call in witnesses? Pai Lupi was non-committal. Do as you see fit. Ho Junji spoke. Eunuch Li, both sides are sticking to their own story. It's clear that someone is lying. There are witnesses and evidence, so these drivers can't quibble. Why don't we use torture? I don't believe that they won't tell the truth. Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang were naturally annoyed by Ho Junji's words. They couldn't bring themselves to use torture on these farmers in front of County Count Huxian and all the other hedonistic scions. Li Wangyu chuckled and stood up as well. Uncle, everyone, Duke Lu's words are reasonable. There are bound to be people lying on both sides, but it's not like they won't confess under torture. I don't want that either. It's easy to tell if they're telling the truth. I have a divine tool that can detect if someone is lying. Since both sides are sticking to their own story, why don't we try my divine tool and use it to detect if someone is lying? Divine tool? Detect if someone is lying? Pai Lupi and everyone else felt their minds go blank. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 561. Pai Lupi was drinking tea, and when he heard Li Wangyou's words, he almost choked to death. There was naturally no such thing as a lie detector in the Tang dynasty, but based on its literal meaning, everyone could understand that it was a test to see if one was lying, right? The officials naturally didn't believe Li Wangyou's words and began to question him. Zio, don't joke around. How could there be such a thing? Haha, this is the first time in this old man's life that I've heard of an object that can detect lies. This is truly interesting. County count who don't mess around. How could there be such a thing? The human heart is hard to fathom. What kind of object can detect if someone is lying? Zio, how can that divine artifact of yours detect lies? Li Wangyou's smile only grew wider and wider in the face of everyone's doubts. Everyone, as the saying goes, if one lies, they will be struck by lightning. This divine artifact of mine is the same. It can distinguish between good and evil. If one lies, they will be struck by lightning. It is extremely accurate. If everyone doesn't believe me, you can give it a try. His words made Pai Lupi and the officials look at each other in dismay. They felt that Li Wangyou was getting more and more ridiculous. That lie detector test had already made everyone feel that it was inconceivable. Why was there a question about being struck by lightning? Could this Li Wangyou really be the reincarnation of an ancient expert? Now that he had recovered his memories, he could even produce such a divine artifact? Ho Junji's heart thumped. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to speak up to stop him. But Pai Lupi lightly coughed and said, "Since Zio says so, then bring out that divine artifact of yours and let us see it." Since Pai Lupi had spoken, Ho Junji naturally couldn't say anything to stop him. He could only watch as Niu Wu led several hot troops into the county yamen and carried a wooden box into the hall. It was a square wooden box with a handle on the side. There was nothing else that stood out about it. Pai Lupi was slightly disappointed. Zio, this is your divine artifact? It can detect lies? You'll be struck by lightning? Li Wangyou smiled and nodded. He walked in front of the wooden box and pulled out two thick, black copper wires. The two copper wires were connected to two shiny copper plates. He signaled Niu Wu to shake the handle on the wooden box, and then gently touched the two pieces of copper together. Pai Lupi and the group of officials were all startled by the sudden pop from the copper plate. What made them even more incredulous was that the copper plate emitted a lightning-like electric light. Although it wasn't as earth-shattering as the thunderbolts, it could be seen that the lightning flashing from the copper plate was very similar to the thunderbolts falling from the sky. Zio, what is this? Electricity. Was that Mo Fei just an electric light? Tao ancestor above. Is it really lightning? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The Tang people naturally didn't know how lightning was formed, but they knew enough about electricity. As the saying goes, sound is thunder, light is electricity. The battle between yin and yang is thunder, and the excitement is electricity. Electricity is the brilliance of yin and yang. These were the ancient Chinese people's understanding of electricity. The word electricity, in the oracle bone inscriptions, was like a mysterious and frightening bolt of lightning that split in all directions. Li Wangyou pretended to be mysterious for a long time. The thing that he showed off was actually the hand-crank generator that he had built to charge his mobile phone. Niu Wu shook the handle of the generator to generate electric current. When the positive and negative poles came into contact, there would naturally be sparks. Of course, those who studied physics in junior high school would know that this was the phenomenon of electric charge breaking through the air and causing the air to conduct electricity. However, this scene in the eyes of Pai Lupi and the group of officials had a different feeling. Li Wangyou really created electric light in front of them. This was really too unbelievable. A hand-crank generator, a simple discharge phenomenon, to the Tang people, the stimulation was no less than a UFO suddenly landing on the road and aliens walking out. Ho Junji's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Demonic arts. This is demonic magic. Feng Xianling immediately refuted. Thunder and lightning are righteous. How can it be demonic? Duke Lu, don't talk nonsense. How can this lightning be a demonic technique? Du Ruhui also nodded. Since ancient times, China believed that thunder and lightning were controlled by the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning. Thunder and lightning had the meaning of punishing evil and promoting good. The god of thunder could distinguish between good and evil in the human world, enforce the law on behalf of the heavens, kill evil people, and uphold justice. After seeing the copper plate of the hand-crank generator emitting electric sparks, everyone present believed that this thing could distinguish good from evil and detect lies. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the farmers and the injured, and each of them had different reactions. The farmers kowtowed to the wooden box, and their faces were filled with joy. They felt that they would be able to redress the injustice they had suffered. As for the injured, each of their faces was uglier than the last. There were even old women who were so frightened that they started crying. "Uncle, everyone, why don't you try my treasure? Let's see if it can distinguish good from evil and clear the good people's names." Li Wangyu pointed to the hand-crank generator and looked at Pai Lupi and the officials. "Sure." Pai Lupi nodded. He was also extremely curious. How can this thing distinguish good from evil? How can it detect lies? It's very simple. As long as you hold these two copper plates with both hands and shake the handle, the liars will naturally be struck by lightning. Pai Lupi nodded. Good, then let them try it. Let's see if this lightning can distinguish good from evil. Li Wangyu said, "This little nephew will have these farmers and the injured people confront each other. Good and evil, can be determined with a single test." When Lu Shi heard this, he immediately stood up and bowed to Li Wangyu. Count who? I am willing to go first and confront that old woman." "Okay, then I'll start with you. Hold these two copper plates and recount what happened that day. You cannot lie, or else you will be punished by the lightning." As Li Wangyu spoke, he placed the two copper plates in Lu Shi's hands and then indicated that Lu Shi could start shaking the handle. Pai Lupi and the other officials stared at Lu Shi without blinking. But Lu Shi was completely fine. Holding the copper plates, he began to recount what had happened the day before. "Uncle, please take a look. The lightning did not punish this farmer, which means that he is telling the truth," Li Wangyu said with a smile. Ho Junji suddenly stepped forward. "Wait a moment. You want this one to shake the handle? Is that possible?" He naturally didn't believe in some divine tool. He felt that Li Wangyu must have done something to it, so he wanted him to personally shake the handle. Li Wangyu naturally didn't object. He indicated that Niu Wu should step aside and hand the handle to Ho Junji. "Duke of Lu, this treasure of mine is extremely simple to control. Once they start talking, just shake the handle, and this divine tool can tell if that person is lying or not." Ho Junji expressionlessly nodded. He carefully examined the wooden box, and after confirming that there were no traps, he took the handle. He was still worried, so he had Lu Shi hold the copper plates in one hand and repeat what he had said just now while shaking the handle. Seeing that there was still no reaction, he awkwardly stopped. Li Wangyu indicated that Lu Shi should step aside, and then he indicated that the old woman he had knocked over should come forward. The old woman's head was wrapped in thick gauze, and she had a miserable and pitiful appearance. But at this moment, there was a hint of timidity on her face, and her legs were trembling. However, in the main hall of the county yamen, in front of the two Ming residence officials and a group of officials, she did not dare to say anything. She could only tremble as she received the two copper pieces and held them carefully in her hands. This old woman went out yesterday, and as soon as she stepped out of the workshop, she was knocked over by that carriage. Ah! Just as the old woman began to speak, she howled miserably as if she had received a huge shock. She threw away the copper plate in her hand. Her intense reaction left Ho Junji dumbstruck. Chapter 562. Ho Junji angrily glared at the old woman. "Old woman, what are you screaming for? It hurts, it hurts. This thing is biting my hand." The old woman became even more panicked, her face turning nasty. Ho Junji naturally didn't believe her words and angrily roared at the old woman. "Don't speak nonsense. Hurry up and grab those copper plates." With a long face, the old woman had no choice but to hold the two copper plates with trembling hands. Ho Junji shook the handle, and just as expected, the old woman screamed again and threw away the copper plates. Li Wangyu and the other wastrels couldn't help but laugh, and Niu Wu was grinning from ear to ear. Back then, he had been tricked by his Lang Jun just like this. When Li Wangyu had first created the hand-crank generator and wasn't sure if it would succeed, he had tricked Niu Wu into touching the copper wires. Niu Wu had been badly tricked. Niu Wu had long ago known that this wooden box was so magical that just by shaking the handle, it could generate electricity. Although he didn't know what this electricity was for, he knew that it couldn't be touched. Li Wangyu inwardly laughed. It would be strange if the old woman didn't scream. Unless she had mutated into a superhero like the Storm, anyone would scream after being electrocuted. Li Wangyu wasn't sure how many volts the hand-cranked generator he had created could produce. In short, while it couldn't kill, it was still uncomfortable, no better than being electrocuted. In any case, ever since Li Wangyu had seen Niu Wu get electrocuted, he had no intention of personally trying it out. And yesterday, he had sent Niu Wu back to Zhou village to ask for this hand-cranked generator from his beautiful superior. In order to keep the generator a secret, Li Wangyu had Carpenter Lu make him a sealed wooden box to seal the generator within. After seeing the item that Niu Wu brought back, the Silk Pants didn't understand what was going on. After being fooled by Li Wangyu, each and every one of them foolishly ran to touch the copper plate that was connected to electricity. Naturally, they were electrocuted to the point that they screamed in pain. They had personally experienced the power of this hand-cranked generator. The sight of the old woman being electrocuted and being forced by Ho Junji to touch the wire again naturally made these scions grimace in laughter. As for why Lu Shi hadn't been electrocuted when he was holding the copper plate, that was obviously because Li Wangyu and the other rich kids had cheated. The Silk Pants had long sent a lot of beeswax to the prisons of the 2 counties in Chang'an, so that the peasants could smear a thick layer of beeswax on their palms. Beeswax did not conduct electricity. It formed a translucent protective layer in the palms of the farmers. Therefore, Lu Shi didn't feel anything when he held the copper piece. Any junior high school student in the future would laugh their heads off if they saw such a trick. But in the eyes of the Tangs, this was what Li Wangyu meant when he said that the divine artifact could distinguish good from evil and detect lies. The reason why the old woman was bitten by the copper plate was naturally because she had lied. Faced with such a situation, the old woman really didn't know what to do. She simply knelt on the ground and wailed. Cui Zhua's eyes brightened. He waved his hand, indicating for the yamen runners to push the crying old woman to the side, and then for another farmer to come forward. Just like Lu Shi, this farmer didn't panic in the slightest. Gripping the copper plate with both hands, he began to recount what had happened yesterday. Ho Junji continued to turn the handle, but it was to no avail. After saying this, the farmer bowed to the crowd and retreated to the side. The injured person he had run over was also carried over with a mournful face. This injured person's calf had been crushed by the wheels of the carriage, and he could only lie on the door as the yamen runners carried him over to the divine artifact. His face ashen, he gripped the 2 copper plates as if he was about to be executed. Yesterday, this lowly person was walking along the street when that carriage. Another scream was heard. Under the stimulation of the electric current, no matter how strong the person's willpower was, he could not bear the pain. He screamed and threw away the copper plate in his hand. Wahahaha, Zio, this divine artifact of yours is truly interesting. It seems like there's no need to continue investigating this case. Isn't it obvious who's loyal and who's a traitor? You scoundrels actually dared to frame a good man. Even the heavens won't let you go. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. Pai Lupi and the others nodded in agreement. This scene was enough to explain the problem. Ho Junji still wasn't willing to give up. He pointed out several more farmers and had them hold the copper plate while he turned the handle of the generator. Ho Junji's efforts were naturally futile. The farmers had smeared beeswax on their hands, so how could the electricity from the hand-cranked generator threaten them? As for the victims, they screamed as they were electrocuted. None of them were able to escape. This ironclad fact was placed in front of everyone's eyes. The group of victims, who were still clamoring before, no longer made a sound. One by one, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. Ho Junji was so angry that he threw down the generator and returned to stand among the officials in a daze. He had no idea how things had come to this. Cui Zhua and Lu Deheng glanced at each other and then slapped down the gavel. What else do you have to say? Hurry up and confess the truth. Must you force this district to punish you? Finally, someone couldn't resist the pressure and confessed. This commoner will confess. We intentionally ran into those carriages. It has nothing to do with the drivers. We only have ourselves to blame. With this precedent, the others naturally couldn't continue to deny it. With sullen faces, they obediently confessed everything. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Cui Zhua asked once more. It's Luo Hui who ordered us to do this. He said that as long as we did this, we wouldn't be charged for scraping dung in Chang'an. This commoner was muddle-headed and did this. Please, Ming House, for the sake of our physical disabilities, forgive us. That's right. It was Luo Hui who ordered us to do this. Ming House, please investigate. Luo Hui is the true mastermind. Ming House has pity on us. We know our wrongs. Please forgive us, Ming House. We are willing to testify against Luo Hui. Please, Ming House, show mercy. This group of people began to feel fear. Falsely accusing someone of being punished was no laughing matter. Thus, they all began to accuse Luo Hui in a futile attempt to lessen their crimes. Come, sign their confessions. Cui Zhua didn't waste time. In front of Pai Lupi, he naturally had to punish them according to the laws of the Tang Empire. He didn't care whether these people lived or died. He directly had the scribes deliver their confessions for these people to sign. Once everyone had signed, Cui Zhua directly announced that the case of 100 farmers of Hu County had been framed and that they would be acquitted. The 50 scammers were falsely accused and punished. Based on the crime of driving without reason, they were all caned 80 times. The first offender, Luo Hui, was arrested by the Yamen runners and sentenced separately. Pai Lupi and the other officials naturally had no objections to Cui Zhua's punishment. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Chang'an's county government, the 100 farmers burst into thunderous cheers. The sound waves almost tore off the roof of the county government. Ming House is wise. This lowly commoner kowtows to Ming House. The farmers all knelt down and thanked Cui Zhua and Lu Deheng. Then they turned their heads and kowtowed to the rich playboys and Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction. He got up and prepared to return to the palace. However, he waved at Li Wangyu and whispered, "Zio, can you give me that precious magical item of yours?" Li Wangyu looked around, then moved closer to Pai Lupi's ear and whispered, "Uncle, that thing is fake. It doesn't have the ability to detect lies." When Pai Lupi heard this, he became a Spartan. Damn, I was tricked by this bastard again? Chapter 563. Pai Lupi angrily glared at Li Wangyu. He knew that this wasn't the place to talk, so he indicated for Li Wangyu to follow him back to Taiji Palace. As for the hand-crank generator, Pai Lupi had Mitua bring it back. Li Wangyu saw that it was still early, so he hurriedly called out to the other scions and had them arrange for the farmers to start digging excrement today. They didn't want to waste any more of their time to earn money. As for Ho Junji, his expression was constantly shifting. Standing among the officials, he gave Li Wangyu an extremely unfriendly look. Li Wangyu would occasionally meet his gaze, and when he saw this expression, not only did he not fear it, he even smiled even more happily. After following Pai Lupi back to Taiji Palace's administrative hall, Pai Lupi had Mitua bring the hand-crank generator over and walked around the wooden box a few times. After asking Li Wangyu, he indicated for Mitua to open the wooden box. After carefully examining the structure, he couldn't help but be disappointed. As expected, it wasn't some divine treasure. It was just some copper wire wrapped around a magnet, and it didn't have any mysterious energy. In truth, this was the second hand-crank generator that Li Wangyu had built. The one made of silver wire was still in his residence, and it was powered by water to charge his mobile phone. This was just a backup, so it didn't matter if Pai Lupi took it apart. Pai Lupi couldn't figure out what it was, so he turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, what's the use of this thing?" Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Uncle, you've also seen it." This little nephew named this thing a hand-cranked generator. As for its use, it's naturally capable of producing electricity. What use does this electricity have? Can't it distinguish between good and evil and detect lies? Pai Lupi was still unwilling to give up. If there really was something that could do this, it would be far too useful to him. Li Wangyu couldn't help but sweat. This superstitious person who didn't understand science was too stubborn. "Uncle, this thing can only produce electricity. It can't distinguish between good and evil." Pai Lupi did not believe him and asked, "Then what happened in the hall of Chang'an County just now? Why aren't those farmers afraid of this electricity?" "Hee, uncle, those farmers have smeared beeswax on their hands to block out the lightning." "Oh, beeswax had such an effect? Isn't that person afraid of being struck by lightning?" Li Wangyu was speechless. He didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so imaginative. Imagine a person covered in beeswax going out to be struck by lightning on a stormy day. That scene was simply too beautiful. He hurriedly shook his head. Uncle, the electric light produced by this hand-crank generator is just a drop in the ocean compared to thunder and lightning. The power is completely different. Applying beeswax on my hands can isolate the electricity from the hand-crank generator, but it can't isolate the lightning. Li Wangyu gave Pai Lupi a general knowledge of electricity. Pai Lupi listened with great interest. Pai Lupi even let Mitua and a few of his servants have a taste of being electrocuted. Mitua kept looking at Li Wangyu with resentful eyes. Zio, what other use does this electricity have other than electrocuting people? Nothing. Li Wangyu also had a headache. He really couldn't think of any use for electricity in the Tang dynasty. Other than the unique mobile phone and speaker in the hands of his beautiful boss, there were no other electrical appliances. As for light bulbs and the like, that was not something he could make, let alone other electrical appliances. These things really had no use for the Tang dynasty. Hearing Li Wangyu's reply, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. After fiddling with the hand-crank generator for a while, Pai Lupi lost interest and turned to Li Wangyu. Zio, what's going on with Na Luohui? A lowly person dares to oppose you, the county earl who founded the country? Uncle, Na Luohui is naturally a minor character not worth mentioning. But Uncle should also be able to see that there's someone supporting him to oppose me. Who is it? Li Wangyu grinned. Isn't it obvious? Uncle, today, in the hall and in the Chang'an County Yamen, only Duke Lu has been unwilling to let this nephew off. Pai Lupi nodded slightly at these words. He could naturally see through Ho Junji's actions. He just wanted to verify it with Li Wangyu. Zio, enough. We will find an opportunity to resolve the conflict between you and Junji. Junji suffered a great loss in the gambling match, so it's normal for him to harbor some resentment. Pai Lupi naturally did not wish for Ho Junji and Li Wangyu to go too far. Ho Junji had always been trusted by Pai Lupi and was one of his trusted generals, and Li Wangyu's status in his heart went without saying. For Pai Lupi, the relationship between the two of them was like palm to palm. If they went too far, it would not look good on his face. Pai Lupi still believed that Ho Junji was opposing Li Wangyu only because he had lost the gambling match. Upon hearing Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu immediately began to consider whether or not he should give Ho Junji a bad look. Pai Lupi's trust in Ho Junji was unquestionable. 2 years later, Li Jing, the war god of the Tang dynasty, had been forced to abdicate and give the post of Minister of War to Ho Junji. Li Wangyu truly did not wish to see Ho Junji's authority grow. This was not a good thing for him. After making up his mind, Li Wangyu whispered to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, I'm afraid that you're wrong. Duke Lu is making things difficult for this nephew not because of that gambling match, but because of profit." What do you mean? Uncle, you also know that those 300 toilets make no less than 200,000 strings of coins a year from the excrement sales. This nephew has already reported this to Aunt, and we plan to use it all to help the orphans and widows. Pai Lupi nodded and praised. Not bad. Maid Guanyin has already informed us of this matter. Zio, for you to be so righteous, us have a whole new level of respect for you. Caring for the young, supporting the old, helping the poor, and alleviating the sick are all acts of benevolence that benefit the country and the people. Brat, this time, you didn't mess around with those profligates. Once your Wangyu Charity Hall is established, we will inform Duke Dai to hand over 20% of the annual lottery earnings to the charity hall so that it can be used to help the people. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed. This nephew thanks Uncle on behalf of the people. However, Uncle, this nephew doesn't care about the 200,000 strings of coins, but there are people who care about wealth. Pai Lupi couldn't help but glare at him. You're saying that Junji is eyeing your excrement sales? How is that possible? He's the mighty Duke Lu, so how could he do such a thing for some money? Hee, Uncle, this nephew isn't speaking nonsense. Uncle, do you know why that Luo Hui is acquainted with Duke Lu? Why would he listen to Duke Lu's orders and do such an absurd thing? Why? Horse dung. Horse dung? What does that mean? Pai Lupi didn't understand. In a few words, Li Wangyu explained how the Tang dynasty's army sold horse dung for public use. Pai Lupi had also heard of this matter, but he didn't think much of it. Zio, are you accusing Junji of embezzling horse dung money? Li Wangyu shook his head. Uncle, this nephew only feels that this is most likely the case. Whether it's true or not, Uncle will know once he investigates. This nephew has asked Chung Chimo and the others. Uncle Chang and Uncle Yuchi sell horse dung every year and earn 40 to 50,000 strings of coins, all of which are used by the army. As for whether Duke Lu's right guard is the same, this nephew doesn't know. Pai Lupi naturally heard Li Wangyo's words, and he paced back and forth in the hall with a dark expression. Then he beckoned me to over. Have the 100 Cavalry Department search through Luo Hui's residence and see if there are any accounting books or the like. Yes. Mi Tuan naturally left to carry out the order. Li Wangyu inwardly chuckled. He naturally knew that this matter wouldn't be able to topple Ho Junji, let alone embezzling some